Chapter 251, Re-encountering Ling Yanzi II. Coming back to his senses, Li Tongya nodded lightly and transmitted his voice using his mana. If you ever pass by Moongaze Lake, feel free to rest at Mount Lijing. You are most welcome there. Ling Gulai's face lit up with joy. Although he was a scion of a prominent clan, having been stationed abroad for many decades left him isolated and far from the political center of his family. Now having the opportunity to connect with a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator greatly delighted him, and he thanked Li Tongya profusely. Li Tongya picked up his cup and sipped his drink silently for several moments. Understanding this cue, Ling Gulai cupped his fist and bade him farewell. As Li Tongya turned to observe the other cultivators at the gathering, he noticed they had already heatedly argued to the point of embarrassment. He chuckled lightly, put down his cup, and almost immediately the arguing cultivators quieted down and took their seats obediently, resuming their conversations in hushed tones. While Li Tongya had been conversing with Ling Gulai, he kept an eye on the Taoist masters on the platform. The sword-bearing Taoist master Shang Yuan merely raised his cup and then disappeared from his seat. The Yue cultivating sect was represented only by him, and with his departure, his seat was left conspicuously empty. Once Taoist master Shang Yuan had left, the other Taoist masters drank a couple of cups as a formality and then departed using their spells. Only two, who seemed to be from the Purple Mansion Realm immortal clans, stayed a bit longer to chat with Zhao Shooting before they too made their exit. Zhao Shooting then vanished from sight, leaving the disciples of the three sects and seven gates feeling more at ease. Most left directly, while the rest engaged in lively discussions or sword sparring. Li Tongya paid special attention to Ling Yanzi, who had not stopped eating since he had sat down and was constantly stuffing his mouth, smacking his lips without engaging in conversation with those next to him. When he had cleared everything in front of him, he looked wistfully at his neighbor's table. A cultivator from the Purple Smoke Gate bluntly interrupted his actions, and Ling Yanzi, embarrassed, could only sit there awkwardly and drink his wine, appearing quite lonely. Ling Yanzi does not seem to be doing so well in the Purple Smoke Gate. Looks like he is having a tough time, Li Tongya observed, shaking his head and doubting whether Ling Yanzi still had 100 spirit stones in his storage pouch. After waiting a bit longer, Ling Yanzi finally couldn't sit still and took to the skies. Li Tongya quickly followed. Just outside the formation, Ling Yanzi, quick as a whip, turned around and asked sternly, "Who dares to tail me?" Li Tongya revealed himself with a light laugh, replying, "Senior Ling Yanzi, it has been many years since we last met. Do you still remember me? I'm Rouge Cultivator Wan." "You." Ling Yanzi's expression shifted dramatically as he uttered that single word, quickly swallowing the rest of his sentence. He had lived over 100 years and instantly understood that Li Tongya didn't want to leave any trace of their past dealings, which was why he referred to himself as Rogue Cultivator Wan. He thought to himself with awe, Li Tongya is really damn cautious. Ling Yanzi managed a bitter smile and said, "It has been many years, Brother Wan. Would you honor me by sharing a couple of drinks?" Li Tongya asked warmly, and Ling Yanzi could only nod. He followed Li Tongya back into the gathering reluctantly, where they found a spot at the less prestigious end of the. It was then that Ling Yanzi suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "You have reached the Foundation Establishment Realm." Li Tongya nodded. Ling Yanzi gasped in astonishment and said in a low voice, "Congratulations, Brother Wan." Ling Yanzi was also a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator now. Li Tongya acknowledged him with a smile and said, "Congratulations to us both. By the way, I have been eagerly awaiting news from you, Senior." Ling Yanzi felt extremely awkward and let out a dry laugh, then explained quietly, "Those spoils of war, I turned them all into spirit stones. However, when I saw that I was on the verge of reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm, I could not resist spending them all on spirit medicines to attempt the breakthrough. To fail in returning this life-saving favor is truly hard to express." "Oh," Li Tongya nodded, understanding Ling Yanzi's actions. Hardly anyone could resist such a temptation. If it had been him, Li Tongya, in such a situation, he would have used the spirit stones for his breakthrough without hesitation, thinking about compensating for them only after he succeeded with the breakthrough. He said gently, "Senior need not worry. Being in such a position, I would have chosen to make the breakthrough too. It's a natural human reaction." Ling Yanzi sighed softly, his eyes slightly moist with a touch of emotion. He responded, "Brother Wan understands human nature so well." "Ling Yanzi admires you." After taking a slow sip of wine, he continued, "Over the years, I have lived frugally, managing the expenses of my peak while maintaining my own cultivation. I've saved up the rest in II." He pulled out the Dharma sword from his waist, its surface gleaming with light, and placed it on the table with earnest intent. "Until now, I still use this sword of the Qi cultivation realm to save up spirit stones for Brother Wan." Li Tongya nodded, acknowledging Ling Yanzi's effort, and reflecting inwardly with a mix of amusement and bitterness. This is what defines the three sects and seven gates. The embryonic breathing realm cultivators in my Li family still use mundane tools, while only those in the Qi cultivation realm can use embryonic breathing realm Dharma artifacts. As the only Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator in my family, aside from the Kinch sword I carry, I still use Qi Cultivation Realm Dharma artifacts. Yet to Lingyanzi, the struggle of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator using Qi Cultivation Realm Dharma artifacts seems a significant hardship. Seeing Lingyanzi's tearful look, Li Tongya could empathize with his feeling of injustice, although he could not relate to such a privileged heart. He showed just the right amount of compassion and said seriously, "Senior, there is no need to rush. You can hand me those spirit stones whenever. There is no need to be so hard on yourself." Lingyanzi nodded deeply, visibly touched, and wiped his aged face. "My cultivation technique is unique. I often need to consume spirit wine and food to avoid dry mouth and stagnation in my cultivation. In severe cases, I could experience a qi deviation, leading to a regression in my skills. If it were not for this difficult condition, I would not have to struggle day by day." He shared, a vulnerable expression crossing his face. "Such a cultivation technique exists?" Li Tongya asked, taken aback, secretly marveling that only the likes of the 3 sects and 7 gates could afford such a demanding practice. Looking at the sad look on Lingyanzi's face, Li Tongya finally understood why he had been so unpopular at the Purple Smoke Gate. He gave an awkward smile and asked, "How many spirit stones have you managed to save up over these years, senior?" At this, Lingyanzi looked down, his demeanor like that of a chastened child. 20 spirit stones. He finally confessed awkwardly. Li Tongya was momentarily speechless but wasn't ready to let Lingyanzi off so easily. He raised his hand without any reservation and took the reluctantly offered spirit stones, saying softly, "How about this? Do you have any items of equivalent value that you could trade for these stones, so you do not have to save up year after year?" Lingyanzi seemed tempted by such an offer, pondering for a few moments before taking off his storage pouch and pouring out a collection of items. He then stated, "Aside from the secret techniques of my gate and the legacy treasure of my Peak the Purple Smoke Spirit Shield, feel free to pick anything, Brother Wan." Chapter 252, The Supreme Jade Meridian Nourishment Technique. Lingyanzi seemed genuinely earnest, and as Li Tongya scanned the array of items laid out before him, his gaze landed on a small collection of diverse embryonic breathing realm Dharma artifacts. There were gourds, longswords, and jade tablets, all likely spoils of combat. It's not every day you catch a disciple from an immortal sect. I can't settle these debts with just any items. Li Tongya pondered deeply to himself. The 3 sects and 7 gates possessed an array of cultivation methods, secret techniques, and precious formulas. He definitely wasn't going to let Lingyanzi offset his debt with common items that could be found anywhere. Noticing this, Lingyanzi smiled awkwardly and explained, "These embryonic breathing realm Dharma artifacts were reserved for new disciples that my sect plans to recruit. I saved them specifically for that purpose. Otherwise, I would have exchanged them for spirit stones to pay you." "Oh," Li Tongya nodded, his mind suddenly racing, though he said nothing further. His attention turned to a few bottles of pills, the best among them being a Foundation Establishment Realm Rejuvenation. He held it briefly, contemplating. It is impossible to progress beyond the Foundation Establishment Realm without at least 20 to 30 years of diligent cultivation. This pill could merely advance my progress by 2 or 3 years. The Foundation Establishment Realm is as high as I can achieve in this lifetime, so this won't do much. I guess it would be better to find something beneficial for the younger members of my family. Thus, he gently set the pill back down. This gesture surprised Lingyanzi, who thought to himself, Li Tongya is actually turning down the rejuvenation pill. He must be well taken care of by a sword immortal and is accustomed to using such pills, hence his disinterest. The items in my storage pouch might not catch his eye. Li Tongya glanced at the remaining Qi Cultivation Realm pills and rummaged through the rest of the items, frowning slightly, then asked softly, "Lingyanzi, is this all you have left? Do you perhaps have any valuable cultivation methods or secrets that could offset the debt?" Lingyanzi grimaced and replied, "There are some, but they are for embryonic breathing and Qi cultivation realms, which you may find too elementary and costly. It might seem like I am taking advantage of you." Unlike his experience in the sect, Li Tongya wasn't just looking out for himself. He had a whole family to consider. "Pleased," he urged. "No matter, please show me what you have." Understanding his intent, Lingyanzi unfastened a red pouch from his waist and said, "Secrets from the sects are extremely valuable. This is a Dharma storage pouch, linked to my life force. With just a single thought, I can destroy everything inside." Li Tongya nodded as Lingyanzi laid out several jade slips. Picking one up, Li Tongya read Supreme Jade Meridian Nourishment Technique, an Embryonic Breathing Realm Technique, Grade 3. This piqued Li Tongya's interest immediately, and he could not look away. The best embryonic breathing realm technique in the Li family was the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, which couldn't be written down, spoken of, or taught. Only those who received a talisman seed could practice it. The next best were the Grade 2 techniques collected over the years for the family's major and minor branches. The remaining was the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique, a Grade 1 technique left by C. Yunbai, which was only given to external cultivators, merely a common good within the family, which explained the generally lower cultivation realms of external members. There was also an embryonic breathing realm technique, Guardian of the Courtly Path, which allowed embryonic breath realm cultivators to quickly reach the Qi cultivation. However, advancing to the foundation establishment realm would take much longer. Li Tongya planned to use it to train loyal clan soldiers, but considering the scarcity of Qi cultivators in the main family and the lack of suitable candidates, he had not utilized it yet. Li Tongya mused, although there are no descendants from the main family without a talisman seed currently, as the family prospers, such descendants are bound to increase. Besides those who have received the talisman seed, the rest can only cultivate using Grade 2 techniques, which are rather insufficient. It would be useful to acquire this Grade 3 technique. He then examined the other 2 jade slips presented by Lingyanzi, each containing a Grade 2 Qi cultivation realm technique. Since similar techniques were already abundant in his family, and these offered no advantage, they weren't worth exchanging. Li Tongya then picked up the embryonic breathing realm technique and inquired softly, "How much is this technique priced at?" "It is just an embryonic breathing technique," Lingyanzi responded, waving his hand solemnly. "Since you have chosen this technique, there are things I must mention. This Supreme Jade Meridian Nourishment Technique comes from the ancient immortal gate known as Heavenly Jade Terrace. It's quite unique and incompatible with many other techniques. If cultivated to the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, switching to a different technique to break through the Qi cultivation realm might shorten your lifespan." "Shorten lifespan," Li Tongya repeated softly, pausing. Lingyanzi nodded and replied, "Fortunately, it is not by much, only about 3 to 5 years. If you are lucky and the technique suits your constitution well, the loss might be as little as half a year." Li Tongya was reassured by this, as the Grade 3 technique could potentially speed up cultivation by 3 years. Weighing the pros and cons, it didn't really seem like a loss, especially since advancing earlier in life was more valuable than later years. Sometimes, advancing a few years earlier could mean the difference between the embryonic breathing and Qi cultivation realms, or even the Qi cultivation and foundation establishment realms. Though internally convinced, Li Tongya feigned hesitation, scanning the various items before him with a look of displeasure. He then declared, "I guess there's nothing better to choose. We'll settle the debt with this item." But Lingyanzi hesitated slightly. The items from the 2 Chengxiao gate cultivators he had organized for sale had been significantly more lucrative than those of common rogue cultivators, bringing in nearly 200 spirit stones. Yet the technique at hand was Grade 3 valuable but not sought after, and 200 spirit stones was about the price it was worth, especially considering he had already given Li Tongya 20 spirit stones earlier. However, seeing Li Tongya's displeased expression, Lingyanzi ultimately decided not to argue further and sighed softly, resigning himself to the agreement. Li Tongya's expression softened, and after a brief chat he asked warmly, "I have heard that your peak is recruiting disciples. How is that going?" Lingyanzi shook his head gently and replied, "My peak is in a particularly awkward position within the Purple Smoke Gate. Be it resources or techniques, status or power, we are at the lowest. Thus, there has been little progress." With a look suggesting there was more he wished to say, Lingyanzi ultimately chose not to divulge the dirty secrets of the Purple Smoke Gate to Li Tongya. Instead, he fell deadly silent and simply drank his wine, clearly affected by painful memories. Li Tongya offered some comforting words and then suggested warmly, "Why don't you leave me a note? If I come across any opportunities or promising disciples, perhaps I can send them your way to assist you in your predicament." Lingyanzi, having not considered this possibility, was visibly excited by the suggestion. After a moment of thought, he clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, "That works too. Any help from Brother Tong. One will help out my peak greatly." As he swore solemnly to treat any disciples from the Li family well, Li Tongya merely smiled, saying nothing. With the lessons learned from Li Qijing, he no longer took Lingyanzi's empty promises at face value. Besides, he was also aware of the Purple Smoke Gate style now. Li Tongya simply played along as Lingyanzi praised the arrangement lavishly, then added reluctantly, "Senior, please do not celebrate yet. I still have to consult the Sword Immortal." Of course. Lingyanzi chuckled. Given the weak position of the Purple Smoke Gate within the 3 sects and 7 gates and his own peak's declining state, having a disciple from a Sword Immortal's family would indeed be a boon. He then thought for a moment and pulled out a jade tablet from his storage pouch. It was inscribed with the words Purple Smoke on one side and Purple Gale Peak on the other. Li Tongya nodded before accepting the tablet with a flip of his hand. He then thanked Lingyanzi quietly. "Thank you for your time." Lingyanzi laughed heartily, and after a bit more friendly chatter, took a sip of his drink and cupped his fist in farewell. Li Tongya nodded as he watched the old man fly away with the wind. Sat silently at the table for a while more before finally picking up his chopsticks to taste the food, but just then an old voice reached his ear. Come to Xianyu Peak. Chapter 253 Tian Yaodou. Tian Zhongking had not touched a drop of water for 3 whole days. He sat silently at the desk, his thoughts crawling through his mind like ants. His lips had long turned pale and his sweat was unceasing. Now over 30 years old, he had never made such a grave mistake before. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and he murmured to himself, should I go and confess my fault? But such baseless rumors, would that not just show my guilt and make others laugh at me? Yet if I continue to ignore this, who knows what the main family might think? I am afraid this could sow the seeds of disaster. Full of anxiety, Tian Zhongking was fortunate enough to not be the sole pillar of his household like Su Gongming, and there were elders above him. He quickly took out his writing brush, paper, and inkstone and wrote, My dear uncle, I am in trouble. Please come quickly to save me at the back mountain courtyard behind Huaqian town. Let no one know of this. After signing his name, Zhongking, with a determined stroke, he bit his lip nervously. He used his mana to evaporate the moisture, rolled up the letter carefully, and called out for a servant. Somebody. A servant hurried in, and after a moment's thought, Tian Zhongking gave his orders solemnly. Prepare the finest wine and dishes right now. If they are not ready in an hour, you will face the consequences. Watching the servant hurry off, he then called his wife and instructed, Keep an eye on the servants, do not let a single one leave, and do not let them disturb me. His wife, puzzled by his instructions, said nothing and left. Watching her disappear behind the vermilion gates of the backyard, Tian Zhongking then jumped from the window sill and ran wildly toward Mount Huaqian. As a cultivator at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, his speed was astonishing. He raced through the dark night, cutting through the dense woods at the edge of the town swiftly, soon reaching Mount Huaqian. Without daring to rest, he checked the time and, panting rapidly, waited at the foot of the mountain for the time it took an incense stick to burn. Sure enough, a young man sauntered up slowly. Tian Zhongking glanced around and whispered, Cousin. The young man suddenly looked up and exclaimed, Brother Zhongking. Tian Zhongking made several gestures to lower his voice and asked quietly, Is uncle cultivating in seclusion? Not yet. The young man quickly caught on and looked around cautiously, then replied in a low voice, He is meditating, preparing to break through the qi cultivation realm, likely during the convergence of spiritual qi in the coming days. Ah, thank heavens he's not in seclusion yet. Tian Zhongking praised, overjoyed. He then bowed deeply. My dear brother, you must deliver a message for me on this trip up the mountain. He handed the rolled cloth to the young man. Fearing his carelessness, he said sternly, This matter concerns the life and death of our entire family. Handle it with utmost caution. The young man's face turned grave, and he nodded vigorously, an expression of resolution and determination crossing his face. Rest assured, Brother Zhongking. As he ascended the mountain in his usual manner, Tian Zhongking dared not relax. He leaped on the spot and, like the wind, dashed through the dense forest. It wasn't long before he returned to the courtyard, jumping in through a window. He smoothed out the wrinkles from his clothes and swept away the dewdrops on it, then pretended to read a book. After waiting for an hour, Tian Zhongking heard a crisp click at the window and immediately understood. He left the backyard, carefully locked the door, and instructed his wife to keep watch at the door before turning back to the house. Crossing the neatly laid rocky path in the courtyard and stepping over the orderly stone steps, he pushed open the door to find a stern-faced, gray-haired, middle-aged man with deep wrinkles seated inside. This man was none other than Tian Zhongking's uncle, Tian Yaodou, the eldest of the Tian family, and the only one on the verge of breaking through to the qi cultivation realm. Uncle, Zhongking is. Tian Zhongking cried out finally, managing a bitter smile before falling to his knees, his voice filled with regret and sorrow. Tian Yaodou, known for his stern temperament, picked up a tea bowl from the table in front of him and took a slow sip before responding. I have scanned the surroundings with my spiritual sense. There are no eavesdroppers, so speak now. Tian Zhongking relayed his conversation with Su Gongming word for word to his uncle. As Tian Yaodou listened, his brow furrowed more and more. When he finally heard the end of the story, he spat out a mouthful of tea. Tian Zhongking did not dare to evade, allowing the tea to drench his face and head. Tian Yaodou's face turned ashen as he furiously flipped over the table in front of him, shattering it to pieces with a loud crash. His beard and hair bristled as he roared, Foolish bastard. Tian Zhongking trembled, not daring to move. Tian Yaodou, still not appeased, grabbed him roughly and slapped him hard across the face, backhanding him again, which caused stars to appear before his eyes. He then turned and kicked over a large table, shattering it and scattering white porcelain shards everywhere, his teeth grinding audibly. Uncle. Tian Zhongking collapsed to the floor, calling out plaintively. Tian Yaodou then took a deep breath before helping him up, and with a sweep of his sleeve cleared the debris instantly. However, his teeth were still tightly clenched as he said, It is one thing to gossip, but to discuss such matters with Su Gongming, and even risk letting outsiders overhear your conversation is pure foolishness. What can be done now? Tian Zhongqing asked in a low and weak voice. Tian Yaodao replied harshly, fortunately, it is Xuanxuan who is in charge now. If it had been Li Xiangping, even 9 lives would not be enough for you. Seeing Tian Zhongqing's submissive demeanor, Tian Yaodao's anger subsided slightly. He then lowered his voice further. You should know that the temperament of the main family is derived from Uncle Mushin. The younger generation might be untaught and better off, but the older ones, apart from Li Changhu, are all the same, whether gentle, stern, or radical. At their core, they are ruthless. Which of the esteemed families do not know of the main family's powerful techniques? How dare you speak of such things? Tian Yaodao paused for a moment, his expression grave as he continued. The people of the main family seem amiable, unconcerned with trivialities, and remarkably tolerant of diverse people and situations. If this weren't the case, you wouldn't find so many external cultivators among the families by the lake. Their ancestors wouldn't have allowed such diversity. However, crossing certain lines or breaking their taboos could lead to a massacre, the extermination of an entire family, carried out with such ruthlessness that they would seem like entirely different people. Tian Yaodao, the younger brother of Tian Yun and also the maternal uncle of Li Xuanfeng and Li Jingshan, not only held a terrifyingly high status but was also gifted. However, he had started cultivating too late and only reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm in his 50s. He continued coldly, recounting history. Why do you think the Liu family, despite being the old ancestors' in-laws and holding a large spirit field in Jingyang town, have ended up faring worse than our Tian family, even though Liu Raoxuan is still alive now? Tian Zhongqing, who was listening intently, asked, why? Back when you and the others were not even born yet, and Xuanxuan was probably only 4 or 5 years old, the gate of Mount Lijing was newly established. A member of the Liu family spied on the main family's gate. At that time, Xiangping was in charge and tied up that man personally and beheaded him at the mountain gate to protect the family. Xuanxuan also knows of this situation, hence the long-standing lukewarm state of the Liu family. As Tian Yaodao spoke of this old event from such a current perspective, his voice was heavily tinged with emotion. Though he did not intend to instill fear in him, his words deeply alarmed Tian Zhongqing, who trembled with fear with tears in his eyes. He then squeezed out a question through his clenched teeth. Uncle, what do you mean? Chapter 254, Meeting the Taoist Master. Tian Yaodao heard his question but merely looked at him, expressionless. Tian Zhongqing was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood the meaning behind his words. His hand stopped shaking as his tears ceased flowing, and he slowly pressed his forehead on the ground, murmuring dejectedly, I understand now, uncle. Unexpectedly, Tian Yaodao snorted coldly. It has not come to that yet. Tian Zhongqing was about to close his eyes and utter his last words, but his eyes suddenly bulged upon hearing this. With great relief, he coughed twice, saying hoarsely, Zhongqing is not one to cling to life out of fear of death. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Tian Yaodao's face, but it quickly vanished as he returned to his usual stern expression. If only Wronger were not such a disappointment, he said flatly. Tian Zhongqing knew that the Wronger his uncle spoke of was Tian Rong, Tian Yaodao's eldest son and only offspring. Unfortunately, he did not inherit his father's talents and only indulged himself in cockfighting, dog racing, and other frivolous pleasures in life. This was a constant regret in Tian Yaodao's life. Looking at the disciples of the Tian family, it would be bearable if they were merely mediocre, but their failure to restrain themselves truly makes me want to discipline each one I see. Tian Rong is the worst of them, utterly worthless. You are the only one with a spiritual orifice capable of preserving our family's legacy, Tian Yaodao said as he waved his hand dismissively, his expression somewhat somber. Anyway, this is not the time to discuss this. The only plan now is to seek help from someone, he continued in a deep voice, changing the subject. Who? Tian Zhongqing asked, quickly looking up. Tian Yaodao hesitated slightly before replying, Li Jingshan. Come to Xianyu Peak. This phrase, simple and calm yet carrying the resonance of ancient wisdom, exploded in Li Tongya's ears like thunder. He recognized it as the voice of Xiao Shooting and felt a mixture of both joy and fear. His hand paused momentarily, still holding the jade chopsticks, before he quickly set them down again. He responded respectfully, observing that those around him seemed oblivious to the exchange. The ceremony was nearing its end. The disciples of the immortal sect had already left, and only few members of the Foundation establishment realm families remained. Li Tongya rose and swiftly exited the formation, heading up the mountain. As he looked down at the swift Yue River and the pine and cypress trees peppering the mountain landscape, his naturally suspicious nature made him hesitate briefly. Despite showing no outward reaction, his heart was tumultuous like a raging sea. Xiao Shooting's man on creek and my boundless ocean are Dao partners. He has always looked out for me, but these coincidences arouse suspicion. However, the Zhao family's immense kindness toward the Li family made Li Tongya feel guilty for his doubts. With no way back, he forcefully suppressed his doubts and made his way through the mountain paths silently until he reached the most prominent and distinguished peak. The formation on the peak was isolated, designed to allow Li Tongya entry halfway up the mountain, sparing him the climb from the foot, a gesture that perfectly balanced respect and humility. Li Tongya nodded slightly, stepping onto the mid-mountain path where the wind rustled through ancient, cold grass. A stairway of brown wood snaked upward. Zhao Yuanxi was already there waiting and greeted Li Tongya with a light laugh and a cupped fist. "Fellow Taoist, please." Since this was a formal occasion, Zhao Yuanxi addressed him as a fellow Taoist rather than the more familiar brother Tongya. Li Tongya nodded in response and returned the gesture politely. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Together, they ascended, almost floating above the ground. After the duration it took to burn an incense stick, they finally reached the summit of Xianyu Peak. At the peak, the sound of trickling water filled the air. Between two broken peaks lay a deep pool shrouded in a cold mist, surrounded by frost-resistant flora, a truly celestial scene. An elderly man in white robes, looking remarkably spirited, sat atop the cliff, smiling warmly at the two approaching men. Zhao Yuanxi cupped his fist and gestured for Li Tongya to approach the cliff while he waited below by himself. Li Tongya tapped his feet lightly on the rocks a few times before floating up in front of Zhao Shooting, bowing deeply and saying respectfully, "Junior Tongya pays respects to the Taoist master. Congratulations on your attainment of the Purple Mansion realm and the creation of your immortal clan." Zhao Shooting nodded in acknowledgement of his greeting. Li Tongya then patted his waist and produced a jade box, holding it out with both hands. "Please accept my congratulatory gift, a golden bamboo fruit." The jade box had been switched. The one found in the ruins of the Moongaze Lake Market was far too precious for Li Tongya to present as a gift to Zhao Shooting. Instead, he had swapped it for a simpler one beforehand, having stored the original away. "Oh," Zhao Shooting raised an eyebrow slightly as he took the jade box from his hands. He opened it gently, revealing a glowing, golden-yellow spirit fruit. The fruit's delicate skin shimmered with a halo of light. The fruit, which had previously been blustering arrogantly, now trembled uncontrollably and could not speak, only mouthing curses silently. Zhao Shooting picked it up for inspection, and almost right away, the fruit shut its mouth tightly. Zhao Shooting nodded and said, "Indeed, it is a golden bamboo fruit, but it is not very old, just over 100 years. Nevertheless, it is a thoughtful gift." Pleased by Zhao Shooting's compliment, Li Tongya's expression grew even more respectful. Zhao Shooting continued, "Please rise, there's no need for so much formality. Sit down and join me in conversation." Yes, although Zhao Shooting's words were gentle, Li Tongya did not dare to take such liberties. He still maintained the posture of a disciple, merely lifting his head slightly as if to listen more attentively. Zhao Shooting nodded and spoke softly, "I must congratulate you on your early breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm. You have a boundless prospects ahead." Li Tongya hurriedly expressed his thanks, but Zhao Shooting waved his hand to interrupt him, laughing. "Don't worry, I'm not going to eat you. Otherwise Yuanxi would definitely give me a hard time." This light joke eased Li Tongya's nerves considerably, making the atmosphere much more relaxed. Zhao Shooting did not wait for Li Tongya's reaction, but instead continued on his own. "Li Mushin truly knew how to raise his sons. Hearing Yuanxi describe you and your youngest brother, it's as if I can see your father's face right before me. It's a pity he passed away so early. I was busy breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm and never got to meet him." This comment was purely an attempt at a polite conversation. At the time, the Li family was just a minor embryonic breathing realm family, and Zhao Shooting couldn't be bothered to engage much with Li Tongya, let alone take the time to meet Li Mushin at Mount Lijing. It was only later, when Li Qijing's talents became apparent, that Zhao Shooting began to take a more serious interest in the Li family. Li Tongya nodded, showing a hint of regret. Zhao Shooting then chuckled lightly, shifting the conversation. "I have also heard of the Yu family from Milan. In my youth, I had crossed hands with Yu Yufeng. His palm technique was indeed impressive, and he was once famous in Lixia Prefecture. He later lost to the younger Yu Yuxi, which served as a stepping stone to Yu Yuxi's fame, much to his shame. After that, he quietly faded from the scene." Seeing Li Tongya listening intently, Zhao Shooting continued, "He later returned to the Yu family as the ancestor and has not been heard from since. Unexpectedly, the Yu family has produced another Foundation establishment realm cultivator who has been stirring up trouble at Moongaze Lake in recent years." He stroked the fishing rod in his hand and whispered softly, "To suppress the Yu family, simply removing Yu Yufeng the white jade fist will suffice." Chapter 255, Sent to Mount Yue, I. Zhao Shooting paused for a moment and then spoke softly. "Now that I have achieved the Purple Mansion realm and mastered divine abilities, even having my name registered in the underworld, there are many matters I must refrain from involving myself in now. UNC's idea of having me take action is too naive. The 4 Taoists of Azure Pond sect are all watching. Using my abilities to influence the situation subtly is still acceptable, but personally taking action to kill Yu Yufeng would break the rules. Li Tongya hastily cupped his fist in respect and replied, "We shall handle everything according to the Taoist master's wishes. My family awaits your instructions." Seeing his respectful attitude, Xiao Shooting nodded approvingly and continued, "I have reviewed the jade slip UNC brought back. It indeed contains the footwork technique of Taoist Master Xianyu, which is of great significance to us. Given the good relations between our 2 families and the fact that your Li family is currently being oppressed by the Yu family, it is only right that we offer our help. Although I cannot personally take action, I can still easily handle them." As a Taoist master of the Purple Mansion realm, Xiao Shooting's mere words could make the Yu family tremble with fear and apologize. Yu Xiaogui would personally come to apologize, not daring to secretly humiliate the Li family. Such a statement was simply an excuse to suppress the Yu family and support the Li family at Moongaze Lake. Hence, Li Tongya was naturally eager to hear it and listened respectfully. Our Xiao family is now an independent immortal clan, no longer under Azure Pond's jurisdiction. We cannot arbitrarily send Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to kill Azure Pond's clan members. Fortunately, although our Xiao family is not powerful, we have a few Foundation Establishment Realm guest cultivators. I will send them to deal with Yu Yufeng, Xiao Shooting said, speaking in a calm tone. Li Tongya acknowledged this and then voiced his doubt. However, Yu Yufeng is cautious and spends most of his time in seclusion within the mountain gate, rarely stepping outside. It will not be easy to encircle and kill him. Indeed, Xiao Shooting agreed as he smiled faintly, gently lifting the white jade fishing rod in his hand. He pulled the baitless jade hook from the deep pool, causing ripples on the surface. A knowing smile crossed his face. Yu Yufeng will come out. Not only will he come out, but he will also follow the Gili Road eastward to a secluded, nameless hill in Mushroom Forest Plain and wait for us there. Li Tongya felt a chill down his spine, his pores tingling as he thought to himself, the power of the Purple Mansion realm's divine abilities is truly formidable. His face remained serious as he nodded. Xiao Shooting's tone then shifted to one of earnest advice as he said, "As for your Li family, you must carefully consider your future path. Once the Yu family falls, there will be no prominent rivals at Moongaze Lake. You must think carefully about what your next steps would be. Understood?" Li Tongya nodded solemnly. Xiao Shooting paused again and then spoke softly, "Someone from the Li family must join the Azure Pond sect." Li Tongya's expression remained unchanged, but his mind was in turmoil. Without hesitation, he asked, "Who do you think is suitable, Taoist master?" Li Tongya recognized that Xiao Shooting's tone was not one of solicitation or discussion, but a calm instruction. Thus, he did not question or argue but responded directly. Xiao Shooting paused for a moment because of Li Tongya's decisiveness, then chuckled softly. "You are a smart man, you should understand this matter. The case of Li Qijing was only because he possessed the Moonlight Immortal Foundation and extraordinary talent. Ordinary disciples would not face such a fate. This strategy is not about sacrificing your family's children for Azure Pond sect, but rather, it is a threefold beneficial plan. Firstly, since your family is still under Azure Pond's jurisdiction, having disciples cultivating within the sect ensures a range of benefits for you: smooth communication, ease in handling matters, and a life-saving backing, all of which are excellent. Secondly, the disciples sent to the Immortal sect do not need to be exceptionally talented, they just need to be above average. That way, they would not fall victim to harm while still able to contribute to the family. As they progress to higher cultivation realm, they could even gain some power within the sect. Xiao Shooting's tone remained polite as he continued, "Our family has separated from Azure Pond, our disciples have withdrawn, and most of our informants have lost contact with us. This has left us unaware of their internal situation. If your family can send a disciple inside, it would greatly benefit both our families. As for who that may be, that decision is yours to make." For a distinguished Purple Mansion realm cultivator like Xiao Shooting, to explain the matter in such detail surprised Li Tongya and left him feeling honored. But it is not easy to become a disciple of Azure Pond. He responded hesitantly after some time. However, it seemed like Xiao Shooting had already arranged everything and answered simply, "The population on Kingsui Peak is sparse. Si Yunbai has left the sect, and our UNC has also departed from Kingsui Peak, leaving only his junior sister Yuan Tuan there. Now is the time for assistance. If you send someone to be her disciple, Yuan Tuan will surely not refuse." "Understood," Li Tongya nodded. Xiao Shooting stopped speaking, glancing at him before continuing, "You may go now. I hope you will not fail in your duty and lead the Li family well." Li Tongya cupped his fists in respect and descended from the cliff, walking down the mountain. When he reached the pond, Xiao UNC nodded to him politely in acknowledgement. After watching Li Tongya leave, Zhao Yuanci soared up and landed beside Zhao Shooting, speaking in a soft voice. "Ancestor, you called for me." Zhao Shooting nodded and asked, "Is everything arranged for Gilliwen? Does she have any complaints or dissatisfaction?" "Everything has been prepared." Gilliwen has read the information about Li Yunjiao's achievements carefully and expressed her willingness to marry. Zhao Yuanci responded respectfully. Zhao Shooting then lifted the white jade fishing rod gently with 2 fingers and said softly, "It's about time she gets married. Back then, I had introduced her to many young talents in the prefecture, but she remained silent. I figured that she might be inclined to marry outside our family. Thankfully, the Li family has enough standing." Zhao Shooting's words clarified the intricacies. After all, the difference between marrying a rogue cultivator to live quietly on a small peak and marrying into another family as the principal wife with a grand dowry was significant. Zhao Yuanci understood this well and replied softly, "Ancestor, you are wise. Knowing that the Li family would not marry our direct daughter, you informed Yuanci in advance. Otherwise, Yuanci would not know how to deal with time." Zhao Shooting shook his head and said softly, "Li Tongya is not foolish. The Li family seeks an alliance, not subservience. Gilliwen is sharp and intelligent, which is why she has this opportunity." Zhao Yuanci, being straightforward and sincere, felt uneasy discussing these matters that stripped away the veneer of friendship. Thus, he remained silent. Zhao Shooting did the same, holding his white jade fishing rod silently. For a moment only the sound of the mountain wind howling through the trees was heard, causing Zhao Yuanci's beard and hair to flutter. Meanwhile, as Li Tongya descended the mountain, he saw 2 figures waiting at its foot. One wore a brown bamboo hat and had a short, neatly trimmed beard, with long eyebrows reaching his temples. He held a knife in his hand and had a sharp look in his eyes. He was at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment. Upon seeing Li Tongya, he cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, fellow Taoist Tongya." The other had white hair and a youthful face with a flowing beard, his eyes bright and penetrating. He cupped his fists in greeting as well and laughed lightly before introducing himself. "I am Nanshan Wang. Greetings, fellow Taoist." Li Tongya cupped his fists hurriedly in return. The swordsman nodded and said in a deep voice, "I am Chen Taojing." These 2 were, of course, the people Zhao Shooting had sent to deal with Yu Yufeng. After exchanging a few words with them, Li Tongya saw Zhao Chuchu approaching from afar on the wind, smiling. "Thank you for waiting." The others quickly responded, expressing how it was no bother at all. Zhao Chuchu pointed to the swordsman Chen Taojing and introduced him. "This is Chen Taojing, who was once a guest cultivator at Moongaze Lake Market. After the market was destroyed, he settled with my family. He practices the river One Chi technique and has established the boundless ocean, just like Brother Tongya." Li Tongya nodded immediately and the swordsman's eyes lit up. The 2 cupped their fists and Li Tongya said with a smile, "I will need to seek much advice from you, senior." "We can learn from each other," the swordsman responded politely. Zhao Chuchu then pointed to Nanshan Wang and introduced, "Nanshan Wang is an elder in our family. With 1 at the peak of the foundation establishment realm and 2 at the mid-stage, this was the force the Zhao family had mobilized." Zhao Chuchu then introduced Li Tongya to the 2, and with that, they all took to the wind and headed west. Chapter 256, Sent to Mount Yue II. After seeing off Tian Yaodao, Tian Zhongqing tidied up the room right away. Not daring to waste any time at all, he made his way west toward Lijiang Town hurriedly. With the dazzling morning sun slowly rising, he was bathed in the brilliant golden light. An image of Su Gongming suddenly popped into his mind. "I have the guidance of my elder and must still rush about. Who knows if I can avert disaster? Brother Gongming is all alone. How will he manage?" A faint sense of guilt mixed with deep relief surged within Tian Zhongqing, creating a complex blend of emotions in his heart. This mixture of worry and conflicting feelings made the otherwise tedious journey pass quickly. Between Lijiang Town and the various towns of Huaki and Lei Lijiaku village, the original dirt road had been replaced by a beautifully paved stone path. Lijiaku village was also home to a family from Moongaze Lake surnamed Su, who later moved to Lijiang Town. Known for keeping a low profile, it was said that the ancestors of these families were refugees skilled in business dealings, and several of their descendants had even managed affairs with Mount Yue. Tian Zhongqing had never been to this place, so he just glanced around and continued west. It was still early and Lijiang Town was just waking up in the morning mist, with smoke rising from every household. Tian Zhongqing headed straight to the foot of Mount Lijiang and spoke directly to the 2 clan guards stationed there. "Please deliver this letter to my cousin." The guards took a good look at him and recognized Tian Zhongqing right away, knowing that his cousin was Li Jingshan. They quickly nodded and took the letter, and soon, a message came down in response. They then collected Tian Zhongqing's storage pouch and Dharma artifacts before leading him up the mountain. Tian Zhongqing entered the mountain, walking along a small path for a while until he saw a small courtyard appear before him. He entered the courtyard respectfully, where there was only a small desk by the window where a woman in a palace dress, with a jade hairpin and a gentle demeanor, was seated. Beside her kneeled a young girl who stared at him curiously. Zhongqing greets elder sister. Tian Zhongqing called out respectfully. Li Jingshan, however, merely held the letter in her hand and said calmly, "Uncle sent you here. Is there something you need to ask?" Tian Zhongqing was about to speak, but Li Jingshan waved her hand to interrupt him, gently patting Li Qingxiao's head and sending her off to study. Only then did she focus her attention on listening to Tian Zhongqing's explanation. Raising her eyebrows slightly, she felt a mix of exasperation and amusement as she set down her tea bowl and criticized harshly, "How could you be this foolish?" Li Jingshan frowned slightly. Though her temperament was gentle, she had a dignified presence when serious, startling Tian Zhongqing into a tirade of repetitive apologies. "Indeed, I was foolish. I was foolish." Li Jingshan paused and then advised, "If you fear trouble, relinquish your position and take some of our clan's allied cultivators to Mount Yue to cultivate spirit fields." Tian Zhongqing nodded repeatedly but hesitated before asking quietly, "When can I return?" Li Jingshan pondered for a moment and replied, "Focus on your cultivation. If all goes well, someone from our family will be sent to the eastern Mount Yue to guard and establish a foothold. Your days may not be so difficult, but as for when you can return, that is not something I can predict." Tian Zhongqing nodded continuously, seeing that Li Jingshan remained silent. Not daring to say more, he expressed his thanks and quickly left. As Tian Zhongqing departed, the courtyard was left with only a gentle breeze. Li Jingshan waited quietly at the desk for a while, and soon enough there was a knock on the door. She smiled warmly. "Come." A young man wearing a black robe and matching black boots adorned with silver patterns stepped inside. He cupped his fists lightly and said with a soft laugh, "Auntie, what did you tell him?" Li Jingshan smiled softly and replied, "I told him to go to Mount Yue." Li Yunjiao nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face as he said quietly, "Previously, people despised Mount Yue for its poverty and the fact that it was inhabited by uncivilized men with disheveled hair and tattoos. No one even wanted to go there to plant spirit patties. Now they have come knocking by themselves." Li Jingshan nodded silently and said softly, "They would rather engage in cockfighting and dog racing in the town than go to Mount Yue to manage spirit fields. This is the nature of these cultivators." In contrast, the impoverished cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm worked tirelessly, taking on multiple jobs just to earn a few more jin of spirit patties. It is indeed human nature. Li Yunjiao said, laughing heartily before adding, "The influential families live without worries, provided for by their elders. Besides their daily cultivation, they naturally indulge in entertainment. This Tian Zhongqing is actually one of the better ones. Most cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm, knowing they have no hope of breaking through to the qi cultivation realm, start to behave recklessly, indulging themselves in pleasures and vices, making them an annoyance to others. With this excuse, we can send the Tian family's allied cultivators to Mount Yue to farm, preventing them from causing trouble under the pretense of residual favors." Li Jingshan poured tea for Li Yunjiao, startling the young man into repeatedly expressing his unworthiness. Li Jingshan then smiled and said, "My uncle Tian Yaodao is loyal, but over the years, the Tian family has grown increasingly arrogant, relying on his and my mother's past favors. They have taken in several Mount Yue cultivators and have become somewhat overconfident. This matter serves as a good warning to several families." Li Jingshan's words were partly to absolve Tian Yaodao, and Li Yunjiao understood this clearly. He nodded, saying, "Granduncle and father have both noticed this, which is why they gave him the pill to help him break through. However, the Tian family's ethos is not right. Even without Tian Zhongqing's incident, there would still be something to hold against them." The two talked for a while before Li Yunjiao asked, "How is Qingxiao doing now? Is she studying and practicing calligraphy?" Li Jingshan replied softly, "Of course she is studying and practicing calligraphy diligently, but if she does not have a spiritual orifice, learning will not be of much use." Li Yunjiao fell silent as he heard this, picking up the tea bowl from the table and taking a small sip. He then said in a low voice, "Uncle Dong is talented. Qingxiao will surely be fine." Despite his reassuring words, Li Yunjiao was anxious. The Li family originally had no spiritual orifices, and Li Xianping could cultivate only because he used a talisman seed. Besides, Li Jingshan also lacked a spiritual orifice. Whether Li Qingxiao possessed one was truly uncertain and unknown. It was known that at that time, Li Xuanxuan had already reached the 4th or 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. The brothers Li Yunxiu and Li Yunjiao, one of whom had a mother with a spiritual orifice at the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm, and the other with the noble bloodline of the Mulu clan, both had spiritual orifices. However, even though Li Xuanling and his wife were both cultivators, they still gave birth to Li Yuanyuan, who lacked a spiritual orifice. Clearly, the intricacies of this matter were indeed complex and difficult to predict. Chapter 257, Man on Creek, Fish in Cave I. Milan Prefecture had flat terrain and fertile land, with a population of 560,000. For a prefecture established less than 20 years ago, this was indeed a large population. The Yu family was the largest and the only landlord in Milan Prefecture. The land was entirely privately owned by the mortal descendants of the Yu family, including the tenant farmers and sharecroppers working on it. Even an ordinary concubine-born son of the Yu family could own vast tracts of land and take numerous wives and concubines. The only thriving area was Milan City, which lay beneath the main peak of the Milan Yu family. However, it was still blood-soaked, like a man-eating beast lurking quietly on the surface of the earth. Yu Mugao sat silently in the luxurious grand hall at the highest point, with a group of cultivators below him, waiting quietly for him to speak. However, Yu Mugao remained silent, simply gazing at them. Yu Xiaogui had gone to Xianyu Peak to attend Xiao shooting ceremony, causing unrest among the eastern families. Yu Mugao had been interrupted from his cultivation, and as he looked at the submissive brothers, sons, and nephews below him, he could feel his anger nearly bursting from his chest. However, he had to suppress his rage forcefully. The common people are displaced, even forced to eat their own children for survival, while my family's descendants are having fun drinking wine, playing games, singing joyously, and whipping tenant farmers. The butchers bring out dog heads, with human flesh laid out below them. Yu Mugao slowly stood up and walked out of the grand hall. Looking at Milan Prefecture under the night sky, countless recurring thoughts surged in his mind. Felt a chill down his spine and asked himself silently, is this an immortal clan or a domain of demons and devils? A deep sense of powerlessness swirled within him. Yu Mugao was a ruthless and sinister figure, yet he never had the desire to torment the people or overindulge his clan. Now, he had to watch this nightmare unfold before his very eyes. However, Yu Mugao was not the main culprit and was not solely to blame. The Yu family was already like this when it came into his hands. Even if he wanted to change it a little, the forces of opposition would involve an entire group of interests, which were led by his father and even the ancestor in the cave dwelling. He raised his head silently and looked toward the highest cave dwelling. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the wooden walls and stone barriers, seeing the old man sitting cross-legged. Last year, human flesh cost 3 coins per jin, now it is only 2 coins. Grandfather, what are you really trying to achieve? In the eerie stone cave, droplets of blood trickled down, pooling into a small basin where Yu Yufeng's hands were submerged. He silently raised his hands after the routine tempering. Attempting to calm himself and enter a meditative state, Yu Yufeng found himself increasingly agitated, unable to achieve tranquility. His hands brushed against the walls, scraping off a layer of chalky limestone. His eyes reddened, and with raw fury in his voice, he muttered menacingly, "Xiao shooting. How could this be? How could you have already achieved the Purple Mansion realm?" He was from the same era as Xiao shooting and had sparred with him many times, with victories and defeats on both sides. In terms of cultivation, he had even surpassed Xiao shooting. Yet, despite years of dedicated practice, Xiao shooting had already overtaken him. Yu Yufeng examined his palms carefully, each still bearing a faint sword scar. This realization only heightened his agitation, bringing tears to his eyes as he murmured, Fine, you are a genius. So arrogant, cutting off one's cultivation path with a single sword. Why? After a bout of uncontrolled shouting and having vented his emotions, Yu Yufeng finally sat, cross-legged once more. Surprisingly, the outburst had cleared his mind, bringing him some newfound sense of calmness. For a moment he heard celestial music, as if tiny figures were playing drums and gongs, creating a beautiful melody. A good opportunity. Unconsciously, Yu Yufeng became more absorbed in his trance-like state, his mind clear and joyful. A vision of a small hill, passing through numerous forests and roads, appeared before him. This is the chance for my breakthrough. 2 bursts of colorful light appeared briefly behind his head of white hair, but he was completely unaware of this phenomenon. His eyes grew slightly cloudy as he was overcome with joy. Kicking open the stone door, he flew into the grand hall. Yu Mugao, staring blankly at the night sky, was startled by the sudden appearance of a gaunt, white-haired old man before him. He quickly lowered his head to conceal his surprise and bowed respectfully. Greetings, ancestor. Behind him, the uncles and nephews who were gathered exchanged bewildered glances before kneeling down as well, their voices echoing in unison. Greetings, ancestor. Yu Yufeng hummed in acknowledgement as he slowly squinted, his face showing a strange expression as he looked at the kneeling Yu Mugao. He asked in a low voice, Has Yu Xiaogui not returned yet? He has not, ancestor. Yu Mugao answered quietly, his tone respectful. The gathered uncles and nephews glanced at each other, speculating that Yu Yufeng must have made a significant breakthrough. Yu Mugao, however, felt uneasy. Hesitantly, he raised his head and asked humbly, Ancestor, did you have a breakthrough during your seclusion? Yes and no. Yu Yufeng visibly became very excited at the subject, laughing heartily as he replied, While I was in seclusion, I had a sudden epiphany, feeling refreshed and understanding where my breakthrough opportunity lies. Ah, what joy! Congratulations on your epiphany, ancestor. The Purple Mansion realm is within reach. Yu Mugao's uncles and nephews immediately pressed their heads to the ground, shouting in unison, their voices full of respect and excitement. This extravagant display made Yu Yufeng feel even more pleased with himself as he nodded slowly, taking it all in. However, Yu Mugao, observing Yu Yufeng's exaggerated expression, felt increasingly uneasy. He began to feel suspicion rising in him and chose his next words carefully. Congratulations on your divine insight, ancestor. The Purple Mansion realm is surely within your reach. Such enlightenment is only spoken of in ancient legends, attributed to the most extraordinary Taoist immortals. It has not been heard of for hundreds of years, and the fact that you have achieved such insight is truly earth-shattering. Yu Mugao had deliberately phrased his words so oddly to hint at his doubts, but Yu Yufeng, failing to catch the hint, thought he was being flattered. Instead, he laughed heartily and declared proudly, "Indeed, it is so." This statement was something no Foundation Establishment realm ancestor would dare utter, striking Yu Mugao's mind like thunder. He knew Yu Yufeng well, and such arrogance and restlessness was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he could not help the words of caution that left his mouth. Ancestor, beware of falling under someone's spell. These words exploded next to Yu Yufeng's ears. He paused momentarily, his eyes briefly clearing. However, 1,000 li away, a white jade fishing rod was lifted lightly, and Yu Yufeng's eyes dimmed again. He roared angrily, "You cowardly junior, trying to obstruct my path." With a powerful sweep of his gray sleeve, he struck Yu Mugao, causing him to see stars and spit blood instantly. Rolling 3 times on the ground, Yu Mugao spat out 2 teeth, his mana completely drained. Yu Yufeng's voice was cold and harsh when he spoke again. "A small punishment to serve as a big warning, remember it well." Yu Yufeng then flew eastward on the wind. Covered in dust and blood, Yu Mugao lay on the ground, weak. However, he still cried out persistently, tears streaming down his face as he ran and stumbled over his own feet. "Don't go, ancestor. You must not go. Ancestor. Ancestor. You mustn't." Chapter 258, Man on Creek, Fish in Cave, II. However, Yu Yufeng had already flown away on the wind. Yu Mugao, his mouth filled with blood, found to his dismay that his mana flow had been halted by Yu Yufeng's strike. He attempted a couple of spells but failed to lift off, calling out a few times in futility before giving up. Yu Mugao spat out the blood in his mouth, spraying red droplets everywhere. Looking back, he found himself standing on the rock platform below the hall, disheveled, covered in dust, and the front of his clothes now stained with blood. His bare feet were planted on the ground, a far cry from the refined young master he once was. However, he did not care as he stood dazedly in the open space, feeling utterly lost. He gazed at the gloomy sky, the dark night swirling between the mountain peaks. His heart felt empty as he stood there barefoot. Slowly, his uncles and brothers caught up, buzzing like a swarm of bees. "Mugao, this was a joyous occasion. How could you speak like that? The ancestor is merciful. It's fortunate that brother Mugao is unharmed." Yu Mugao, body hunched and heart burning with anger, could only grit his teeth and endure such embarrassment. With a long sigh, he let 2 streams of tears flow down his cheeks and cried out to the heavens, "This is beyond human control. What can we do? What can we do?" The noise behind him continued. Furious, Yu Mugao drew his sword with a swift motion, glaring at the Yu family members like a tiger. They immediately fell silent, lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Yu Mugao's lips trembled for several moments before he finally threw the sword to the ground with a clang and roared, "Get out." The Yu family uncles and brothers scattered immediately, as though caught in a whirlwind. Some lifted their robes and ran while the others flew away. Yu Mugao stood there for a while more, still dazed, before finally covering his face and weeping loudly. "My Yuan, I have lost you. Who else can I rely on to manage these fools?" Li Tongya and the others landed on the small hill. Nanshan Weng took out 12 formation flags and several jade slips, distributing them with a smile. "Brother Taojing, and I will place the flags at the Qian, Kun, Can, and Li positions. You two place the flags at the Zhen, Zun, Zhen, and Dui positions. The hand seals and incantations are in these jade slips." Xiao Chuchu and Li Tongya nodded, turning around to fly off in their respective directions. Li Tongya studied the jade slip for a moment, confirming the Zhen position and placed the flag there. Xiao Chuchu also arrived on the wind, and the two of them cast spells to fix the flags in place. While performing a series of hand seals, Xiao Chuchu glanced at Li Tongya and said in a low voice, "Do you have any doubts, fellow Taoist Tongya?" "Indeed, I do." Li Tongya replied as he nodded, casting the spell before continuing, "In the presence of the ancestor, I dared not speak. I cannot understand why Yu Yufeng, who is known for his steadfast seclusion, would come westward." Li Tongya had his suspicions, but continued with polite words in order to prompt Xiao Chuchu's explanation. Xiao Chuchu laughed heartily and said, "The Taoist master's divine ability, derived from Man on Creek, is unique in Yue State and Jiangnan. His life divine ability possesses various wonders, one of which can arouse greed and anger, creating illusions to lure and tempt people. This is why Yu Yufeng could not resist coming. He has been obsessed for years, deeply ensnared by the spell. Unless someone with great power can stop him for a moment and give him a hard slap across the face, he will not wake up. Li Tongya felt a chill down his spine. Such divine ability able to manipulate others so easily was merely one of its abilities. He sighed deeply and said quietly, "We are like dogs and horses beside a crumbling wall, or fish and shrimp in a cave. So insignificant compared to those in the Purple Mansion realm." Xiao Chuchu gently shook his head and replied, "To arouse greed and anger, creating illusions. It is all just a minor application of this divine ability." Yu Yufeng's mind was already clouded and his spirit was muddled, hence making it easy for him to fall into the trap. Used in ordinary situations, it would only influence someone's thoughts slightly or make them prone to rash and impulsive actions. Li Tongya nodded slightly, his heart filled with great fear, growing more and more unsettled. He thought to himself, guiding inclinations, who but those in the Purple Mansion realm can perceive it? Who knows how many big and small affairs Xiao Shooting has already secretly influenced over these past 10 years? A large cluster of doubts surfaced in his mind, and Li Tongya pondered silently. The Yu family has been wasting time with the Eastern families for 20 years, creating never-ending waves of trouble. Though the Fei family frequently caused problems, how much more capable could Fei Wengbei be compared to Yu Mugo? Yet they always managed to evade responsibility. Lu Sisi spent his entire life preparing many contingency plans in the Ding, Li, and in families, even in the Mushroom Forest Plain. Why did all his plans turn to dust in one night when he died? The three families attacked the Lu family simultaneously, with no regard for consequences, as if they had planned it together. Li Tongya's hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, trembled slightly. Even his facial expression distorted slightly, evidence of his fear. He quickly lowered his head to hide his emotions. While these suspicions could be dismissed as mere paranoia, there was one inference he couldn't shake away, one that convinced him Xiao Shooting was behind it all. Years ago, the Ren family occupied the Lu family's old nest, Mount Tioan. Without a second thought, Jingaming handed Mount Tioan over to the Ding family, leading Ding Ziding to enter Moongaze Lake. Where was Mount Tioan located? Right at the border between Moongaze Lake and Mushroom Forest Plain. The Ding family occupying this spot effectively blocked the Ren and Li families from moving east along the Gili Road to encroach on Mushroom Forest Plain and Lixia Prefecture, cutting off their path to the Xiao family. The Ding family had long been the gatekeepers for the Yuan family. The Yuan family had numerous Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, and Yuan Tuan, a senior sister of Li Qijing, was now the head of Kingsui Peak, where the Li family intended to send their disciples. Unless the Li family occupied Mount Tioan first, it was nearly impossible to start a conflict with the Yuan family over that desolate mountain. This left the Xiao family free from geographical conflicts with the Li family. No wonder they want my family to send disciples to the Azure Pond sect. It all fits together. The intricate connections made Li Tongya's heart tremble with fear, deeply unsettling him and leaving him momentarily dazed. Looking further back, the eastern invasion of Mount Yue, Giant Ixie's suicide, the destruction of the Moongaze Lake Market, each event has suspicious points. Xiao Shooting, what a masterful man on Creek, what a terrifying man Xiao Shooting is. Fellow Taoist Tongya. Xiao Chuchu's voice called out twice, startling Li Tongya back to reality. He quickly apologized, saying with a bitter tone, "I was lost in thoughts about the mysteries of the Purple Mansion realm and its various divine abilities, and was momentarily distracted. I am truly sorry." Though he spoke these words, Li Tongya was inwardly struck by a realization, thinking that day when I broke into the Lu family and learned about Giant Ixie's matter as a Purple Mansion ritual, I felt the sky darken and light vanish, leaving me at the mercy of the Purple Mansion. Over the years, as my cultivation grew, I distanced myself from worldly matters, feeling a faint sense of freedom. Yet I am still but a small shrimp in a cave, foolishly thinking otherwise. Even though Xiao Shooting had subtly aided his family, it still left Li Tongya deeply uneasy. He suppressed these thoughts as Xiao Chuchu laughed heartily and said, "The Purple Mansion realm is naturally wondrous." In ancient times it was called divine refinement, meaning to cultivate divine abilities, famed for its many marvels. Divine refinement, Li Tongya echoed, quickly adjusting his mindset as he responded with a smile. Such hidden truths exist. That's right, Xiao Chuchu infused the final incantation into the formation flag, completing the setup of this formation I alongside Li Tongya. They then rode the wind to the next-gen position to place another flag. Not wanting to miss the opportunity to gather more information, Li Tongya could not help but ask further as they continued soaring through the air. "Senior, with your extensive knowledge, could you tell me the names of the other realms?" Xiao Chuchu nodded slightly and replied, "In ancient times, the embryonic breathing realm was called chakra nourishment, the chi cultivation realm was known as chi ingestion, the Purple Mansion realm was termed divine refinement, and the Golden Core realm was referred to as seeking essence. These descriptions were more aligned with the cultivation processes. After the conflict between the immortals and devils, not only were there changes to prevent others from stealing their traditions, but the techniques also evolved to include many cryptic terms and jargon. Even the realms became different and much harder to understand. As they talked, they finished setting up the last formation point and flew back to the small hill, where the swordsman, Chen Taojing, and Nanshan Wang were already waiting. The four of them concealed themselves and quietly awaited Yu Yufeng's arrival. Crow's thoughts 8 trigrams directions. Kaiyan Kun, Kan, Li equals southeast, northeast, south, north. Zhen Zun, Zhen Dui equals west, northwest, southwest, east. Chapter 259 Ambushed. And Jayan, having completed his meditation, slowly got down from the rock atop the mountain. Before him sat a middle-aged man with a head full of gray hair, appearing at least 10 years older than Jayan. The man was meditating silently, but as Jayan approached, he opened his eyes and greeted, "Senior." Jayan merely nodded, his expression somewhat downcast. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, and his once stern face softened with a hint of a smile as he asked, "Could it be that you were driven out by your wife again?" Jayan shook his head and sighed, replying with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "It is not something to laugh about, Brother Yaodo. My wife Feiruo is perfect in every way except for her domineering personality." Tian Yaodo chuckled softly. He had a certain fondness for this former head of the family, but kept his distance due to the presence of many prying eyes. He simply responded, "Feiruo is both capable and ambitious." The Li family had attempted to arrange a marriage for Jayan in the town several times. Many children with spiritual orifices were already betrothed. Even Li Yuanian almost could not marry one. It was even more challenging for someone like Jayan, once infamous for his brutality, to find a match. Eventually, he ended up marrying Li Feiruo. Li Feiruo had previously married westward to Mount Yue, accomplished feats there, and also managed Lichuanku village. She was not only beautiful but also carried an aura of nobility. And Jayan, despite being a chi cultivator, had been through many ups and downs, which had softened his temperament. Li Feiruo completely dominated him, but despite his complaints, their life together was fairly harmonious. And Jayan chuckled, avoiding the topic. "I see that Brother Tian is troubled. What worries you?" he asked politely. Tian Yaodao sighed deeply, his old face drooping as he replied, "At over 50 years old, I have enjoyed what pleasures I could and barely reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm before 60. What troubles could I have, except for the fact that my children and grandchildren are disappointing?" Such a topic of conversation made Jayan slightly uneasy. He said softly, "Brother Yaodo need not worry. Sometimes there is a blessing in ignorance. Having children and grandchildren that are too outstanding might not always be a good thing." Tian Yaodao remained silent. The two sat on the peak when a figure climbed up, dressed in a long robe with a sword at his waist and a composed expression. It was Chen Dong. Chen Dong appeared travel-worn, indicating that he had just returned from somewhere. The two men stood and cupped their fists in greeting. Chen Dong returned the salute, and Jayan laughed. "Dong, where have you been?" Chen Dong shook off the dust from his robe and then stood proudly, now clean and neat. He answered softly, "My wife and daughter are in Lijiang Town. I always miss them and have to go back to see them." Chen Dong sat by the stone table and took a sip from a jade cup. Looking puzzled, he asked, "Upon my return, I heard that Tian Zhongqing volunteered to lead a group of Tian family members to eastern Mount Yue and accepted a quota of 600 jin of spirit patties. Uncle, what is the meaning of this?" Tian Yaodao simply shook his head, muttering, "It's a long story. The children are just disappointing." Chen Dong saw that Tian Yaodao was reluctant to elaborate and paused before speaking gently. "Allow me to say something. The highborn children are indeed arrogant. Perhaps this ordeal is a good thing for them." Tian Yaodao raised his eyebrows, indicating for Chen Dong to continue. Chen Dong nodded and continued in a low voice, "Every day I see the children of the Tian family in the town cockfighting, racing dogs, and acting arrogantly. I was always secretly worried for you, uncle." Although today's incident caused a setback for the Tian family, it might have helped avert a greater disaster in the future. It is truly a fortunate event. These comforting words eased Tian Yaodao's mind considerably, but he still frowned and sighed. "You are right, Dong. Zhongqing is still decent enough, so I can rest assured about him. But those useless ones like Tian Rong, they can always stir up trouble." Tian Yaodao then waved his sleeve and stood up, seeming to have made a decision. He then said in a deep voice, "I shall now enter seclusion for a breakthrough. No more preparations are necessary. Lingering on this mountain always leaves me uneasy. The sooner I break through and descend, the better I can oversee them." After saying this, he cupped his fists to Chen Dong and Jayan and turned to head toward the Spirit Spring Cave dwelling. As the stone door closed heavily, Chen Dong set down his jade cup and looked at Jayan, who sat there dumbfounded. He chuckled lightly as he spoke warmly to the man. "Feel free to resume your cultivation. Yu Yufeng flew on the wind for a while. The speed of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was swift, and almost in an instant, he had left the territory of the Yu family, passed over the Long and Flatten family's lands, and flew past the Li family's territory. Below, the smoke from cooking fires rose slowly, and the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs made the early morning scene particularly lively. Yu Yufeng felt greatly moved as he calculated, quietly formulating a plan. He muttered slowly, "The Li family's method of rearing mortals is truly excellent. The land around Mount Dali is not particularly fertile, yet they manage to support so many mortals. If I used them for my consumption, it would not just heal the wounds on my hands, but it might even help me advance further." Yu Yufeng's heart was filled with agitation, but he knew better than to act recklessly. He gritted his teeth and said harshly, "If it were not for that sword immortal's protection, how could such delicacies slip away from me? For now, I should seize this opportunity. Once I break through to the Purple Mansion realm, I will immediately join the Azure Pond sect. Who cares about a mere 1 or 200,000 mortals?" With these thoughts, Yu Yufeng felt a surge of joy within him, quickening his pace as he swiftly flew over the Li family's territory, heading west along the Gili Road. The mystical guidance in his heart became increasingly clear. Yu Yufeng was greatly excited, and as his mana increased, the sword scars carved on his palms began to ache faintly, almost making him howl in pain. Unaware of his abnormal reaction, Yu Yufeng descended upon the small hill. Suddenly, a buzzing noise exploded in his ears as beams of light shot up instantly, enveloping the sky in a pristine barrier. Yu Yufeng's mind went blank as he shouted out angrily, "Who dares block my way? Who dares steal my opportunity?" Ha! A cold laugh echoed from above him, a thunderous voice ringing in Yu Yufeng's ears. "Your death is imminent, and yet you are unaware that you've been ensnared. Yu Yufeng, you are truly worthless." These words exploded like thunder in Yu Yufeng's ears, clearing his muddled eyes instantly. He felt as though he had just woken up from a long dream. Shivering coldly, the events of the past half-day flooded his mind. Yu Yufeng murmured, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice, "I am the ancestor of the Yu family, connected with Yunwu Peak. Yu Muxian from my clan is cultivating there, and he's grand disciple of a Taoist master. You better consider your next actions carefully." However, no one in the formation responded. 3 figures slowly rose, and Yu Yufeng, startled, quickly scanned them with his spiritual sense. Terror engulfed him completely. He stepped back, realizing that the formation had enclosed him entirely. Finally, realizing the magnitude of his foolish actions, he muttered, "Spell. No, divine ability. Which Purple Mansion Realm cultivator seeks my life?" Chapter 260, Killing Yu Yufeng. Li Tongya concealed himself outside the formation, listening to Yu Yufeng's terrified shouts from within. He kept his head down, scanning the surroundings for any signs of intruders. With Xiao Chuchu and his group, 1 at the peak of Foundation Establishment Realm and 2 at the mid-stage dealing with Yu Yufeng, who was only at the late stage of Foundation Establishment Realm, they did not need Li Tongya's help at all. They had just asked him to stand guard outside the formation. "Take this." Nanshan Weng launched a pristine white jade seal toward Yu Yufeng, which burst forth with brilliant white light. Yu Yufeng's face twisted in both alarm and terror as he reached out to intercept it. The collision produced a violent and thunderous sound, locking them in a stalemate while in midair. "Nanshan Weng, it's you. It's the Xiao family. This is not good," Yu Yufeng cried out. The collision of lights produced sparkling radiance which trickled down from Yu Yufeng's palms as he withstood the jade seal. Nanshan Weng, eyes closed and focusing intently, pushed Yu Yufeng back step by step, his arms straining. While dealing with the Peak Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator Nanshan Weng, Yu Yufeng sensed a chilling breeze behind him. Dozens of sword beams surged like waves, producing a sound similar to the roar of raging oceans. Turning, Yu Yufeng saw a middle-aged swordsman approaching him rapidly with a sword, his gray robe billowing in the wind. Yu Yufeng, forced to divert his attention, held Nanshan Weng's jade seal with one hand and used his other to counter the sword beams. Chen Taojing, practicing the River One Chi technique, wielded robust mana. Dozens of sword beams poured down with unstoppable force, each radiant and powerful. Unexpectedly, Yu Yufeng's reverse palm strike halted the sword beams. He then grabbed and crushed them, causing a burst of clear droplets to rain down on them, dissipating the sword beams entirely. Yu Yufeng truly lives up to the name of White Jade Fist. His strength is formidable. Li Tongya, now a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator with years of experience, could easily gauge the strength of the combatants. Despite being at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, Yu Yufeng could simultaneously fend off the Peak Foundation Establishment Realm Nanshan Weng and mid-stage Chen Taojing. Even though they weren't using their full power, his ability to resist and defend himself was impressive. Below, Xiao Chuchu, having wandered the world for years, showed no regard for honor with Yu Yufeng. He swung his patterned copper rod with lethal intent, aiming directly for Yu Yufeng's head, his mana surging fiercely. In a moment of desperation, Yu Yufeng quickly gathered his mana, pushing away the jade seal with one palm and turning to clash directly with Xiao Chuchu. He used the momentum to repel himself away. These three together make it impossible for me to gauge their strength. I have no choice but to go all out. He clapped his palms together, releasing 6 beams of white light. Red lines soon emerged on his skin that extended from his elbows and earlobes, resembling dangling tassels and emitting a faint blood chi. Yu Yufeng's eyes shut and reopened, now glowing with the luster of jade, his tattered clothes revealing his sculpted muscles. He spat out a blood-red streak, his fierce and feral gaze fixed on Chen Taojing. What kind of immortal foundation is this? Chen Taojing asked in a low voice, stunned as everything happened in the space of a breath. If Yu Yufeng revealed such an immortal foundation under normal circumstances, Xiao Chuchu would be on high alert, performing hand seals or summoning Dharma artifacts to prepare for battle. But now with Yu Yufeng like a bird in a cage or a fish in a net, Xiao Chuchu wasn't worried and even had the leisure to chat. Jade Court General, Xiao Chuchu answered with a smile. Back then, it was the immortal foundation forged by the White Jade Court, subordinate to the Moonlight Origin Mansion. The courtly red dust chi required to cultivate it has long been lost. Seeing it today is quite rare indeed. That's right. Nanshan Wang nodded in agreement, pushing his palms forward, continuing. Back in the day, he made a name for himself in Lixia Prefecture with this Jade Court General. It has been many years since then, but seeing it again is still impressive. While the two elders chatted happily, Chen Taojing was struggling. Yu Yufeng, spotting him as the youngest and weakest, closed the distance between them in 2 swift steps. Each of his palms struck down with force as heavy as Mount Tai, clashing against Chen Taojing's sword, producing a series of sharp, metallic sounds and bright red sparks. Chen Taojing didn't dare to hold back any longer. He activated Boundless Ocean, and clear, thick river water rose around him like 2 dragons, continuously dissolving the incoming mana suppression. His sword techniques were adept, and though he was consuming a lot of mana, he managed to withstand Yu Yufeng's attacks. "Seniors, this old scoundrel has gone mad. Come quickly to assist," Chen Taojing shouted out through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Yu Yufeng felt a deep sense of regret within him. He finally recognized the Boundless Ocean from the famous River One Chi technique of the Lingyu Gate, common around Moongaze Lake. Cursing his bad luck, he thought to himself dejectedly, I didn't expect this guy's immortal foundation to be the Boundless Ocean. What rotten luck. Now I've lost the advantage and can't even take down one of them. Xiao Chuchu laughed heartily and said loudly, Junior's immortal foundation is extremely robust. You can easily hold on for another quarter of an hour. You are being too humble. As he spoke, wisps of cloud and fine frost, along with flashes of lightning, appeared around him. Dark runes formed on his rod, and his already white temples turned frosty. He stepped forward, swinging his rod at Yu Yufeng. Nanshan Wang also joined in, clapping his hands and retrieving a pinewood staff from a pouch at his waist. The 3 of them surrounded Yu Yufeng. Yu Yufeng, overwhelmed, struggled to defend against the sword and staff. Nanshan Wang's jade seal and staff alternately struck him solidly, yet drew no blood. Instead, pieces of jade chipped off his body, falling to the ground and transforming into bloodstains. After a few exchanges with Yu Yufeng, Xiao Chuchu sensed that something was off. He noticed that Yu Yufeng's mana was strange, almost as if it had been corrupted. It was no wonder that Chen Taojing, known for his robust and enduring Boundless Ocean, had called for help within mere moments. Observing the blood chi emanating from Yu Yufeng's immortal foundation, he muttered, Yu Yufeng, it seems you have consumed sacrificial offerings for your immortal foundation. No wonder you have been stuck at the late Foundation establishment realm for years. Such reckless consumption explains why you have not advanced. Yu Yufeng remained silent, fighting the 3 for an hour. His strength waned, nearing exhaustion and the brink of backlash from his own immortal foundation. Desperate, he threw dozens of talismans into the air which transformed into flames, green wood, and lightning, attacking his opponents. Taking the opportunity, he quickly flew westward. However, the talismans only hindered them momentarily. Xiao Chuchu and the others immediately pursued him with renewed vigor. Yu Yufeng barely managed to strike at the formation a couple of times, causing a ripple before they closed in again. Forced to turn back and fight, more pieces of jade fell from his body, and Chen Taojing sliced off half a jade finger with his sword. Yu Yufeng opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Xiao Chuchu nodded slightly and continued, Your family's techniques are impressive, likely higher than grade 3. If you had achieved the Purple Mansion realm, your divine abilities would truly be formidable in combat. Yu Yufeng remained silent, his tongue stiff in his mouth. Pills he had attempted to swallow rolled out from the corners of his mouth, his eyes unable to move. Xiao Chuchu seized this moment of his vulnerability, smashing Yu Yufeng's head with his rod, scattering more jade fragments into the air. The now frail body swayed and finally collapsed to the ground, breaking into 4 pieces and scattering debris everywhere. Chapter 261, Tides Have Turned. The three men descended in silence. Xiao Chuchu used his rod to crush the jade pieces, sweeping aside the fragments. They saw the shriveled remains of a heart and lungs, along with brain matter splattered on the ground. Everything else had transformed into bright jade, appearing crystalline and translucent in the morning light. Xiao Chuchu sighed as he picked up the storage pouch and poured out its contents with a clatter. Most of the items in it were Dharma artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. Although they had won the battle, their spirits were low as they sat among the items, carefully scanning through and selecting them. After the space of a few breaths, Li Tongya descended from the sky, intending to offer congratulatory words. He glanced at the jade fragments on the ground and wisely remained silent upon seeing the others' expressions. Nanshan Wang sighed and murmured, Yu Yufeng. In his youth, he was arrogant and domineering. Who would have thought he'd end up with his immortal foundation disintegrated like this, reduced to shattered jade? Nanshan Wang, being the eldest and most experienced, had naturally witnessed many things. When Yu Yufeng first came to Lixia Prefecture, Nanshan Wang was already a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator, and having seen Yu Yufeng in his prime, he could not help but sigh. The elderly tend to be sentimental. Xiao Chuchu, feeling deeply emotional, nodded and added, he had established an immortal foundation and possessed formidable combat strength. It's a pity he encountered Yu Yuxi, who ended his path. Who knows how many years he had wasted. The most precious years of cultivation were lost because the sword scars on his palms slowed his progress. It's not anyone else's fault, though. Nanshan Wang shook his head, as if recalling that fateful day from years ago, and said softly, Yu Yuxi had warned him repeatedly that this move was extraordinary and should not be taken head-on. He wielded dual swords with dazzling sword auras that were well synchronized with each other. It was so impressive that I could not even sit still watching him. Yet, Yu Yufeng chose to catch them bare-handed. His downfall was indeed due to his youthful arrogance and overconfidence. He couldn't blame others for it. As the two discussed past events, Chen Taojing and Li Tongya listened quietly. Xiao Chuchu picked up a few Dharma artifacts and talismans from the ground, placed them in his storage pouch, and took another portion of the spirit stones before gesturing for the others to help themselves to the rest. After Chen Taojing and Nanshan Wang had taken their share as well, Xiao Chuchu then turned to Li Tongya. Pick a few items. Li Tongya waved his hand hurriedly, declining his offer. The siege of Yu Yufeng was at my request, and I did not contribute. I was merely watching. How could I take anything from the storage pouch? He said hastily. Xiao Chuchu shook his head and replied, You have done your part by setting up the formation. That takes effort. Go ahead and take a few items. Hearing this, Li Tongya picked up 2 spirit stones. Xiao Chuchu nodded and with a wave of his sleeve collected the remaining items. He then cupped his fist and said, Brother Tongya, do not disappoint the ancestors' intentions. Now that the Yu family is weakened, this is the perfect time for your clan to rise. We have fulfilled our promise. The rest is up to your family. Indeed, thank you, Senior and the Ancestor, for your great kindness. Li Tongya said humbly, expressing his gratitude with a respectful cup of his fist. Nanshan Wang and Chen Taojing had already tactfully turned away to give the two some privacy, one cleaning up traces left by the fight and the other retrieving the formation flags. Xiao Chuchu saw Li Tongya nodding slightly in agreement. After hesitating for a few breaths, he finally spoke. Moongaze Lake's upper lake area is vast and resource-rich, without any major fire or earth veins, nor any renowned alchemy or blacksmith families. Xiao Chuchu paused again and said softly, The ancestors' intention is that there should be no marketplace on Moongaze Lake. Li Tongya understood his words immediately. This was the Xiao family's condition and one of the fundamental reasons for supporting their family at Moongaze Lake. The Xiao family boasted complete lineages and inheritances. Under Xiao Shooting's suppression, they controlled a significant market share of Dharma artifacts and elixirs in Lixia Prefecture and its surroundings. In the past, when the 3 disciples from the Xiao family were still part of the Azure Pond sect, they converted vast amounts of raw materials and exported large quantities of Dharma artifacts and elixirs annually. Most of the profits went to Azure Pond, but the remaining portion still brought substantial wealth to the Xiao family. Now, having separated from Azure Pond, the Xiao family's position has become awkward and rather disadvantageous. The Azure Pond sect had not only cut off their supply of raw materials, but also severely impacted their sales of Dharma artifacts and elixirs. Xiao Shooting had already anticipated this situation. The southern part of Moongaze Lake bordered the northern foothills of Mount Dali, where there were few families. The northern, eastern, and western shores, however, were rich in resources and densely populated with cultivators, meeting the Xiao family's needs perfectly. Li Tongya paused slightly. I understand. The Yu family's marketplace will be wiped out within a few years. He responded, cupping his fist respectfully. Xiao Chuchu nodded approvingly, signaling that the matter was settled. He then added, Yu Muxian is merely a cheap cultivator, and with the Azure Pond sect in turmoil, no one will come to investigate, and even if someone does, it will not affect you. Yu Yufeng's death will likely be glossed over, so there is no need to worry. Understood. Li Tongya responded, and the two ascended on the wind. The two others, who had been dawdling, finally finished their tasks and joined them. Xiao Chuchu smiled and said, "This matter is settled then, Brother Tongya. You may return without worry." Li Tongya bowed in return, and the three from the Xiao family departed on the wind. He then turned in the direction of Mount Lijing, feeling both relieved and pleased. At last, one of my burdens had been lifted off my shoulders. He murmured quietly to himself. The forest below sped past him as he flew by. Soon, Li Tongya's cautious nature made him suspicious once more, his mind racing with thoughts and speculations. Why did Xiao Chuchu speak to me about the Taoist master's divine abilities? It seemed like he was intentionally mentioning it to me. Was it a warning, or was it a gesture of goodwill, or perhaps another scheme of theirs? He muttered with an anxious frown. Li Tongya raised an eyebrow and turned his hand within his wide sleeve, revealing two glowing spirit stones. These were the very stones Xiao Chuchu had insisted he take. Although he appeared to have put them away, he had actually kept them hidden in his sleeve, using mana to hold them instead of touching them directly. Shaking his head, he flicked his fingers, sending the two spirit stones shooting into a large tree below, quickly disappearing from his sight. Li Tongya chuckled at his own thoughts and paranoia. Old age indeed brings overthinking. Mount Lijing soon appeared in the distance. Li Tongya gradually slowed his speed and descended into the formation, his spiritual sense scanning the area. A powerful voice reverberated in the mind of every direct descendant of the Li family. Yu Yufeng is dead. Rest for 6 hours, then set off immediately for Mount Huizhong. Before the echoes of these words ended, the stone door of the cave dwelling behind him opened suddenly. A young man carrying a golden longbow strode out confidently. His sharp eyebrows arched proudly, and his face bore a slight, almost mischievous grin. He laughed heartily and bellowed, "Finally, we can get some revenge." Li Tongya shook his head with a smile and looked toward the Milan prefecture in the distance. The rising sun painted the horizon, cutting through the forest. A surge of exhilaration and boldness rose in his heart. His next words were ferocious, his voice dangerously quiet. "Yu Xiaogui, the tides have turned." Chapter 262, Breaking the Formation. Njayan was humming a tune on the mountain peak, gazing at the bright moon. On the small table before him were a dish of wine and 2 plates of food. He tasted them happily, letting out a long sigh as he savored the taste and sat quietly. Back when Njayan held great power in the N family, he had lived a grand life. Exotic delicacies like bear paws and spirit fish tasted bland to him, and he muddled through each day. After experiencing dramatic changes in his life, he found that even the simple food and wine of the mortal world tasted even better than before, and he lived a more comfortable life. Coming to such a realization, Njayan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Unexpectedly, a servant approached him hurriedly, carrying a lantern. He was panting heavily and calling out repeatedly, "Old master, old master." Njayan couldn't help but feel a bit fearful at the servant's appearance and asked softly, "Is it the madam?" "No." The servant shook his head repeatedly and replied, "The main family sent word that Yu Yufeng of the Yu family has fallen. The ancestor has broken through to the Foundation establishment realm and is preparing to send troops to Mount Huizhong to reclaim the family estate." "What?" Njayan raised his head in disbelief, utterly shocked. His legs went weak and he looked around in a daze, not knowing what to say. The servant called out to him twice more before Njayan finally burst into tears and laughed heartily. "Damn it, Li Tongya is a genius, damn it." In his excitement, he had forgot to watch his language. He jumped down from the rock and kicked open the large reddish-brown door, shouting, "Chen Dong, Chen Dong." Chen Dong was deep in thought with his sword when Njayan barged in, full of force. Assuming that the rascal was trying to rebel, Chen Dong prepared to defend himself. But unexpectedly, Njayan laughed out loud like a maniac and cried, "You're still playing sword here, huh? We're going to a real fight." Seeing Chen Dong's confused expression, Njayan quickly explained the news to him, and Chen Dong's expression quickly changed to one of sheer joy. He knew about Li Tongya breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm, but hadn't expected Yu Yufeng to die so swiftly. Nodding quickly, they both took to the wind and flew upward. Below, they saw soldiers moving through the town, their blades flashing brightly in the firelight. They paused slightly and saw a young man approaching with a golden bow. His sharp eyebrows and eyes, coupled with his concise and energetic attire, made the two quickly salute and address him respectfully. "Xuanfeng, young master." Li Xuanfeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement and said, "Their family has 2 peaks. One is called Mount Yuding, the ancestral peak, and the other is Mount Huizhong, which was acquired from the Jai family back then. You two will go with me to Mount Yuding and claim it. The ancestor and the others will handle Mount Huizhong." Njayan, knowing this well, nodded hurriedly. Chen Dong frowned slightly and whispered, "This is all well and good, but I have heard the Yu family has stationed cultivators in the N family. If we go, we might have to confront the Yu family directly and make enemies with them. Li Xuanfeng shook his head and laughed. Haha, we were invited by Brother Zhayan to remove his usurping concubine-born siblings, occupying the family's position and restore order. We hold the moral high ground. As for the Yu family's cultivators, we have never seen them. They are just rogue cultivators hired by Njeyu. Exactly. A figure descended slowly from the sky, his robes fluttering in the wind. Bearing a great resemblance to Li Tongya and carrying a sword at his waist, he was none other than Li Xuanling. He nodded slightly and continued. In recent years, the families on the eastern shore have been restless, harboring both hatred and fear toward the Yu family, who had been constantly exerting pressure on them. Yu Mugo, wary of provoking public outrage, refrained from outright annexation of the family, opting instead to maintain superficial control over them. With a legitimate reason, the Yu family is powerless to do anything without Yu Yufeng now, as long as we act swiftly enough. Chen Dong nodded. After exchanging a few words, Li Xuanfeng led the two men and flew away. Li Xuanling paused midair, and his elder brother Li Xuanxuan followed suit, asking softly, "Brother Ling, do you think Njayan is trustworthy? Outwardly obedient, but who knows what he thinks in his heart?" Li Xuanling replied. Li Xuanxuan frowned and said, "We have already promised him Feiruo and granted him freedom of movement. He should not fear being discarded after being used. He's at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. He knows his value on the lake," Li Xuanling said, shaking his head as they sped through the wind. In the distance, Mount Huizhong came into view, its terrain undulating and its formations emitting a faint white glow. Above Mount Huizhong, Li Tongya stood still, levitating in the sky. Below him, the formation was filled with desperate screams and cries. Flickering flames appeared and disappeared among the mountains. Looking at the seemingly solid formation with flowing light below, he suddenly felt a bit dazed. How many times has this happened? These spirit veins on the lake had witnessed countless killings and wars in less than 100 years. The Wan family was destroyed by the Jai family, the Jai family by the Lu family, and the Lu family was dismantled mercilessly. Finally, he, Li Tongya, stood above this mountain. He sighed. Crystal-clear water dragons rose from beneath his feet, climbing from his waist to his chest, then up to his neck, dancing around him. His broad hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and the ordinary Dharma sword slowly emerged from its sheath, revealing a snow-white blade with intricate patterns. Li Tongya was exceedingly cautious, never daring to be arrogant. Unlike others who played games with Qi Cultivation Realm cultivators, besieging the enemy and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators holding the rear, he went all out from the start. Although he hadn't studied the law of Celestial Moon deeply, he had been practicing the Celestial Moon Slash technique for 40 years now. Since stepping into the Foundation Establishment Realm, he had never unleashed its full power. Now, eager to fight, he infused 10% of his mana into this strike. Clang! Li Tongya closed his eyes slowly, fully activating his boundless ocean. Sword chi and mana surged powerfully into his one single strike. After a long while, he suddenly drew the sword, unleashing a snow-white sword aura that was as enormous as a ship's sail and as swift as lightning, disappearing in an instant. Boom! The formation exploded below him, reverberating with powerful waves of energy and emitting a loud, creaking sound. A huge gap appeared which spanned the entire mountain, revealing high platforms and buildings within. The gap flickered briefly before the entire formation disappeared completely. The residual sword chi, controlled by Li Tongya's thoughts, transformed into fragmented spring rain, scattering over the mountain. "The power is quite impressive," Li Tongya exclaimed. Having broken the formation, he felt rather exhilarated. The sword chi on his Dharma sword fluctuated, showing signs of transformation, which brought him great joy. After being stuck at the sword chi stage for so many years, there's finally a sign of breaking through to the sword essence stage. Below, the Yuan and family's cultivators dressed themselves hastily. They grabbed their swords and sabers, rushing out of their courtyards. The mountain's grand formation had been shattered, dissolving into white light. Everyone stood quietly, staring dumbfounded at the radiant Dharma sword in the sky. As the cool spring rain fell through the forest and landed on their faces, someone finally dropped their Dharma artifact with a resounding clang. He kneeled on the ground, crying out, "How the hell are we supposed to fight this? That's a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Without Yu Xiaogui, how can we possibly resist such a force?" Not only were the family's cultivators on the mountain in despair, but even the Li family's embryonic breathing realm cultivators below were momentarily stunned. None of them expected the enemy's formation to be obliterated so quickly. They looked at the figure in the sky with a mixture of awe and joy, shouting praises to their ancestor as they charged into the formation. The cultivators on Mount Huizhong had lost their will to fight. The Yu family's cultivators tried to resist, shouting that they were under Yu family rule. However, the Li family's cultivators had been instructed to treat them as rogue cultivators. They engaged the Yu family's cultivators in battle with a chaotic onslaught of attacks. Then family's cultivators, on the other hand, threw down their Dharma artifacts and fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Chapter 263, Assault on Huizhong. Father's swordsmanship has reached another level. Li Xuanling exclaimed as he looked at Li Tongya, who was standing calmly, in awe. Meanwhile, Li Xuanxuan murmured incredulously, "If I am not mistaken, that's a peak Qi cultivation realm formation." A formation of the peak Qi cultivation realm was comparable to the Sun-Right Profound Light formation on Mount Lijiang. It required over 100 spirit stones to set up, a price tag enough to leave even peak Qi cultivators helpless. It was the pinnacle formation for a Qi cultivation realm family. Although it was called a peak Qi cultivation realm formation, it was not as fragile as paper in front of a foundation establishment realm cultivator. It could hold off an ordinary cultivator of the early foundation establishment realm for the duration it takes to burn an incense stick. If faced with a non-combative foundation establishment realm cultivator, it could hold up even longer. Hence, the fact that Li Tongya broke the formation so effortlessly highlighted the sheer offensive power of his swordsmanship. Indeed, Li Xuanling responded with a slight smile. He saw a Qi cultivator rising from below, dressed in a gray robe with a jade crown. He appears to be at the fourth heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. The man repelled the flying Dharma artifacts controlled by the embryonic breathing realm cultivators below with his saber, trying to find an opening to escape. Li Xuanling drew his sword and confronted him readily. Li Xuanxuan snapped out of his daze and also approached with his sword, still marveling. With Yu Yufeng now dead, there is no one left on the lake who can firmly suppress second uncle. Below, Li Xuanling faced off against the man, his sword exuding the light gray aura of the profound water sword technique. They exchanged 2 moves, and Li Xuanxuan also joined in with his sword. Li Xuanxuan had no real skill in swordsmanship, wielding the sword purely as a sharp tool. Li Xuanling took the lead in the fight while Li Xuanxuan maneuvered around, occasionally launching talismans as his attack tactic. The man was quite skilled with his saber, and with his power as a 4th heavenly layer Qi cultivator, he handled the 2nd heavenly layer Qi cultivators with ease. However, the 4th heavenly layer Qi cultivator did not want to linger any longer than he must. Seeing Li Tongya looking over to where they were, his anxiety grew incessantly. "I am a guest cultivator from the Yu family, not of the family. I merely reside here. You two are mistaken. Let me go and I will repay you generously in the future." He shouted desperately. The man was clever, borrowing the Yu family's name while distancing himself and offering incentives. Most people might have been swayed. Before Li Xuanling could respond, the man turned pale with fright. Li Tongya's longsword made a sudden quick motion, sending a sword chi that was enveloped in water essence straight toward him. The sharp energy alone made him break into a cold sweat immediately. He barely managed to raise his sword in defense. Clang. Even though Li Tongya's strike was casual, it was not something a 4th heavenly layer Qi cultivator could easily block. The man had used all his strength and his mana was surging powerfully, yet he felt an overwhelming force against him. His long sword flew from his hand as he spat out blood and fell shakily to the ground. Before he could feel any form of relief, Li Xuanling's sword had pierced through his chest. This foundation establishment realm cultivator, does he not have any pride at all? To think that he'd ambush someone like me, a mere 4th heavenly layer Qi cultivator, he thought to himself, his limbs weakening. As Li Xuanling retrieved his storage pouch and drew his sword, the man's body fell into the forest. Li Xuanling simply shook off the blood and sheathed his sword. As the limp body fell, a strong sword aura followed after him, circling the man's neck lightly, causing his head to separate and his body to dissolve into clear water. Only then did Li Tongya withdraw his gaze. Mount Huizhong was guarded by only a few men. Yu Muga was too confident, Li Tongya remarked as he descended. Li Xuanling and Li Xuanxuan quickly followed suit. Li Xuanxuan laughed. The Xiao family had the upper hand. He never could have imagined this. Li Xuanling nodded and added, "Indeed, no matter how many Qi cultivators he places here, they would only die by father's hand. It was just a matter of when the news would reach him." Li Tongya nodded silently, landing before the grand and splendid hall. He glanced at the golden decorations and jade steps, murmuring, "How lavish." Inside the grand and splendid hall, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair drew his sword and stood up, looking incredulously at the trembling servant below him. "You damn fool. And Zhayan brought people back. Are you crazy?" And Zhayu shouted angrily, kicking over the table in front of him. The clattering noise filled the room. His lips trembled with fear and he cursed to bolster his courage. Where did he get the nerve to offend the Yu family? Yu Xiaogui or Yu Yufeng could kill him with a single slap. Where did he get his guts? Bang! The servant who relayed the news kneeled and pressed his forehead to the ground desperately. The jade plate in the center of the hall cracked suddenly with a loud noise, bursting into a series of flames. After a brief moment, it could no longer bear the strain and exploded into fragments, burning holes of various sizes into the carpet, the smell of fire and scorched material filling the air. This was Njeju's favorite animal hide carpet, but now he had no time to feel distressed over the ruins of his carpet. His mind went blank and he collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, "So fast. How is this possible? How is this possible?" Another servant called out frantically as he barged in, trembling and shouting, "Report, the Grand Formation." The Grand Formation was shattered by Li Tongya with a single slash. Njeju's expression darkened even further as he muttered, "A single slash. How is that possible?" Njeju's face twisted with rage. He grabbed the servant, spitting as he cursed, "Impossible. Who do you think he is, Yu Feng?" Njeju was even more brutal than Njayan had been. The servant, terrified, wet himself. Njeju, still caught in a daze, let him go and suddenly brightened up, shouting quickly, "Where is the Yu family's immortal master? Quickly call for reinforcements. Hurry." Njeju, still maintaining a shred of sanity, knew that no Qi cultivator could possibly withstand Li Tongya, who could so easily break the formation with one single slash. He hoped desperately that the Yu family's Qi cultivator could bring reinforcements to aid them. Standing up shakily, he saw the servant trembling as he said, "The immortal master flew away and has not been seen since." No. Njeju shook his head violently, muttering, "And Jingaming's body, I've already. Njayan and I are mortal enemies now. I cannot sit here and wait for death." He pushed aside the throne above hastily, pulling out a storage pouch from within and hurriedly stuffing it into his chest pocket. Taking a few steps forward, now scared witless, he stumbled down the stairs and kicked the helpless servant aside. Falling to the ground, he raised his head slowly and saw a pair of simple cloth shoes in front of him. Njeju rolled over and backed away frantically. Before him was a broad-shouldered, gaunt, middle-aged man with graying temples, his features accompanied by dignified eyes. He stood calmly before him with his hands behind his back. On either side stood a man. The one on the left appeared older, with a stern demeanor and a slightly square face, exuding an air of long-standing authority. The one on the right looked much younger, but carried himself with equal steadiness. Njeju kneeled with a thud, pressing his forehead on the ground frantically in terror as he desperately pleaded, "Mercy, my lords, mercy. The Yu family forced me. It was the Yu family." Li Tongya simply shook his head and asked softly, "You just mentioned Jingaming. What happened to him?" Now that Yu Feng had fallen, Li Tongya wasn't concerned about the existing Foundation establishment realm cultivator Yu Xiaogui or Fei Wangbai at Moongaze Lake. His concern was the once brilliant talent, and Jingaming had been so dazzling that he overshadowed all his peers, including seniors like Li Tongya. Hearing his name made Li Tongya alert immediately, seizing any opportunity he could to gather information. Njeju pressed his forehead on the ground repeatedly, stuttering, and Jingaming. He stammered so much that he was unable to speak coherently. Li Xuanling snorted coldly, making him jump, and pressed his forehead on the ground once more, his whole body trembling in fear. He ate him. Li Tongya, curious, turned to see an armored soldier standing beside the steps. He spoke coldly with a deep look of hatred in his eyes as he stared right at Njeju. His words stunned everyone. "Ate him." Chapter 264, Yuding Surrenders. Njeju pressed his forehead on the ground repeatedly, his robes and hair disheveled at this point. Terrified, he whispered weakly, I heard that geniuses possess mystical qualities, and consuming them can inherit some of their abilities. My greed got the better of me, and seeing Li Tongya's expressionless face, Njeju's eyes lit up as he thought he understood the situation. He exclaimed hurriedly, "There's still some left. There's some left, my lord. I made it into preserved meat. If you'd give me a moment, He scrambled up eagerly and fumbled around the throne above him, quickly retrieving a gold-embellished jade box. Kneeling before the three, he opened the jade box to reveal dark red, translucent slices. Njeju smiled obsequiously. This. Before Njeju could finish his sentence, Li Xuanling had already drawn his long sword in fury and struck with the scabbard, hitting Njeju squarely on the jaw. The blow left Njeju dazed and bleeding from the mouth, silencing him immediately. Li Tongya's hand on the hilt of his sword had turned white from gripping it so tightly. Though his expression remained calm, his eyes narrowed with serpent-like menace. His lips trembled for a moment before he bellowed, "Absurd." As soon as the word left his mouth, a piercing, buzzing sound filled everyone's ears. Njeju screamed in pain as blood trickled from his ears. The long sword, which had always remained sheathed on Li Tongya's back, vibrated violently, causing the swords at Li Xuanling's and Li Xuangshuan's waists to tremble as well. Clang! The exquisite jade box spun on the ground, one of its corners even breaking off, causing its dark red, greasy contents to spill out. Li Tongya, visibly furious and uncharacteristically losing his composure, kicked the jade box away. He then took the kinked sword from his back and cradled it, gripping it soothingly until the buzzing ceased. Only then did he speak softly, "Tie him up and wait for Njayan to deal with him." "No, my lord, please, no, have mercy." And Jehu knew that falling into Njayan's hands would be a fate worse than death. Overwhelmed by fear, he started to shout frantically. However, as a mere fifth-stage embryonic breathing realm cultivator, he was easily subdued when Li Xuanling struck him on his Shenyang mansion, causing him to collapse limply to the ground. Mount Huzhong fell in an instant. While Li Xunfeng led his men through the air, Mount Yuting slowly came into view. Its formation glowed brightly, appearing quite sturdy. Mount Yuting was narrow at the front and wide at the back with weak earth veins, unable to support many cultivators. Its steep and towering terrain was unsuitable for ordinary people. Hence, when the family captured Mount Huzhong, they migrated westward, leaving only a few embryonic breathing realm cultivators on the mountain. These few cultivators watched the outside world through the formation anxiously. Li Xuanfeng and his group halted before the formation. He took his Golden Age longbow, nocked an ebony arrow, and released it toward the formation. Boom. A dazzling golden light streaked through the air, striking the formation with a loud explosion, causing the whole forest to shake. The embryonic breathing realm cultivators below recoiled immediately in fear. The formation rippled but still managed to withstand the force. Li Xuanfeng had not expected to break the formation with a single arrow. He nocked another arrow and fired a series of golden arrows that fell like meteors, bombarding the formation and causing constant explosions. The formation flickered slightly. The formation on Mount Huzhong had been reinforced by the Yu family, whereas the one on Mount Yuting was built by the N family and was much older and weaker. Inside, the embryonic breathing realm cultivators were crying out in a panic. After a round of intimidation, Li Xuanfeng lowered his bow and stood, glancing at Njayan, signaling him. Li Xuanfeng didn't want to destroy the formation, as it was an above-average Qi cultivation realm formation that had cost 70 to 80 spirit stones to build. If Njayan could persuade the cultivators inside to surrender, the Li family could continue using the formation. Njayan, understanding the signal, stepped forward and shouted, "You blind fools, how dare you block my way?" The embryonic breathing realm cultivators below clearly recognized Njayan, which immediately caused an uproar and sparked disputes among themselves. After more than 10 breaths, interrupted by Li Xuanfeng's intimidating arrow, they pushed forward an old man with white hair who shakily approached the edge of the formation. He then asked tentatively, "Are you Njayan?" In the past, if someone had dared to address Njayan like that, he would have been furious and attacked without hesitation. Now, however, he felt nothing but joy and called out through the formation, "Uncle, if you recognize me, open the formation and let us in." The old man was indeed Njayan's uncle. His talent was poor, and even after all these years, he was only at the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Despite this, he was remarkably long-lived at his advanced age of over 100 years old. His old face remained calm as he stared directly into Njayan's eyes and asked, "What is the Yu family's response?" Yu Yufeng is already dead. Li Tanya has broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, and Mount Huzhong has likely already fallen. Stop resisting. Njayan shouted, his eyes wide. The embryonic breathing realm cultivators below were both shocked and terrified, pushing and shoving as they exclaimed, "Yu Yufeng is dead. Impossible. A late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Dead just like that. Why would it be impossible? If Yu Yufeng were not dead, would the Li family dare to be so bold? Damn it, the Main family. It is all the Main family's fault." Some were already shouting for the old man to open the formation. The old man listened to the news and let out a soft sigh. He glanced at Li Xuanfeng in the sky, holding his bow readily, and said, "Think carefully. Once this formation is opened, there will be no more in family. You and I will be at their mercy." His voice was stern, but it betrayed his anger and fear. Njayan's expression switched briefly to grief and anger before becoming resolute. He gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle, there is no one family anymore, and Jehu is just Yu Mugao's lapdog. Stop deceiving yourself. When Yu Mugao attacked Mount Huzhong, my son had no choice but to commit suicide. The moment Jehu took control and family was gone, all of it was only our wishful thinking. Aligning with the Li family at least gives us a chance to live. If the Yu family takes over, do you think Yu Mugao, that venomous snake, would dare to keep us as external cultivators?" The white-haired cultivator sighed softly, finally understanding the harsh reality of their predicament. He lightly pressed the formation plate in front of him, and the formation that shielded the mountain trembled slightly before dissolving into specks of white light that drifted away. Cheers erupted from below as the Li family's armored soldiers and clan troops surged in, swarming the mountain paths like an army of ants. Njayan was overjoyed at the sight, descending from the mountain and carefully retrieving the formation plate. He smiled at the white-haired cultivator and said, "You have done a great job. I will surely report this to the Main family on your behalf." The other and family cultivators looked on with a mix of admiration and jealousy. However, the white-haired cultivator remained expressionless. Tears streamed down his face as he said sorrowfully, I can't bear to face our descendants again." With that, he drew his sword and said quietly, "I should have died when the Yu family attacked us. I only stayed alive out of concern for the safety of our main bloodline. Now that you have surrendered to the Li family, my life is pointless." Jayan was shocked by his words. Unprepared, he stepped forward quickly, but the white-haired cultivator was faster. In an instant, his white-haired head rolled to the ground, leaving Jayan stumbling backward as if he had been scalded. Why did it have to come to this?" he mumbled. The head bounced twice on the ground, its eyes staring mournfully upward before stopping at the feet of a young man. Li Xuanfeng looked down with a conflicted expression, nodding slightly as he said quietly, "Jayan, you should give him a proper burial." All the excitement Jayan had felt upon returning to Mount Yuding vanished, now replaced by exhaustion. He continued to mutter, "Why did it have to come to this?" Li Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow, his sharp eyes piercing like a sword as he said softly, "The consolidation of influential clans is never a peaceful affair. At your age, you have regained that naive, sheltered mindset. Do you not realize that the 5 immortal mountains on the southern shore?" He paused, his mind flashing back to the bloody scene of him when he was just 7 years old, crawling through a pile of corpses with a small wooden bow after his father Li Xiangping had disappeared. Gritting his teeth, his eyes blazed as he continued, "These rugged mountains and whispering forests are watered with the tears of countless heroic talents. Flowing endlessly is the blood and flesh of the 6 clans." Chapter 265, The Yu Family's Response. "What? Mount Huzhong has fallen, and Jayan, supported by the Li family, has turned against us." Yu Mugao crushed the ink brush in his hand with a loud snap. He raised his head with a gloomy expression, the ferocity of his anger comparable to that of a venomous snake as he glared at the cultivator kneeling on the steps before him. He could barely suppress his rage, yet could not bring himself to curse out loud. He coughed, tasting blood in his mouth, but forcefully swallowed it back down, unwilling to show weakness before his scheming relatives. He pressed his lips tightly together. "The Li family, have they gone? Where did they get the nerve to challenge the Yu family under Jayan's banner?" Yu Mugao immediately grasped the underlying truth. He knew that it was the Li family leading this assault, and his shock and anger at such a realization was immense. The Yu family's dominance over the lake had been maintained for many years, bolstered by disciples from the immortal sect. No other family on the lake dared openly oppose the Yu family. Though conflicts and covert schemes were rampant, on the surface at least, everyone was courteous enough. Even Fei Wangbai, despite secretly hating the Yu family, still showed respect to Yu Xiaogui in public. Then family had been a vassal territory under the Yu family. Officially, it remained then family, but in reality, it had become a tributary of the Yu family, a common fact known to all the families that were around the lake. The Li family attacking Mount Huzhong under Jayan's banner was not just a declaration of war, it was a public slap in the face to the Yu family, which shocked and infuriated Yu Mugao. "Damn the Li family. We could not act for a few years, and now they have grown bold." Yu Mugao growled, putting on a show for the guest cultivators and his clan members, but internally alarms were ringing. He thought worriedly, Li Tongye isn't reckless. He wouldn't act unless he's confident. Could it be Li Qijing? His face darkened further. Yu Mugao couldn't help but speculate such thoughts in his mind. Their family's ancestor had disappeared, seemingly under the influence of some kind of spell, and now the Li family, who used to keep a low profile, had boldly attacked Mount Huzhong. A shiver of fear ran through him as he wondered, could it be? Li Qijing the Sword Immortal has returned. If this guess was correct, Yu Yufeng's fate had become clear. Yu Mugao didn't know the comparative strengths of Li Qijing and Yu Yufeng, but the thought left him in turmoil. He whispered, "Any news from the ancestor?" "None," the servant answered timidly. Seeing the subordinate's timid responses, Yu Mugao straightened up despite his weariness and then asked, "Any news from Yu Mujian?" "None," the servant responded, still providing the same answer. Yu Mugao sighed, muttering, "Nonsense, all nonsense, unbelievable." Yu Mujian had declared that he would pursue the way of the sword, heading north toward the Golden Tang Gate. However, in over 10 years, he had only sent back 3 letters, and they were all filled with dismissive remarks. Now, with Yu Yufeng heading south and Yu Xiaogui's delayed return, Yu Mugao felt powerless. He could only write to Yu Muxian in the sect, begging for help, hoping to persuade the master of Yuanwu Peak to intervene. In the past, Yu Mugao had never disturbed this younger brother of his unless Yu Muxian repeatedly sent letters demanding resources for cultivation. Nearly half of the Yu family's spirit items and stones had been sent to Yu Muxian to build connections and enhance his cultivation. Now, facing such a dire crisis, Yu Mugao had no choice but to write for help. As he retracted his gaze, the ornate stone door of the hall suddenly creaked open. A middle-aged man in gray robes stepped in silently, his expression solemn. Yu Mugao's face lit up with joy. He stepped forward and exclaimed, "Father." Yu Xiaogui nodded slightly and waved his sleeve. Following closely behind him was another person, a pale-faced man with a long beard, holding a fan and exuding an air of frivolity. Yu Xiaogui introduced him to the pale-faced man with a smile. This is my son, Yu Mugo. Yu Mugo had a lot to say but held back his words, greeting the man respectfully. Mugo greets the senior. The pale-faced cultivator waved his hand, the jade ornaments on his body jingling softly. He was also a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, and he replied softly, Wu Sheiyun from the Wu family of Southern Prefecture. So, you're from an influential family in the Lixia Prefecture. Yu Mugo responded perfunctorily, quickly using his mana to transmit all the news he had to his father. Yu Xiaogui was slightly displeased by his son's lack of manners, but was soon taken aback by the stream of information. Despite his shock, he maintained his composure, restraining his anger as he said softly, Please wait a moment, Brother Wu. I will return shortly. Wu Sheiyun nodded lightly, his expression unreadable, and sat down before the jade platform in the hall as the crowd dispersed. Yu Xiaogui and Yu Mugo went to the rear courtyard, where Yu Xiaogui's expression changed drastically. He growled lowly, I only attended a ceremony at the Xiao family and visited a few old friends. How did this happen in just a few days? Yu Mugo gritted his teeth and replied softly, These people took advantage of father's absence to make their move. Seeing his eldest son's tired and pale face, Yu Xiaogui realized that his son also had it rough during his absence. Holding back his urge to scold his son, he asked quietly, What is the Li family's intention? I'm guessing that Li Qijing the Sword Immortal has returned from the southern border and plans to deal with the ancestor. Yu Mugo shared his suspicions, though something still felt off. He was about to speculate further before Yu Xiaogui waved his hand and said harshly, Perhaps they used some special treasure to exploit the ancestor's situation. The ancestor is powerful. Li Qijing is only an early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. He cannot hold him. At most, he can only delay him. The ancestor has always been cautious and would flee immediately if necessary. We need not worry. However, the matter of Mount Huozhong cannot be left unaddressed. If we ignore it, our family won't be able to maintain its standing on the lake. We must go to Mount Huozhong. Yu Mugo hesitated but nodded, anxiously saying, Father, the ancestor's disappearance is suspicious. I fear there may be a trap at Mount Huozhong. They would not dare harm me. Yu Xiaogui's expression was cold as he continued. Aside from the many witnesses on the mountain, I am Muxian's father and a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Even if the sect is in turmoil, Li Qijing won't dare kill me. The same goes for the ancestor. If a clarity talisman is used, Li Qijing's reputation will be good as gone. Yu Mugo's thoughts were halted by his father's swift and logical reasoning. He nodded and said in a serious tone, Father, I cannot help but still sense that something is amiss. Do not engage Li Qijing. Confirm the news and return. We can plan further then. Yu Xiaogui nodded noncommittally, clearly not taking him seriously. He replied, The ancestor has not returned, so Li Qijing cannot be at Mount Huozhong. Li Tongya is most likely leading the men. This is a great opportunity. He is just a cheat cultivator. There is much we can do. We must make the Li family pay. Yu Mugo wanted to say more, but Yu Xiaogui had already hurried out of the hall. He cupped his fist toward Wu Sheiyun, who unexpectedly folded his fan and smiled. Are you heading to the Li family, Brother Yu? He asked. Indeed. Yu Xiaogui was startled. Wu Sheiyun tossed his fan up and caught it steadily, saying with a smile, The noise downstairs caught my attention as an outsider. It turned out that the arguments among Yu Mugo's uncles and brothers had reached Wu Sheiyun's ears. Yu Xiaogui could only smile awkwardly and nod. Wu Sheiyun stood up slowly, his eyes fierce as he spoke in a low voice. I intend to accompany Brother Yu. My family has been investigating a matter for 10 years and has finally found some clues. I have some questions for the Li family in Lijiang. Chapter 266, Killing. Excellent. Yu Xiaogui exclaimed in delight, though he failed to see that Wu Sheiyun held a grudge against the Li family. He nodded repeatedly and raised his hand, saying, Let us be off then. With that, the two of them flew off together, disappearing into the sky. Yu Mugo remained bowed for a long time before finally straightening up, his eyes still shifting with indecisiveness. He murmured, If Li Qijing has returned, why has there not been any news from Muxian? Muxian is clever and resourceful, I must ask him. He stepped forward to the jade platform, dipped a brush in ink and carefully wrote, To my esteemed brother, today our father returned. Many doubts remain. Is it true that Li Qijing has returned from the southern border? Please investigate thoroughly. How many years has he been gone? How often did we receive news? If there is a technique in the world that can confuse the mind of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, what kind of spell is it? After writing hundreds of words, Yu Mugo sealed the letter with wax and placed it on the desk. After a moment's thought, he reopened it and added, Also, it is rumored that the Li and Xiao families have old ties. Please also find out if Li Qijing has any fellow senior brothers from the Xiao family. This matter is of utmost importance. Please investigate thoroughly. Sealing the letter again, Yu Mugo put it away carefully, proceeding to stare gloomily at the horizon as if sensing an impending storm. Ha! A cultivator in leather armor shouted angrily, his mana surging as he swung his blade down. The youth in black before him remained unmoving, a grayish-white sword aura rising from his blade. With a single strike, the cultivator felt a tremendous force, his long sword flying out of his hand. Blood splattered everywhere. The black-clad youth stepped forward and slashed once more. The cultivator, now terrified, retreated hastily, throwing talismans in a desperate attempt to block the attack. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but a massive gash appeared at his waist. The cultivator regretted too late. He was about to beg for mercy, but the sword aura flashed again, slashing through his chest and abdomen this time. He screamed, his limbs twitching as he collapsed, spitting out blood. Li Yunjie withdrew his blood-stained sword, watching the man before him fall slowly. He shook off the blood, and there were no standing enemies left. Looking around, he saw a field of bodies sprawled everywhere in puddles. They were either trembling soldiers who had already surrendered or corpses that were strewn messily about. Li Yunjie, having already seen such sights during the Mount Yue campaign, remained unfazed. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where is King Hung?" Su Gongming stepped forward quickly and replied softly, "Young master, the lady has already reached the top of Mount Huzhong with the ancestor. They are in the main hall." Li Yunjie nodded lightly and said, "With a spear, she moves freely in battle, much faster than us." He stepped forward, followed by a squad of armored soldiers. They climbed to the highest platform where a grand palace stood, its ornate eaves reaching high toward the sky. The luxurious sight made Li Yunjie sneer coldly. He turned and said, "This palace could not have been built in a few generations. It shows that the downfall of the Jian and families was due to years of accumulated decay. Do not blame the descendants, the forebears set a poor example." With a wave of his hand, the armored soldiers behind him filed in immediately, replacing the family's guards one by one. The guards, knowing that the situation was hopeless, did not resist. Entering the palace, Li Yunjie saw Li Qinghang standing gracefully with her spear. Surrounding her were a pile of heads, each bearing a different expression, all lying at her feet with blood pooling around them. Li Yunjie sheathed his sword and asked, puzzled, "What is happening here?" "Oh," Li Qinghang raised her delicate eyebrows nonchalantly and replied, "Grandfather is killing the family." She gracefully raised her long spear and pointed to the pile of heads, explaining, "Those old fat pigs of the family are being weighed. The palace guards know best what they have done. They are kneeling on all fours in the hall, crying and wailing. According to our family's rules, those who seize land by force will be flogged, and those who do nothing will be sentenced to labor. The arrogant and overbearing will be stabbed. Those who, like in Jeju, resorted to cannibalism will be subjected to 1,000 cuts. The hall is already filled with feces and urine by now. The stench is unbearable, so I came out for some fresh." Li Qinghang's face showed a hint of fear as she leaned close to Li Yunjie and whispered, "I do not know who angered grandfather. He usually has a good temper, but today he is grim and murderous. You should be careful." Li Yunjie nodded quickly. Li Qinghang smiled slightly and continued, "Uncle Xuanfeng has already persuaded the people on Mount Yuding to surrender. He brought back Uncle Dong and the others. They just went inside. That's great news." Hearing that Mount Yuding had surrendered so easily made Li Yunjie quite happy. Li Qinghang blinked mischievously and asked, "Do you want to go into the hall and see?" Knowing that Li Tongye was in a foul mood, Li Yunjie had no desire to go inside. He quickly waved his hands, his reaction amusing Li Qinghang and causing her to laugh. Li Yunjie gripped his sword hilt and thought, "I wonder what those inside are thinking. But this is indeed an excellent opportunity to intimidate others." He then signaled Su Gongming and instructed, "There are many cultivators in the family that mortals cannot handle. Call some cultivators to assist inside so that the old master does not have to do everything himself." Su Gongming, still nervous from Li Qinghang's warning, could only agree to the instruction with a troubled look on his face. As he retreated, he thought to himself, "I must gather all the family cultivators so that I don't have to brave this alone." Watching Su Gongming leave, Li Qinghang giggled and said to Li Yunjie, "Brother Jiao, you are so mean, scaring them like that for no reason." Li Yunjie waved his hand dismissively and said, "They should be scared." As they were talking, the sky above Mount Huzhong shook and a loud, powerful voice boomed. It was cold as ice and it echoed throughout the mountain. "The Ren family is a brotherly clan to the Yu family. How dare the Li family attack Mount Huzhong? Are you disrespecting the Yu family?" Li Yunjie's expression turned serious as he looked up at the figure in the sky and frowned. "It is the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, Yu Xiaogui." Yu Xiaogui's appearance was unremarkable, but his aura was imposing as he stood with his hands behind his back. His robe billowed in the wind, and he looked down at the scene arrogantly. Everyone on Mount Huzhong paused as a golden light rose to meet the newcomer. A young man with a golden bow strapped onto his back appeared, his expression calm and his tone devoid of respect as he said indifferently, "Ah, elder of the Yu family. The N family was overrun by bandits, and we came at the invitation of Njayan, the head of the N family, to help him quell the trouble. What brotherly clan do you speak of?" We saw that the Yu family did nothing. Yet now you come to scold us. Could it be that these bandits are actually the Yu family's members in disguise? Li Xuanfeng's sarcastic remarks left Yu Xiaogui speechless. After several moments of shock, he finally shouted, "Nonsense! How dare you? You're not even qualified to speak here." Li Xuanfeng simply crossed his arms and looked on at him disdainfully, making Yu Xiaogui hesitant to act rashly. Li Xuanfeng continued, "Senior, are you worried that a sword intent might come from the south and end your life in an instant? Knowing that we are protected by a sword immortal, why did you even bother coming? How dare you?" Yu Xiaogui growled, both shocked and enraged. He knew that if he did not act now, he would become a laughing stock for his people. With a fierce expression, he struck at Li Xuanfeng with a palm from afar, bellowing, "Such boldness and arrogance." Chapter 267, Questioning. Li Xuanfeng had taunted him openly, but he was secretly preparing himself for battle. He quickly produced 5 talismans, drew his bow, and gathered his chi. He released a dazzling golden aura toward Yu Xiaogui's palm, while using the river crossing torrential steppe to rapidly create distance. The gap between the Foundation Establishment realm and the Qi Cultivation realm was immense. Yu Xiaogui's palm shattered the golden aura with ease. Despite being at the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi Cultivation realm and having made ample preparations, along with the enhancement of a Grade 3 footwork technique, Li Xuanfeng barely managed to evade the strike. The sharp gust from the palm's strike brushed past him, turning his face pale. If it hadn't been for the talisman Qi's protection, a typical Qi cultivator would have been sent flying and coughing up blood. Having narrowly avoided the strike, Li Xuanfeng regulated his breath, feeling slightly regretful. He had hoped to gauge Yu Xiaogui's immortal foundation for Li Tongya, but had not expected Yu Xiaogui to be so cautious, even in his anger. Yu Xiaogui, having lost face by failing to hit a mere Qi cultivator, grew furious. Seeing Li Xuanfeng's youth and advanced cultivation, he was filled with murderous intent. He unleashed yet another palm strike, white light surging from his hand, and roared, "I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Li Tongya." Yu Xiaogui's palms glowed like white jade as he attacked. However, Li Xuanfeng stood his ground without fear. Yu Xiaogui grew wary suddenly, only to see a sword Qi rising from below, bright and large as a ship's sail, heading directly for his palm. Li Qijing is indeed here. Yu Xiaogui's alarm bells rang out in his head, and he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately retracted his palm and summoned 2 talismans, forming 2 layers of a thick white barrier around him. His body was enveloped in a powerful aura, intricate patterns appearing on his skin as he activated his immortal foundation. He shouted, "Li Qijing, you better think carefully about what you are doing." The sword Qi struck the barrier with a resounding clang, nearly shattering the outer layer before dissipating into a shower of clear water upon the trees below. Yu Xiaogui, eyes wide with fear now, instinctively touched his neck. After ensuring that it was still intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still shaken. For a moment, silence fell over the battlefield. Below, everyone was tense as a figure clad in gray appeared in the sky. With broad shoulders and a gaunt face, he watched Yu Xiaogui calmly, his left hand resting on his sword. He smiled and said, "This child lost his father early on and was raised by my own hand. He is somewhat unruly, but..." His left hand lifted slightly, the sword at his waist unsheathed by one kun, its brilliance dazzling. Li Tongya then continued softly, "It is not your place to discipline him, fellow Taoist." Yu Xiaogui stood dumbfounded for a few breaths before exclaiming incredulously, "It's not Li Qijing. How is this possible? Li Tongya, you have reached the Foundation Establishment realm." Li Tongya's powerful aura surged, and the soldiers and cultivators below erupted in cheers. They had suspected this when Li Tongya had broken the formation easily with a single sword strike, but now that it was confirmed, it left them all in awe and admiration. "Just a stroke of luck," Li Tongya replied coldly. Yu Xiaogui's expression turned grim as he snarled, 3 years, less than 3 years. Did Li Qijing give you some sort of spirit pills or divine technique?" By now, the 2 families had completely fallen out with no pretense of politeness remaining. Both sides were openly hostile. Li Tongya smiled calmly while Yu Xiaogui seethed. They stood in tense silence until a hearty laugh echoed. Ha 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 ha. A pale-faced man, slender and with flowing garments, flew up from below, holding a fan. He greeted both Yu Xiaogui and Li Tongya, introducing himself. "I am Wu Sheyun from the Wu family in the Southern Prefecture. Greetings to you both." Wu Sheyun, also at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, cupped his fist respectfully. Li Tongya and Yu Xiaogui both eased their expressions and returned the greeting. Wu Sheyun then announced loudly, "I have come today with a question for Brother Tongya." As soon as he heard these words, Li Tongya instantly knew that this visitor had come with ill intentions. However, maintaining his composure, he replied, "Go ahead, Brother Sheyun." Wu Sheyun let out a cold laugh and responded, "My family's ancestor has a great-great-granddaughter, my own daughter, who once traveled to Moongay's Lake. Over 10 years ago, she disappeared and never returned. At that time, I was merely a qi cultivator, anxious and helpless. I made numerous trips to the lake but found no trace of her. He paused slightly, his expression sharp, and continued, later, I broke through to the Foundation establishment realm and sensed her whereabouts. Through repeated investigations, I discovered that she had died within the Li family's territory. Brother Tangya, are you aware of this? Li Tangya briefly recalled and remembered the incident. The person in question was a greedy female cultivator who had killed someone in the marketplace for their treasure. Li Tangya had tried to stop her, but she resisted fiercely. Despite his superior strength, he had no choice but to kill her to prevent further harm. Although Li Tangya knew who Wu Sheyun was referring to, he narrowed his eyes and replied softly, I am not aware. Brother Sheyun, do you know when exactly did that happen? Using the special abilities of his unique Immortal Foundation and custom talismans, Wu Sheyun knew that the person who killed his daughter was likely at the 4th or 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm and bore the surname Wan. He concluded it couldn't be Li Tangya, since he couldn't have attained the Foundation establishment realm in just a little over a decade. However, he pondered silently. I promised Xiaogui to assist, but I cannot easily abandon this matter. Yet with the Li family under the protection of a sword immortal, even as Xiaogui's friend, I must be cautious not to entangle myself too deeply in their conflict. Caught in a dilemma, Wu Sheyun replied, it was during the destruction of the Moongaze Lake's marketplace. Li Tangya shook his head upon hearing this and responded, if you know it was during the destruction of the Moongaze Lake marketplace, then you should understand that the chaos that day led to widespread killing. It is normal for lives to be lost amidst such turmoil. Perhaps your daughter was too greedy and refused to let go of treasures, resulting in her death. Wu Sheyun became agitated and shouted, impossible. My daughter was a delicate and adorable girl. She would not even harm an ant, let alone get involved in such chaos and kill for treasures. Li Tangya was speechless. Others might be fooled, but he had seen the contents of that female cultivator's storage pouch. It contained many blood-stained Dharma artifacts and robes soaked with fresh blood taken from others. He even found a bloody alchemy furnace clear evidence that she was far from innocent. Moreover, her skilled and lethal attacks indicated that she had taken countless lives before. She certainly was not the virtuous person Wu Sheyun described. Just as Li Tangya was about to respond, Yu Xiaogui interjected, Brother Tangya speaks so confidently, as if he had witnessed it himself. Perhaps Brother Tangya was personally involved. Before Wu Sheyun could react, Li Tangya turned his cold gaze toward Yu Xiaogui and said sternly, Fellow Taoist, our families have had many disputes, both openly and covertly. We both know this well. Now that the timing is right, why not settle this once and for all? Chapter 268, Threefold Moonlight. Above Mount Huzhong, the skies were turbulent, with tensions running high. Yet on the island in the lake, everything remained calm. A gray-robed cultivator with his sword at his waist flew across the sky, his expression thoughtful. As his robe fluttered in the wind, he squinted at the scene over Mount Huzhong and recalled, if you see the Dharma lights flowing in water, serpent dragons rising, act immediately. If Mount Huzhong remains calm, report to Fei Wangbai, stir up the Eastern Shore families and provoke Yu Xiaogui. Looking ahead, he indeed saw intense Dharma lights clashing, and 2 azure water serpent dragons soaring into the sky, their whiskers and fangs lifelike. Chen Dong knew that Li Tangya had engaged Yu Xiaogui in battle and hastened his pace northward. After flying north for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he saw a steep cliff towering above him. Eagles and sparrows circled and waterfalls crashed loudly. A man stood quietly on the cliff, dressed in fine robes, elegant and suave. Chen Dong landed on the cliff and respectfully cupped his fists, saying politely, Chen Dong of the Li family and Lijing greets the senior. Fei Wangbai nodded slightly, showing some respect before asking, how is it going? Chen Dong bowed deeply and replied urgently, Yu Yufeng is being stalled right now and cannot return. We falsely claimed Yu Yufeng's death to attack Mount Huzhong. Yu Xiaogui came to stop us but was held off by our master in the south. The Yu family can no longer resist. Please proceed as planned, senior. Very well. Fei Wangbai was overjoyed and waved his hand dismissively, not speaking further to Chen Dong before flying east in a hurry. Chen Dong straightened up only after Fei Wangbai had gone far. He carefully considered his words to ensure there were no flaws and thought to himself, the ancestor said, to secure the full support of the Fei family and to avoid their double-dealing, we must claim that Yu Yufeng is not dead. By presenting it this way, even if Fei Wangbai hears something, it can be explained. Chen Dong shook his head. With Yu Yufeng gone, the Yu family had lost their main support. Their widespread influence would now crumble, and they would be unable to manage their affairs. Stamping his foot, he took to the air again, flying southward toward Mount Huzhong, his heart filled with hopeful anticipation. The shimmering golden reflections on the lake's surface made Chen Dong smile. Looking up, he said, once this matter is settled, the Li family will be one of the most prestigious families on the lake. With a sword immortal's protection, when Qingxiao comes of age, she can marry a distinguished young man and live a life of grandeur, supported by her family, without having to endure any hardships. Above Mount Huizhong, Li Tongye stood with his hand on his sword, speaking harshly. Yu Xiaogui responded with a cold smile. Having been at the early stage of Foundation establishment realm for over 20 or 30 years, he harbored great resentment seeing Li Tongye eager to make a name for himself by challenging him. Viciously, he thought to himself, my Yu family has already lost face and standing. Even if you didn't provoke me, I would still make a move to teach you a hard lesson. There's no way I'll let you take Mount Huizhong so easily. Once I take down Li Tongye and reclaim both Mount Huizhong and Mount Yuding, our prestige and status will be restored. The only trouble is Li Qijing. But now that our families have fallen out, seeking reconciliation is impossible. We must fight to the bitter end. Yu Xiaogui exhaled sharply and roared, since you want to provoke me so recklessly, do not blame me if you end up injured and with your foundation damaged. Yu Xiaogui's hands turned white as jade, and white jade-like patterns appeared on his body. He pushed his palms forward, releasing a powerful surge of mana, creating a howling wind that was aimed directly at Li Tongye. Wu Shaiyan hesitated, unsure whether to intervene or leave. After a moment of indecisiveness, he retreated to support Yu Xiaogui from a distance. Li Tongye, remaining calm and composed, saw Yu Xiaogui indeed coming for a full-on battle. He nodded slightly, having already prepared his sword. He drew it out, producing a sword aura as large as a ship's sail, pure and white, aiming it at Yu Xiaogui's palms. Yu Xiaogui had long heard of Li Tongye's fierce sword techniques. Over the years, he had gathered information and learned much about Li Qijing's reputation. Initially mistaking the sword chi for Li Qijing's strike, he now saw Li Tongye's attack firsthand and realized the sword style was likely taught by Li Qijing. Not daring to take it head-on, Yu Xiaogui stepped back, pressed his palms together, and summoned a small jade mountain. The jade mountain, initially the size of a fist, was intricately carved with cranes and ancient trees. As it caught the wind, however, it grew surrounded by clouds and mist, with the cranes and trees appearing lifelike. It crashed into the sword chi with a grating sound, pressing it down steadily. Taking advantage of the moment, Yu Xiaogui advanced, closing in on Li Tongye. Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma Artifact, Jade Smoke Mountain. The Yu family, being an old and established clan, had accumulated considerable resources through their dominance over Moongaze Lake for many years. This extravagant display of power left Wu Shaiyan somewhat shocked. Yu Xiaogui, however, remained silent, focusing entirely on Li Tongye. Jade Smoke Mountain had originally belonged to Yu Yufeng. Recently, Yu Xiaogui had gone to attend a ceremony at the Xiao family, and Yu Yufeng, worried, had given him the Dharma artifact for protection. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shooting's divine ability had unsettled Yu Yufeng, and when he faced the Xiao family's siege, he couldn't even bring out a decent artifact. Seeing his well-prepared sword strike suppressed so easily, Li Tongye still remained calm. Having received the Deep Ocean Long Whale Talisman, his mana reserve was extremely formidable. His immortal foundation, Boundless Ocean, was strong enough to withstand Yu Xiaogui. Fei Wangbai was currently attacking the Yu family's marketplace, and their Qi cultivators were struggling to protect themselves, leaving them unable to spare any help. Li Tongye skillfully wielded his sword, conjuring 2 azure water serpent dragons that coiled around him, flicking their tongues threateningly at Yu Xiaogui. With a sweep of his sword, they transformed into dozens of water swords, soaring toward Yu Xiaogui. Boom! Yu Xiaogui's mana swirled around him as he pushed forward with his palms, meeting the water technique head-on. The relentless sword chi forced him to halt, but instead of anger, he felt a twisted delight within him, thinking to himself, Li Tongye indeed lacks combat experience. Even with the formidable Boundless Ocean, he should not waste his mana like this. As expected, Li Tongye's water techniques that were mingled with sword aura gradually weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xiaogui activated his immortal foundation, and the Jade Smoke Mountain crushed the remaining sword aura steadily, trembling slightly as it approached. Clang! As the Jade Smoke Mountain drew nearer, Yu Xiaogui saw a sudden flash as dozens of sword auras surged forward. This was Li Tongye's usual tactic of overwhelming his opponent. Yu Xiaogui sneered, using his Jade Smoke Mountain to swallow the sword auras while advancing forward with his jade-like palms. Just as Yu Xiaogui's palms were about to strike, Li Tongye smiled softly. The sword aura in his hand flowed like water, splitting into 3 pure white streams of light. These beams were sharp and agile, moving with a life of their own, unlike the previous ethereal sword chi. They were solid, substantial, and moved with an inherent intelligence, trailing light as they darted through the air. Threefold moonlight. Li Tongye's years of studying the law of celestial moon had not been in vain. Although his talent was not on par with Li Qijing's, he had mastered a technique called threefold moonlight. This technique was treacherously elusive and difficult to defend against due to its unpredictable movements. Clang! Yu Xiaogui did not understand what he was facing. With Jade Smoke Mountain still dealing with the earlier sword chi, he had no choice but to intercept with his hands. The streams of light sparked brilliantly as they struck his palms. Caught off guard, Yu Xiaogui managed to grasp one of the streams, but the remaining two darted straight toward his neck. Chapter 269 Hekian. Oh no. Yu Xiaogui was startled, realizing that it was a mistake to confront Li Tongya directly without waiting for the return of the Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact, Jade Smoke Mountain. He cursed inwardly. They say the Li family has grade 3 sword techniques. There's no way this is a grade 3 sword technique. Damn it. Despite his inner curses, Yu Xiaogui still had his trump cards. Unfazed, he activated his spiritual sense, summoning gray cloud chi around his neck to block the two streams of light. He quickly pushed away the sword chi in his hand and reached out to catch the remaining streams. Li Tongya was not going to let him off so easily. With a flick of his sword, he conjured a flurry of sword chi, pure white and flowing like water, all directed at Yu Xiaogui. Ignoring the approaching sword chi, Yu Xiaogui simply watched coldly as the sword chi neared his body. Just as it was about to strike, a loud clang resounded. The Jade Smoke Mountain had returned, surrounded by a white mist, and had managed to firmly block Li Tongya's sword chi. What a wonderful treasure. Such a Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact. It is truly extraordinary. Li Tongya sighed. In just the space of 2 breaths, the Jade Smoke Mountain had easily neutralized 2 of his attacks. He had lured Yu Xiaogui in with a show of weakness, but the artifact had thwarted his plan, leaving no injuries to his opponent. Now that Yu Xiaogui was on guard, the situation has become more difficult. Go. Seizing the moment while the Jade Smoke Mountain blocked Li Tongya, Yu Xiaogui quickly shattered the 2 streams of light, and with a clap of his hands, shattered the one he had previously deflected as well, regaining his foot. With a serious expression, he gathered energy in his palms and advanced once more. Having reached the Foundation Establishment Realm, Yu Xiaogui's combat experience was top-notch. Earlier, he had underestimated Li Tongya. Now, as he faced the sharp sword chi, he skillfully dismantled each strike without summoning Jade Smoke Mountain, meeting each attack head-on. Yu Xiaogui's strength was slightly superior to Li Tongya's, and his steady approach increased the pressure on Li Tongya. After a brief stalemate, Li Tongya felt the strain as the palm winds grew more intense around him. His immortal foundation trembled, forcing him to unleash 3 streams of light to buy time for recovery. Come, Yu Xiaogui had been waiting for this. With a pinch of his fingers, the Jade Smoke Mountain soared, absorbing and suppressing the 3 streams of light. He pressed on unrelentingly with his advantage, not allowing Li Tongya any time to recuperate. Li Tongya managed to step back twice. In one breath, the deep ocean long whale talisman within him glowed brightly, dissipating his discomfort. Feeling clear-headed again, he thought to himself, Yu Xiaogui relies on his deeper cultivation to overpower me, not realizing my deep ocean long whale talisman makes such efforts futile. Aware of his advantage, Li Tongya concealed his confidence, feigning a strained expression, which only boosted Yu Xiaogui's morale. Yu Xiaogui pressed on harder, unaware that Li Tongya was merely buying time for Fei Wangbai and his men. Only Li Tongya knew the terrifying extent of his boundless ocean and deep ocean long whale talisman combined. His mana and recovery were formidable, equating his 1/10 to 2 or 3/10 of an average Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator's mana. He could recover mana with each breath, making a battle of attrition futile for Yu Xiaogui. Calculating the time, Li Tongya realized that despite the artifact's support, Yu Xiaogui would be exhausted before even consuming more than 60% of his mana. I hope Fei Wangbai succeeds. If he fails to breach the marketplace and the Yu family's chi cultivators get here, things will get complicated. Always cautious, Li Tongya had agreed to the Xiao family's plan to disrupt Milan Prefecture's marketplace, forcing him to provoke Yu Xiaogui. If Yu Xiaogui returned and found Yu Yufeng still missing, he would quickly realize that something was amiss. And once Yu Xiaogui and Yu Mugao sat down to analyze the situation, they would not let Yu Xiaogui out again and re-strategize. As the situation became clearer, Li Tongya felt confident that he would be able to hold Yu Xiaogui. He then continued to consider the worst-case scenario. His Kingch sword hummed behind him, and he thought, the Kingch sword still holds the sword intent of Jinger. If it comes to that, I will have to draw it to force the Yu family back. Being suspected afterward is unavoidable, but Fei Wangbai is reliable. It shouldn't come to that. Fei Wangbai bid farewell to Chen Dong and took to the sky from the cliff, feeling both joy and doubt. He was glad to finally have a chance to suppress the Yu family, but he was puzzled about how Yu Yufeng had ended up trapped outside. Yu Yufeng, a prominent late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator with exceptional strength, and the Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact Jade Smoke Mountain, always stayed within his cave dwelling. How could he have been trapped outside? As Fei Wangbai pondered this, he flew for a while before landing on Glacial Cloud Peak, where his eldest son, Fei Ye, came to greet him. Fei Wangbai said sternly. Summon the guest cultivators. We are going to the Yu family's market. Such matters naturally couldn't involve his own descendants. Fei Wangbai called for his usual guest cultivators, planning to seek out his Foundation establishment realm friends. Fei Ye, realizing the gravity of the situation, trembled and quickly left to carry out the orders. Left alone, Fei Wangbai stood on the peak, growing increasingly uneasy. He thought to himself, could it be Li Qijing? But Li Qijing is a sword immortal, not some shot. How could he make Yu Yufeng leave his cave dwelling and get trapped? And how would anyone know where Yu Yufeng was going? Is Yu Mu go out of his mind to divulge this? The more he thought about it, the more Fei Wangbai sensed that something was amiss, making him shiver all over. Just then the guest cultivators arrived, leaving him no room for hesitation. He gave a few instructions and took to the air instantly. The arrow is already on the string, it has to be released. Fei Wangbai gritted his teeth, leading his group toward the eastern marketplace. His mind raced, analyzing the situation logically and concluding, the Yu family is too strong. With so many peak chi cultivators, as long as the late-stage Foundation establishment realm Yu Yufeng is alive, the Li and Fei families will remain united against a common enemy. No one can afford to have second thoughts. With his resolve strengthened, Fei Wangbai acted decisively, flying over the lake and hiding his group as they landed on a small hill next to Milin Prefecture. Using mana to transmit his voice, he called out, Brother Hekian, Wangbai has come to visit. After a brief wait, the ground trembled slightly, and a dark cave entrance slowly appeared. A hearty laugh echoed all around as a middle-aged man clad in jade armor emerged. His features were dignified and exuded a sense of grandeur. This man, also at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, was Fei Wangbai's longtime friend who had been at odds with the Yu family for years. Seeing Fei Wangbai, he cupped his fist and smiled. What brings you here, Brother Wangbai? Fei Wangbai wasted no time on pleasantries. His expression turned serious as he said, Hekian, Yu Yufeng has been trapped by the Li family, and Yu Xiaogui is being held off by Li Tongya at Mount Huizhong. The Yu family is without Foundation establishment realm combat power. Now is the perfect time to strike Milin Prefecture and their marketplace. What? The man Fei Wangbai called Hekian was shocked, his face lighting up immediately with ecstatic joy. His eyes gleamed with vicious hatred as his previously composed and dignified demeanor vanished. With a venomous tone, he exclaimed, This is wonderful news, wonderful indeed. I have long grown tired of the minor skirmishes with the Eastern Shore families. This time, we will make that Yu scum bleed. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 270, Raised to the Ground Eye. Zhang Hekian sneered malevolently. His expression was so sinister and venomous that it even caused a slight change in the expressions of the guest cultivators present. Brother Hekian, our deep-seated hatred will finally be avenged today. Let us set off quickly. This is no minor skirmish on the eastern coast. We must be cautious, said Fei Wangbai. It turned out that Zhang Hekian was an old acquaintance of Fei Wangbai, arranged to stir trouble among the families on the eastern coast. Despite many searches carried out by the Yu family, they never found him, as he lived on a small hill near the Milin Prefecture. Zhang Hekian, barely able to contain himself, growled viciously, Let's go. Milin Prefecture was a flat region with lush forests, where the rich, dark, and moist soil could be squeezed to produce oil, making it an excellent place for nurturing life. Despite the numerous disturbances caused by the tens of thousands of Yu family members, the land could still sustain hundreds of thousands of common people. As roosters crowed and dogs barked, signaling the start of a new day, sunlight shone across the 5 immortal mountains of Milin Prefecture. Shadows rose from the mountains, and Yu family's cultivators soared with the wind toward the central plain of the prefecture. At this convergence point of the 5 immortal mountains, the spirit veins intertwined, nurturing vast stretches of spirit fields. The marketplace of Milin Prefecture was situated here, its formation hidden by the convergence of the 5 ground veins. This grand formation had been meticulously crafted by the Yu family, utilizing the family's ancestral jade court guarding formation, which not only defended against attacks from Foundation establishment realm cultivators, but also empowered those within the formation. It had cost Yu Xiaogui a significant amount of spirit stones. Yu Xiao sat leisurely on a redwood chair, twirling his gray beard as he reached for an ancient. As the eldest brother of the Xiao generation in the Yu family, he was a peak chi cultivator at over 120 years old. Having long abandoned the idea of reaching the Foundation establishment realm, he took up a position in the marketplace, no longer cultivating, but spending his days reading and watching plays, enjoying a rather comfortable life. He had only read 2 or 3 pages of the book when he caught sight of a person approaching him hurriedly with a group of clansmen, calling out repeatedly, Eldest Master, we have heard that the Li family has attacked Mount Huizhong. The ancestor went there alone. The family head has sent people over, saying that we need to mobilize the family's cultivators. What? Yu Zhao sprang to his feet instantly, slapping the table in anger and panic, exclaiming, "Old Fifth is always so impatient and reckless. How could he go alone? Li Tongya is notoriously cunning and malicious. What if the Li family has set a trap? Li Qijing is now a sword immortal. How can we underestimate him?" The group was immediately struck dumb, falling silent right away. Yu Zhaoagui was a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, and only a few dared to address him as Old Fifth so casually. Given Yu Zhaoagui's sullen nature, no one dared provoke him. Yu Zhao's words caused them all to tremble with fear. Yu Zhao, having cultivated for over 100 years, immediately saw through the overconfidence of Yu Zhaoagui and Yu Mugao. The old man's jaw trembled and his beard quivered. "Where is clan Uncle Yu Feng?" he demanded anxiously. "We do not know." A flurry of panic spread among the elders instantly. Yu Zhao attempted to stabilize the situation hurriedly, shouting, "Silence." As the elders looked over at him, Yu Zhao scolded them, saying, "You are all so old, yet you panic like this. Grab your weapons and follow me to Mount Huzhong to find Yu Zhaoagui." The group nodded repeatedly and was about to take off when a loud voice called out to them, stopping them in their tracks. "Wait." A young man in black clothes leaped out from the crowd, his voice stern, holding a letter up high. "By order of the family head, we are not to go to Mount Huzhong." The elders immediately halted, looking around in hesitation. Yu Zhao grew even more frustrated. He wanted to curse, but then remembered his nephew Yu Mugao's intelligence. He held back his temper and huffed, "If the family head has a plan, just say it straight. Stop dilly-dallying." The young man hesitated given Yu Zhao's seniority, and hurriedly apologized. Seeing him delay things even further, Yu Zhao glared and cursed again. "Useless fool, speak." The man stopped and shouted, "The family head's intention is for all of us to head to the southern coast and attack Mount Lijiang." Upon hearing these words, everyone held their breath and pondered. Yu Zhao immediately understood that Yu Zhaoagui was likely not in grave danger at Mount Huzhong, but merely entangled. He then clapped his hands, which caused his grisly beard to flutter. With his vast experience, he could infer the situation from the instructions alone. He quickly regained his composure, nodding repeatedly. "Mugao is truly vicious. It's no wonder he's Zhaoagui's son. Like father, like son, the wicked produce the wicked. Listen up, everyone, we'll attack Mount Lijiang," he exclaimed. As soon as Yu Zhao had finished speaking, there was a scattered cheer from the crowd. Some looked at him in a daze, while others suddenly understood his intention. Seeing the varied reactions of the Yu family's members, Yu Zhao felt a burning anger rising within him. He kicked the man in front of him to the ground and cursed, "You idiot. Make sure to cover up the Yu family name on your clothes and artifacts. Who attacks and leaves their name behind? Idiot. Even a mortal shopkeeper would have more sense than you lot combined." The man, plump and hefty, rolled 3 times before getting up, nodding repeatedly. Only then did the Yu family cultivators come to their senses. They hurriedly tore their collars or used illusions to conceal their identities. Yu Zhao's eyes turned red with rage as he cursed them all, saying, "These useless fools, all they do is eat and drink. What else can they do?" His heart felt like it was being scorched, and he shivered with cold anger. Suddenly a thunderous roar erupted, causing dust to fall from the entire hall and the ground to shake violently. Yu Zhao felt a sudden chill in his heart and stepped back in dismay, his lips quickly losing their color. He clutched his robe tightly and muttered in a daze, "The Fei family. It is the Fei family, Uncle Yu Feng. What has happened to Uncle Yu Feng?" Yu Zhao felt dizzy. The few people below looked at him in confusion, whispering, "Is the grand formation being activated? Who dares to strike at this moment? Where is the ancestor? We must wait for the ancestor to arrive." Yu Zhao steadied himself, feeling utterly exhausted. With a deep sigh, he ordered, "Maintain the formation flags and prepare to face the enemy." The Yu family's cultivators entered the formation to hold their positions, while Yu Zhao took command of the Jade Court guarding formations diagram. The formation immediately brightened considerably. In the sky, Fei Wangbai was clad in gray, his face indistinct. "Fellow Taoist, I will leave this Jade Court guarding formation to you." His voice was hoarse and raspy. Jiang Heqian had also concealed his face, but neither his voice nor attire was disguised, and the mist covering his face was barely effective. His features were vaguely discernible. As if he didn't fear the Yu family recognizing him, he replied coldly, "Rest assured, my friend. This Jade Court guarding formation was passed down personally by my grandfather. The Yu traders only know that it can harness the power of the earth veins and combine multiple formations, but they are unaware of its true secrets." Chapter 271, Raised to the Ground II. A milky white light screen rose from the formation below, and Yu Zhao's face appeared faintly on the formation as a thunderous noise sounded. "Why have you attacked our Yu family's marketplace without reason? Please reconsider your actions, our ancestor is," Yu Zhao said, attempting to buy some time. However, Fei Wangbai's sleeve swept across the formation, instantly producing a massive explosion from the formation that forcibly interrupted Yu Zhao's words. His robe and cloak fluttered silently behind him. Fei Wengbei, fearing recognition, did not take out his spear. The power of his immortal foundation surged secretly, quietly activated. Jiang Heqian sneered coldly, his expression twisting with rage while he clenched his teeth. Alone and unafraid, jade-like patterns emerged in his eyes. As he pressed his palms together, 6 jade-like beams of white light burst forth from his body, and the jade patterns extended from his elbows and his earlobes, floating in the air like white silk ribbons. As soon as his immortal foundation had manifested, the Yu family members below were visibly stunned, some even losing control of their formation points, which caused them to flicker slightly. The shock came from seeing Jiang Heqian's immortal foundation, which was identical to that of the Yu family's old ancestor, Yu Yufeng, from many years ago. Such a sight caused them to speculate wildly amongst themselves. Yu Xiao was utterly horrified, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Jade Court General, how is this possible? Jiang Heqian had cultivated the immortal foundation, Jade Court General, from the aged courtly path scripture. This scripture had long lost its crucial essence, the celestial dust qi. The Yu family had only managed to preserve a portion of this spiritual qi, which was used on Yu Yufeng. Since then, no one had succeeded in cultivating it. Now seeing this cultivator activate his immortal foundation, the Jade Court General, Yu Xiao's mind went blank, filled with countless conjectures. He was so distracted that he ignored the 2 people attacking the formation, murmuring in a daze, "It is you." The 2 outside the formation did not give him a chance. Fei Wengbei did not use his spear, only suppressing the Jade Court guarding formation with spells and physical attacks. Jiang Heqian leaped forward, placing his palms on the formation. The jade-like patterns extended from it and seemed to come alive, drilling into the milky white formation and quickly spreading across its surface. What is this? Yu Xiao's mind was in turmoil, and he noticed the formation growing increasingly unstable. His control over it, maintained through the formation diagram, weakened. His heart raced, feeling a mix of disbelief and inevitability. He murmured hoarsely, "It's the Jiang family." The formation continued to shake, visible cracks now appearing on the Jade Court guarding formation as it flickered even more. Yu Xiao heard terrified screams and faint sobbing outside the hall, and his grip slowly loosened. Crack. The Jade Court guarding formation, painstakingly set up by the Yu family and connected through the spirit veins of the 5 immortal mountains, shattered like fragile paper under Jiang Heqian's spell. The milky white barrier faded, turning into countless streaks of light that disappeared into Milan Prefecture. The dense cluster of buildings below was finally revealed. The Milan Prefecture marketplace was not yet open, and it was mostly occupied by Yu family's cultivators and guest cultivators. With 2 foundation establishment realm cultivators among the invaders, the Yu family's cultivators who had lost their formations' support fled in all directions. Fei Wengbei's guest cultivators descended upon various formation points. Jiang Heqian, without hesitation, moved to the tallest palace, smashing its dome with a single step and landing swiftly inside. Boom! Yu Xiao, struck by the backlash from the shattered Jade Court guarding formation, felt his organs ache and his mana drain completely. His body felt hollow, making an escape by flying an impossible task. He could only watch as tiles and rubble fell from the dome, retreating futilely. "Are you from the Jiang family?" Yu Xiao no longer thought of fleeing, his expression complex due to the flurry of emotions he was feeling. Recognizing Jiang Heqian's cultivation of the Jade Court General, his targeting of the Yu family, and his method of breaking the Jade Court guarding formation, combined with Jiang Heqian's resemblance to his late wife, Yu Xiao was convinced of his suspicions. The Yu family and their family had originally been external cultivators under the Jiang family. After the Jiang family declined, the Yuan and families slowly carved away at them, piece by piece. Both families had Jiang family's blood, and now, seeing a member of their former main family standing before them, Yu Xiao's emotions were exceedingly complex. Jiang Heqian's eyes barely opened, his pupils possessing the same jade-like clarity that Yu Yufeng had once had. His terrifying gaze bore straight into Yu Xiao. Jiang Heqian did not speak, using only his jade-like eyes to stare penetratingly into Yu Xiao, which caused him to stumble backward pathetically. Although Yu Xiao was from the Xiao generation, his age surpassed that of Yu Yufeng due to accumulated years. His mother was from the Jiang family, his grandmother was from the Jiang family, he had married into the Jiang family, and in the end, he was the one who murdered those in the Jiang family. Yu Xiao's mind was flooded with chaotic visions. His mother, his grandmother. Their eyes overlapped in this moment, like lightning flashing through his aged mind. Even without making a move, Jiang Heqian had already driven Yu Xiao backward in retreat, one step at a time. Poof! Yu Xiao figured that the middle-aged man before him might be his wife's younger brother, or even his cousin, or perhaps a distant relative. But before he could reach a conclusion, the jade-like hand had already pierced through Yu Xiao's chest, extracting his still-beating heart. A surge of intense satisfaction washed over Jiang Heqian, but the old man's sorrowful and shocked eyes made him feel a pang of remorse, a discomfort akin to swallowing a fly. He could not bear to look directly at him, and the ferocity in his gaze slowly faded into a wet, painful expression. Jiang Heqian soon got lost in his own thoughts. Perhaps this old man is my brother-in-law, or even my uncle, or perhaps a distant relative. Lowering his head, Jiang Heqian slowly withdrew his arm, causing Yu Xiao to spit out a mouthful of blood, staining his gray beard with streaks of red. Yu Xiao strained to see the middle-aged man's face, noticing his distinct upright and decent features. Despite the fierce and venomous eyes, they still bore a striking resemblance to his late wife, full of vitality, with a subtle melancholic look. His mind flashed back to the dim candlelight on their wedding night, when the woman's sorrowful gaze fixed on Yu Xiao. At 15, Yu Xiao had been utterly entranced, stroking her long hair and calling her Heking lovingly. As the world spun, Yu Xiao felt the cruel irony of fate. His chest heaved like bellows as saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth due to the agonizing pain, falling drop by drop. Uncontrollably, urine seeped out, and the pitiable old man shuddered as he uttered two words weakly from his lips. Kinger. Jiang Heqian laughed coldly, seemingly mocking him. Yu Xiao only lowered his head to look at the white arm piercing through his chest. His wrinkled old hand gently, tenderly patted the arm as if in comfort. The last breath that had sustained his aged body finally left his body. Yu Xiao's life force dissipated, and he slowly bowed his head, slipping into darkness. Chapter 272, Wang Bai's Resolve. Crackle, crackle. A crimson fire blazed in the marketplace of Milin Prefecture, its flames dancing along the eaves, emitting the smell of burning wood. Blood flowed and dripped all over the ground, and bodies lay strewn haphazardly at the street corners. Fei Wangbai stood quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. Among the guest cultivators he had brought, one had perished, and they had already taken care of the body. However, Fei Wangbai felt no sorrow. This assault on Milin Prefecture's marketplace had resulted in an abundance of spirit items and dharma artifacts for him, so much so that his storage pouches could not even contain them all. In fact, Fei Wangbai was so overjoyed that he almost laughed out loud. While the Li and Yu families fought, it was the Fei family that reaped the greatest benefits. Fei Wangbai scuffed his boots against the ground, feeling immensely proud of himself. Even the bright red blood staining the ground seemed celebratory. As he took a few steps forward, he saw a middle-aged man standing midair, arranging the bodies in a way to prevent them from being consumed by the fire. "Brother Jiang," Fei Wangbai called out, seeing Jiang Heqian's somber expression. Jiang Heqian then turned and responded slowly, "They are still relatives. Let not the fire burn them. The Yu family will handle the burial." Fei Wangbai remained silent. Jiang Heqian, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, took only a few breaths to handle these minor tasks. Fei Wangbai then cupped his fist after some time and said, "Brother Heqian, you have done a great service. We should share the spoils from this marketplace." Jiang Heqian's mind was occupied with the memory of Yu Xiao's final gentle pats on his wrist. The old man's hand had been scorching, making Jiang Heqian's limbs tingle and his soul feel disjointed. He had lost interest in everything else. Perhaps the massacre had exhausted much of his accumulated hatred, for his expression no longer seemed as fierce as before. He replied softly, "Brother Wangbai, I no longer have any desire for this. My only thought in this life was to exact revenge. You can take these items back and distribute them among your clan. I have no use for them. I can't possibly." Fei Wangbai understood the value of these items, but his shrewd mind still saw an opportunity in this situation. He hoped to recruit Jiang Heqian, now alone, as a guest elder for the Fei family. Jiang Heqian's cultivation technique was exceptional, and his combat prowess was top-notch. Fei Wangbai insisted on sharing the loot. Jiang Heqian, unable to refuse, cupped his fist and said, "We can discuss this another day. You can sort out the items and convert them to spirit stones for me, brother." Fei Wangbai nodded, his robe fluttering lightly in the northern wind. "Now that this matter is settled, we must leave quickly. If Yu Yufeng returns, it could ruin everything," he replied. Seeing Jiang Heqian nod, Fei Wangbai suddenly remembered Li Tongya, thinking to himself, Li Tongya is still holding off Yu Xiaogui. I wonder what the situation over there is like. Does he need our help? As Fei Wangbai pondered this, a sudden sinister thought flashed in his mind. The Yu family has suffered a great loss and will likely be in a decline for decades or even centuries. The Li family, with Li Qijing and Li Tongya, has become too strong. It might be best to leave now and let Li Tongya suffer a setback at Mount Huizhong to balance the two families' power. This thought took hold of him like a demon, swirling madly in Fei Wangbai's mind. His blood surged as he imagined the solemn face of Li Tongya and the heroic, radiant face of Li Qingheng. Finally, he gritted his teeth and thought, the Yu family still has the late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator Yu Yufeng, who alone can suppress three families. In the end, I must join forces with Li Tongya. To sour relations with the Li family over this small profit would be foolish, especially if Yu Yufeng picks us off one by one. Furthermore, the Li family is on the southern shore and my family is on the northern shore. With Moongaze Lake between us, we are natural geopolitical allies. Neither side will harbor ill intentions. Fei Wangbai exhaled deeply, suppressing the sinister thought stirring within him. A suave, handsome smile returned to his face as he cupped his fist toward Jiang Heqian. Li Tongya is still struggling in the south. I must go to his aid. Fellow Taoist, please return to your cave dwelling. Once this is over, I will come to thank you personally. This was no problem for Jiang Heqian as he had no desire to stay and was feeling increasingly uneasy. Grateful for the reprieve, he cupped his fist, exchanged a few polite words, and rode the wind away swiftly. Fei Wangbai directed his guest cultivators to return home while he flew toward the Li family's direction. Li Tongya dodged the Foundation Establishment Realm artifact, Jade Smoke Mountain, then drew his sword and turned around. His expression was still terrifyingly calm. Before him, Yu Xiaogui took a deep breath, staring at Li Tongya in disbelief, his heart in turmoil. The boundless ocean is this difficult to deal with. This is too astonishing. For 4 full hours, Yu Xiaogui had relentlessly been on the offensive to Li Tongya, from the break of dawn until the sun was high in the sky. Initially, the Li family members had looked up in fear, worrying for Li Tongya silently. Now, however, they had long returned to their tasks, ignoring the 2 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators in the sky. This infuriated Yu Xiaogui even more. Li Tongya gently deflected the incoming Jade Smoke Mountain, and seeing Yu Xiaogui finally pause, already felt his mana recovering rapidly. His expression was unreadable as he finally smiled and asked, "Brother Xiaogui, do you wish to continue?" Watching Yu Xiaogui's grim expression, Li Tongya silently but gleefully added in his mind, "If you don't, the 40% of mana I've expended will soon be replenished." Yu Xiaogui glared at him, looking down at the numerous Li family members below them. He realized with sudden shock that he had been away from home for over 4 hours now, without any Yu family members arriving to assist. Panic flickered in his heart. Fei Wangbai, you have truly colluded with them. Yu Xiaogui narrowed his eyes, knowing that it was likely the Fei family who had acted. Fortunately, the Jade Court guarding formation was incredibly strong. Even if Fei Wangbai had called for help from his early-stage Foundation Establishment Realm allies, they could not possibly have breached it in just 4 hours. Relieved, he waved his sleeve coldly and sneered. You have impressive skills, fellow Taoist. Li Tongya merely cupped his fist without replying. Nearby, Wu Shaiyan had endured 4 hours of torment, nervously watching the 2 of them. At last, he saw a streak of light in the sky. A handsome, middle-aged man in elegant white robes descended, cupping his fist. Wangbai greets fellow Taoists. Li Tongya responded by cupping his fist. Fei Wangbai glanced at the situation and laughed. I heard the Yu family was bullying the weak, so I hurried over to assist. But it seems I have no need to worry about Brother Tongya. Fei Wangbai's words now completely favored the Li family, no longer showing even a facade of respect for the Yu family. After Jiang Heqian had killed so many at the Yu family's marketplace, there was no longer any room for reconciliation between the Fei and Yu families. Fei Wangbai no longer saw any reason to play games with them. Yu Xiaogui's heart sank at these words, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He shouted, Fei Wangbai, what despicable acts have you committed? Feigning surprise, Fei Wangbai turned his head and replied, Brother Xiaogui, what do you mean by that? Chapter 273, Matters Concluded. Yu Xiaogui and Fei Wangbai had struggled against each other both openly and secretly on the lake for many years, so Yu Xiaogui was well aware of Fei Wangbai's true character. He knew that Fei Wangbai was a smiling tiger, one who spoke honeyed words but hid a sword behind his back. Seeing Fei Wangbai's attitude now, he was greatly alarmed. Without another word, he swiftly rode the wind away, not even bothering to leave a harsh word behind, leaving behind only his hastily retreating silhouette for the 2 to see. The 2 did not stop him, standing in the air as the members of the Li family cheered below. Fei Wangbai cupped his fist and smiled, saying, Congratulations, Brother Tongya, and of course, many thanks to you. Li Tongya understood the implication of his words, knowing that the Fei family must have made a substantial profit from the Milan Prefecture marketplace. He cupped his fist in return and replied, Brother Wangbai, your timely arrival was most appreciated. Thank you. Wu Shaiyan, who had been standing awkwardly as a spectator, had watched Yu Xiaogui leave without a word and now finally saw his chance to speak. He approached with a somewhat embarrassed smile and introduced himself, saying, I am Wu Shaiyan from the Wu family in the Southern Prefecture. Greetings to you both, fellow Taoists. Wu Shaiyan had hesitated earlier, not daring to assist Yu Xiaogui out of fear of Li Qijing's might. Although he had not helped, he had shown deference, so Li Tongya responded courteously, speaking softly. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Wu Shaiyan's awkwardness had eased slightly seeing Li Tongya's politeness. Unsure of what to say next, he finally spoke, somewhat dejectedly. To seize opportunities in spirit items, one must engage in combat. If it results in death, that is fate and no one can be blamed. I came here upon receiving news and had to inquire to set my mind at ease. I bear no ill will toward you." His words were clever, subtly explaining and expressing a desire to resolve grievances. Li Tongya, not wishing to make enemies, only nodded gently. He rarely acted out of greed, mostly responding only to threats, but 60 years of cultivation had occasionally seen him overcome by such desires. Wu Shaiyan's words relieved him, and he returned the courtesy with a cupped fist. The two said no more. Wu Shaiyan offered a few polite remarks and also invited them to visit the Wu family in the future, and then rode the wind away. Fei Wangbai also cupped his fist, and Li Tongya, after a deep look at him, finally spoke. "Though your family has gained much from the Yu family's accumulated wealth, you have destroyed the marketplace and killed many members of the Yu family, making a bitter enemy of Yu Xiaogui. Be cautious of revenge." Fei Wangbai, unaware of Yu Yufeng's death, nodded deeply in agreement with Li Tongya's words. Yu Yufeng is indeed formidable, unmatched on this lake. It is truly terrifying. "I will restrain my disciples," however. His voice trailed off. Fei Wangbai's expression turned resolute as he solemnly cupped his fist and said, "The enmity between our families and the Yu family is now as deep as the sea. There is also Yu Muxian within their ranks. I must ask the sword Immortal for his continued protection." Li Tongya's heart skipped a beat. "I understand, Brother Wangbai. Take care of your clan," he said simply. Fei Wangbai still feared Yu Yufeng's retaliation, but Li Tongya knew the Yu family's loss was immense. It would take decades for them to recover, making it difficult for them to even maintain pressure on the eastern coastal families, let alone seek revenge. Outwardly, he nodded in agreement, accompanying Fei Wangbai a bit further before riding the wind back to Mount Huizhong. The soldiers on the mountain stood in silence, forming two orderly rows. As Li Tongya stood before the hall, they kneeled with a clang. Li Xuanxuan, smiling, hurried to greet him, saying respectfully, "Second uncle has repelled the strong enemies and protected the clan. Your divine might is awe-inspiring. We are deeply grateful." Li Tongya burst into laughter, waving his sleeve to interrupt Li Xuanxuan's words. "You rascal, always so formal." Li Xuanfeng and Li Xuanling, standing behind him, both laughed at his words. Li Xuanxuan then straightened up, unable to hide the joy on his face. Li Xuanling stepped forward and said, "We have collected the family's treasures. According to Njayan's account, there are 37 spirit stones, 6 embryonic breathing realm Dharma artifacts, and 5 spirit items, all at the embryonic breathing realm. We also obtained a Qi cultivation realm formation plate known as the 5 Qi return formation. Though not top tier, it can be used as a protective formation for the mountains." "Excellent." Li Tongya nodded and instructed. "The terrain of Mount Yuding is steep and lofty, with weak spirit veins. There is no need to prioritize it, just set up a basic formation there. Place this formation on the spiritual Qi-abundant flat land on Mount Huizhong. As for Mount Huaqian," he waved his hand and gestured to Li Xuanfeng below, speaking warmly. "Xuanfeng, go to Lixia Prefecture and invite Liu Changdi over to examine the earth vein and terrain of Mount Huaqian. Have him prepare the formation." "Understood." Li Xuanfeng nodded obediently before slinging his longbow over his shoulder, quickly riding the wind away. Li Tongya stroked his beard and instructed, "The news of the attack on Mount Huizhong has not yet spread. Send someone to eastern Mount Yue to order Shamali to come to Mount Lijiang. I want to take a good look at the Purple Thunder secret origin technique for King Hong. As for Njayan." Li Tongya paused, stepping onto the stone steps and into the spacious hall. It was desolate and quiet, the stone pillars intricately carved, the air filled with the pungent smell of blood. The flickering lights cast a dim glow around him, accompanied by faint, mournful wails. Drip, drip, thick blood slowly dripped down. Njayan held a knife-shaped Dharma artifact, gently slicing a piece of flesh as thin as a cicada's wing, nearly transparent. He lifted it with the small knife, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed it in 2 bites. Njayu was beyond recognition at this point, his thin membrane of muscle clinging to his white bones, hanging like a sculpture from the beam. His heart and other organs, still faintly pulsating, covered by a translucent membrane, hanging downward. They were all dripping blood that reached Li Tongya's feet, only to be repelled by the water-pelling ability of his boundless ocean immortal foundation. Li Tongya stared blankly at the suspended Njayu, his serpent-like brows revealing chilling malice, as if the person hanging before him was someone he loathed deeply. For a moment, he was speechless. Everyone fell silent. Several younger disciples looked uncomfortable, while Li Xuanling and Li Xuanxuan frowned at the sight. Only Li Yunjiao's eyes shone brightly, staring intently at Njayu. Njayan, oblivious to the others, grabbed Njayu's hair and carefully cut it. Njayu could only whimper pitifully, his sculpted body trembling slightly. His eyelids and cheeks were now gone, and his blood-red eyes seemed ready to fall out of their sockets at any moment. Li Xuanxuan's face was grim, but seeing Li Tongya's thoughtful expression, he dared not reprimand Njayan. Suddenly remembering something, he whispered in Li Tongya's ear. "We paired Njayan with Li Feiruo, who is now pregnant. We must inform him immediately. Njayan likely doesn't know this yet." Li Tongya, snapped out of his daze by Li Xuanxuan's somber reminder, shook his head as if waking from a dream. He sighed deeply, and with a sweep of his long sleeve, sent a burst of mana striking Njayan's abdomen. Njayan was immediately thrown sideways, rolling 3 times on the ground before vomiting a mouthful of bloody filth. It was a disgusting and horrifying mix of pieces of flesh and skin, and the sight of it caused everyone's eyelids to twitch. Njayan's mouth was full of blood, and he had on a dazed expression, seeming to be slipping into deep delirium. "He is far gone," Li Xuanling muttered softly. However, he saw his father, Li Tongya, shake his head. Li Tongya stepped forward, lifted Njayan by the collar, and roared like thunder in his ear. "Njayan, Li Feriwo is pregant." These words, which had been infused with mana, made Njayan tremble, blood trickling from his ears. Li Tongya released his grip, and Njayan collapsed to his knees with a thud. The chi cultivator of the 6th heavenly layer began vomiting once more while crying and laughing all at once, tumbling about on the ground until he was covered in blood and filth. Li Tongya flicked his fingers, sending forward a force that killed Njayu instantly. The agonized head fell limp before a large blot of black red blood flowed from his nasal cavity, splattering on the ground. The hall fell into a profound silence, the eerie stillness accentuated by the autumn wind, leaving everyone engulfed in an unspeakable sense of suffocation. Chapter 274, Congratulations from All Clans. Yu Xiaogui rode the wind back to Milan Prefecture hurriedly. As soon as he crossed the mountain, he saw the entire area filled with smoke and blood. Various buildings had collapsed, and his heart skipped a beat at the sight. He descended and stood still in shock. The entire marketplace had been reduced to ruins, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. Only a few flickering flames remained. The ground was strewn with bodies, stacked haphazardly, with semi-dried blood glistening on the surface. For a moment, Yu Xiaogui's mind went blank, before he exploded with grief and rage. His heart ached as countless questions flashed through his mind. How did Fei Wangbai break through the Jade Court guarding formation? How is this possible? This question lingered in his mind for only a second before a more terrifying and heartbreaking thought entered his head. Yu Xiaogui cried out in shock, "Big brother." Without hesitation, he soared into the air, flying toward the grand palace which was situated at the highest point. The magnificent palace had mostly collapsed, with rubble strewn everywhere. Yu Xiaogui landed hastily in front of the hall, and before he could push the door open, his Foundation Establishment Realm's spiritual sense had already shown him a kneeling corpse on the ground. "Big brother." Yu Xiaogui placed his hand on the door, letting out a cry of pain before he shattered the door with a single palm strike. Stumbling, he kneeled before Yu Xiao, his heart filled with boundless regret and sorrow. His usually expressionless face now showed a myriad of emotions. The destruction of the entire marketplace was nothing compared to the pain of Yu Xiao's death for Yu Xiaogui. The blood on Yu Xiao's body had long dried, and the old man's face still wore a gentle smile. Yu Xiaogui's mind turned blank. Tears streamed down his face as he gritted his teeth and hissed, "Fei Wangbai." Li Tongya rode the wind away, leaving Li Xuanxun to handle the affairs and organize the tasks. Mount Yuding did not have vast spirit fields, but Mount Huizhong was a valuable treasure. Once the grand formation was established, the problem of the Li family's insufficient spirit veins for cultivation would be greatly alleviated, with even some surplus. Njayan and the others rode the wind back to Mount Huaqian. The blood on Mount Huizhong was again cleaned away, returning to its picturesque state once more. The autumn wind blew gently as leaves fluttered down, exuding a sense of tranquility and harmony. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Congratulations to your esteemed family. Li Xuanxuan hurried forward. The man before him was an elder with thick eyebrows and a rough face, holding a staff. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. Despite a hint of sorrow in his expression, he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm and joy as he extended his congratulations. "Senior Ziding, it is very kind of you to come all this way personally." Li Xuanxuan cupped his fist in greeting. The man before him was Ding Ziding, the head of the Ding family in the west. Years ago, when they had divided the Lu family's territory, they had become part of the Moongaze Lake. At that time, Li Tongya had personally received him. Now, with Li Xuanxuan achieving the Qi cultivation realm and Li Tongya reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, but absent in the mountain, Li Xuanxuan's reception was a mark of respect. Senior Tongya's breakthrough to Foundation Establishment realm fills us with admiration. I have come to present a gift in celebration. Our families have been friends for over a decade, and I wish for our friendship to last forever, Ding Ziding said. But as he said these words, his face was somewhat pale. When he first visited the Li family, he was at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm, while Li Tongya was only at the 5th heavenly layer. Now Li Tongya had broken through to Foundation Establishment realm, while he remained at the peak of Qi cultivation realm. It was impossible not to feel jealous, but he maintained a polite smile and spoke graciously, presenting a jade box. "This is too much." Li Xuanxuan protested as he waved his hands repeatedly, but a quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed that it contained a Qi cultivation realm spirit item. Though not exceptionally valuable, it was a sufficient gift. After some polite refusals, he finally accepted it graciously. Now that the Li family had gained control of both Mount Huizhong and Mount Yuding, they had completely blocked the Ding family's access to deeper parts of the Moongaze Lake. The Li family's strength was truly formidable, and Ding Ziding dared not say much, portraying only a friendly demeanor. The Ding family had once had two peak Qi cultivators, one being Ding Ziding and the other his son, who had reached the peak of Qi cultivation realm at 58, showing good potential. Over the years, the Ding family had managed to produce a promising candidate for the Foundation Establishment realm. Ding Ziding was naturally overjoyed and had been gathering spirit items and treasures to help him break through, hoping to nurture a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator amidst the mutual conflicts of the Ren, Li, and Yu families. The Ding family had kept to themselves in silence all these years, focusing all their efforts on helping their heirs break through. However, things did not go as planned. His son had been in seclusion for many years, but there had been no progress. A few months ago, Ding Ziding had finally broken into the retreat, only to find a skeleton and dried bloodstains. Ding Ziding was heartbroken and could not make a public scene about it. Instead, he buried his eldest son quietly. After laying his son to rest, Ding Ziding heard that the Li family had advanced northward, completely cutting off the Ding family's escape. The Ding family was now wedged between the powerful Li and Yuan families with a bleak future ahead of them, leaving them unable to pursue other plans. Suppressing his grief, Ding Ziding hurried to pay his respects. The elder's face was naturally pale, and his brow was furrowed with worry. He exchanged a few words with Li Xuanxuan before hearing a loud voice outside the formation. Yuan Haiyuan from the Yuan family has come to visit Senior Tangya. Please open the mountain gate. The expression on Ding Ziding's old face changed slightly, and he bowed his head even lower, as if trying to bury it in his chest. The Ding family was a vassal of the Yuan family, and meeting them in this situation was not a good thing. Xuanxuan noticed his plight and said gently, "It would be best if you wait in the side hall." "Yes, indeed," Ding Ziding exclaimed as he left hurriedly. Li Xuanxuan then controlled the formation. An honest and sincere-looking man in a long robe descended. He stepped forward and cupped his fist, smiling gently as he recognized Li Xuanxuan. "Are you Taoist Xuanxuan? You can just call me Xuanxuan." The Yuan family was powerful, so Li Xuanxuan regarded the man with even more respect. Besides, he appeared rather old, so Li Xuanxuan spoke politely to him. Yuan Haiyuan smiled and reintroduced himself. "I am Yuan Haiyuan from Mushroom Forest Plain. Greetings, Taoist." Congratulations to Senior Tangya on establishing his immortal foundation and achieving great advancement in cultivation. The news of Li Tangya's achievement had just reached the Yuan family, who promptly sent Yuan Haiyuan to congratulate them, showing their goodwill. Li Xuanxuan cupped his fist in return and replied, "My second uncle is currently away on business, Senior. I regret that you've missed him. Please accept my apologies for any inconvenience caused." Yuan Haiyuan waved his hand repeatedly and smiled. "No problem at all. I share a special connection with your esteemed family. Years ago, when the Sword Immortal returned home, he had landed at Mushroom Forest Plain and I escorted him back to Lijiang personally. Time has flown by, and now the Sword Immortal is renowned in the Four Realms, while I remain a Qi cultivator. When the Sword Immortal achieves the Purple Mansion realm, I will be able to brag about this story to everyone." Yuan Haiyuan's words were meant to be complimentary, but they made Li Xuanxuan feel a pang of sadness. However, he could not show it and simply laughed along with him. Seeing that his flattery had little effect, Yuan Haiyuan patted his brocade pouch and retrieved a long, flat jade box. "Our ancestor remembers the close relationship between the Sword Immortal and Yuan Tuan as fellow disciples of the same sect, and he specifically asked me to present this congratulatory gift." Chapter 275, The Coiling Dragon Pillar. "Oh." Li Xuanxuan glanced at the jade box, noticing the brilliant and glowing light emanating from it, suggesting the object in it was no ordinary item. He laughed and said, "Senior, you are too kind." "Ah." Yuan Haiyuan opened the jade lock and lifted the lid of the jade box. Inside lay a gleaming, cold green blade, appearing to be just under 4 kai long. The sword's blade was smooth and bright, and it was decorated with fine scale-like patterns that ran along its surface, exuding a chilling light. Li Xuanxuan immediately recognized that this was an extraordinary sword and said hoarsely, This sword is called the Coiling Dragon Pillar, 3 kai 7 kun long, forged from frostmire stone and supplemented with serpent dragon blood. It is a top-tier item among Qi cultivation realm Dharma artifacts," Yuan Haiyuan explained as he held the box with one hand and introduced the sword further. "This sword once belonged to the Chen family of the Linyu Gate. After the Linyu Gate's demise, it passed into the hands of a rogue cultivator who was later killed by our ancestor, thus coming into our family's possession." Li Xuanxuan, though not skilled in swordsmanship, was captivated by the sword. Yuan Haiyuan continued, our ancestor heard that Senior Tangya's sword was barely at the qi cultivation realm. Since our family does not specialize in swordsmanship, we felt it a shame for such a treasure to be wasted, so our ancestor asked me to deliver it to you on his behalf. Li Xuanxuan repeatedly refused, expressing how he could not possibly accept such a valuable gift, finding it difficult to justify accepting it. However, Yuan Haiyuan warmly insisted, pushing the jade box towards him and saying, my clan sister manages Kingsui Peak alone, and our ancestor fears she may be oppressed. We hope she can rely on the sword Immortal's reputation for some protection. Hearing this, Li Xuanxuan understood the intention behind the gift, thinking, this sword is not given for the sake of our Li family or my second uncle, but purely for the sake of our fourth uncle. The Yuan family, having dominated Mushroom Forest Plain for so many years, has deep foundations. Investing in a potential future Purple Mansion Immortal clan is no trouble for them. Seeing Li Xuanxuan still hesitant, Yuan Haiyuan placed the jade box in his arms and said warmly, our ancestor also heard about the marriage between the Li and Xiao families. The Xiao family and our Yuan family have supported each other for years. With your family gradually establishing a foothold on the lake, we'll gain another ally. If things go well in the future, our families can strengthen our ties and communicate more closely. For prestigious immortal clans like the Yuan and Xiao families, establishing a foothold meant more than just dominating an area. It meant being the strongest in the region with the clan and family maintaining extensive connections. Li Xuanxuan nodded, taking note of these words. Li Xuanxuan and Yuan Haiyuan chatted amiably before sitting down in the courtyard, enjoying tea. Li Xuanxuan, suddenly feeling a sense of doubt, hesitated for a moment before asking, when I was young, I heard that the Golden Tang Gate invaded Mushroom Forest Plain, causing many deaths, but I never heard of any casualties among your esteemed family. Ah, that matter. Yuan Haiyuan paused, seemingly contemplating how he could explain the matter before finally saying, our Yuan family did suffer few casualties. Those who died were from minor families and among the commoners. Your clan must be aware of some of the secrets involved. I came here today to speak frankly. Yuan Haiyuan took a sip of tea and continued, every year, our Yuan family plants a large quantity of spirit herbs and mines spirit ores for the Azure Pond sect. The invasion was a way for the Azure Pond sect and Golden Tang Gate to divide the blood and resentment. Killing minor families and commoners sufficed. There was no need to kill diligent slaves like us, was there? He wore a mocking smile on his face and made a self-deprecating remark, saying in a low voice, the Azure Pond sect has ruled for 500 years. They have clearly divided among which small clans shall grow people, which clans would grow herbs, which tribes are to be controlled, and where devil cultivators are to refine pills. In 500 years, only the Xiao family has been an exception, perhaps because Kai Wei intentionally allowed it. Never underestimate those few Purple Mansion realm cultivators on Azure Pond Peak. After 500 years, even the dumbest demons have become extremely cunning. Li Xuanxuan felt a silent fear in his heart, finding it hard to speak. Yuan Haiyuan glanced at him and smiled. While the Azure Pond sect feasts on the table, we are merely the small servants kneeling on the ground, enjoying the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the blood and sweat of the common people. To be honest, Yuan Haiyuan's expression turned serious, and his tone carried a hint of admonishment as he spoke. This is also our ancestors' sentiment. He is nearly 300 years old and has seen many things. Since your family has a sword immortal, why not send more disciples into the sect? Your family's goal should be to secure a seat at the foot of Azure Pond, not to be just another item in their bowl. Reaching the Foundation Establishment realm is only the first step. Li Xuanxuan pondered for a moment before finally letting out a deep sigh. I understand, Senior. Yuan Haiyuan finally nodded slowly as he finished his tea, saying, that is good. In the future, our Yuan family will be in the east, the Li family in the west, and the Ding family, a long-standing branch of ours, will remain untouched by us, as will the Xiao family. He dipped his finger in the tea, casually drew a line on the table, then stood up. He cupped his fist and smiled. Today's conversation has been very pleasant. Please relay my words to Senior Tangya. I must visit the Xiao family next, so I will take my leave now. Li Xuanxuan quickly stood up and escorted him out of the formation. He returned to the courtyard, deep in thought, only to find someone already seated there quietly. His clothes were neat and he was sitting upright, carefully examining the gleaming coiling dragon pillar sword on the table. Li Xuanxuan bowed respectfully and greeted the man. Second uncle. Li Tangya hummed absent-mindedly in response as he continued gazing at the fine scale-like patterns on the sword, running his fingers over them. A bright white sword qi glowed from the blade. Li Tangya nodded and commented, it is indeed a good sword. Li Xuanxuan saw Li Tangya's expression and guessed that Li Tangya had heard his entire conversation with Yuan Haiyuan. Standing with his fist cupped, he saw Li Tangya place the coiling dragon pillar back into the jade box. Li Shuangxuan said in a low voice, "Second uncle, the Yuan family's advice to us is to align ourselves with the various peaks to truly maintain a lasting presence at the foot of the Azure Pond sect. Even if we do not have a peak master in the sect, we must have a few insiders who can speak and hear for us. Our family must produce something valued by the Azure Pond sect so that we will not be easily manipulated at any time." Li Tongya responded with a noncommittal hum and said, "Officially, Qijing is still at the southern border. Few except those in the Purple Mansion realm know otherwise. In a few years, choose a moderately qualified disciple from the generation of Zai and Yue to send to the sect first." "Yes," Li Shuangxuan responded promptly. Li Tongya then took 2 steps down and stopped at the table where Yuan Haiyuan had been. He glanced at the faint water stain on the table and instructed, "Ding Ziding meant well. Send some return gifts with him when he leaves. While our family will not move against him, we should not get too close either. In situations like these, we must avoid giving others cause for suspicion." Li Tongya glanced at Li Shuangxuan and shook his head, saying, "The Yuan family is indeed cautious. They feared I might be unaware of the situation, so they came specifically to remind us." Li Shuangxuan nodded, saying, "It also seems the Yuan family is still unaware of the situation on the southern border. They think fourth uncle has the potential to break through to the Purple Mansion realm and are somewhat wary of us. The Ding family controls the entry point and acts as a buffer between our 3 families. I will ensure we do not disturb this balance." "Good that you are aware," Li Tongya nodded. As a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, he could be in seclusion for years at a time. If these matters were not handled properly and left to the younger generation to mishandle, it could result in enemies on all sides upon his emergence, which would be disastrous. Being ever cautious, he added a few more words of advice. "The news of my breakthrough will spread. In a few years, when we pay tribute, our Li family will be recognized as a prestigious clan." According to the Yuan family's implications, the Azure Pond sect's exploitation of prestigious clans is likely more severe than that of smaller clans. Use these years wisely to measure the spirit fields and allocate our manpower appropriately. "Understood," Li Shuangxuan responded, then added, "There is one matter I must report to second uncle. At the top of Mount Yuting, there is a jade well, perfectly round like the sun and large enough that it takes 9 people to encircle it. The well water is icy cold, and several sets of copper armor are submerged in it. According to Njayan, this was how their ancestors had tempered cold armor to gather courtly frost armor qi throughout the ages." Chapter 276, Jade Court Guard. Li Shuangxuan paused, letting Li Tongya absorb the good news, and then continued, "With this jade well, there is no need for large-scale construction. Although second uncle has achieved the Foundation Establishment realm, our family's roots are shallow, and we have too few qi cultivators to guard our territory adequately. Could the guardian of the courtly path be distributed to cultivate some reliable cultivators? That's a good suggestion." Li Tongya's eyes lit up instantly. The jade well for refining courtly frost armor qi was not something easily made, requiring extensive research and knowledge of runes. Having this jade well on Mount Yuting would save him considerable effort. After a moment of thought, Li Tongya replied, "Select some loyal disciples with spiritual orifices that have a clear background. This technique can help quickly condense 6 chakras and cultivate qi cultivators. Do not distribute it lightly, else we risk losing control." Li Shuangxuan nodded and said, "I plan to select 6 loyal individuals to begin training, and they will be assigned to the clan affairs courtyard for law enforcement duties. However, I have yet to decide on a name for this division." Having held authority for decades, Li Shuangxuan naturally understood such intricacies. He smiled and stepped forward, presenting a brush and ink with both hands. Li Tongya chuckled and took up the brush, saying, "You certainly have thought of a name. You are just waiting for me to write it down." After a moment's contemplation, he wrote 3 words with decisive strokes and explained, "I have read both the aged Courtly Path scripture and the Guardian of the Courtly Path. The Dao Foundation of the former is called Jade Court General, while the latter's Dao Foundation is called Court Guard. Let us call them the Jade Court Guards." Meanwhile, in eastern Mount Yue, the rays of the morning sun rose gently from the east, illuminating the many thatched cottages and fences. The common folk were just waking from their dreams, some preparing to hunt, others to farm. In recent years, eastern Mount Yue had been ravaged by war, with corpses littering the land. The members of the Li family, along with Shamali, had worked hard to restore order, bringing many Easterners and related systems and regulations to restrain officials and nobles. It was only in these recent years that things began to improve. A creaky carriage rumbled along the muddy road, drawing the attention of Mount Yue's inhabitants. Shamali sat steadily in the carriage with a songstress on each leg, both leaning against his chest. He stroked the shoulders of the women absent-mindedly, his thoughts drifting far away. Serpent Dragon, such a grand spectacle. Although the Li family controlled eastern Mount Yue thoroughly, Shamali, being a qi cultivator, was well aware of the disturbance from the previous night. He had seen the light from the east and witnessed the two serpent-shaped spells rising and falling, making him rather uneasy. Could it be a fight within family? Li Tongya is a peak Qi cultivation realm swordsman. Defeating Anjayan should not be a problem, as long as it does not involve the Yu family. Shamali knew that both the Yu and Li families had affiliations to the sect, but the Yu family had two more Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, making them far stronger than the Li family. If they fought, the Li family might not be able to withstand it. If the Li family falls, how can I, the king of Mount Yue, stay safe? Even preserving my life would be difficult. Though oppressed by the Li family, Shamali lived comfortably. His greatest hope was for the Li family to weaken, not perish. He had heard of the Yu family's ruthless actions, and if they attacked, Shamali would have no choice but to pack up and become a rogue cultivator. Shamali, Shamali. As Shamali was lost in his thoughts inside the carriage, the curtain was suddenly lifted, and a young man with short eyebrows and narrow eyes climbed in. Shamali's face briefly showed displeasure, but he forced a smile, saying, "Ah, it is Brother Tian Rong. What brings you here?" Tian Rong's lingering gaze on the songstresses displeased Shamali, but Tian Rong caught himself and averted his gaze, saying, "This Mount Yue region is quite dull, except for the entertainment you have here." Tian Rong, the son of Tian Yaodou, was among those sent to Mount Yue. As a profligate son, he naturally gravitated toward Shamali. Initially, Shamali believed he had established a connection with the Tian family and was overjoyed, treating Tian Rong with great hospitality. After only 3 days, Shamali realized that Tian Rong was an utter piece of trash, with a foul temperament and equally bad behavior. The words that came out of his mouth were so outrageous that even Shamali, a man of modest education from Mount Yue, found them unbelievable. He wished he could chase Tian Rong out of the palace. Despite Tian Rong's uselessness, he was the only son of Tian Yaodou, so Shamali didn't want to make an enemy of him. He tried to avoid Tian Rong by leaving on a carriage, but Tian Rong was oblivious and followed him all the way here, leaving Shamali at a loss. Shamali could only sigh to himself, listening to Tian Rong's nonsensical and vulgar talk, thinking to himself, "I've heard that Tian Yaodou is quite formidable, and is even an elder in the Li family. How did he end up with a son like this?" The world is indeed unpredictable. As Shamali was dozing off to Tian Rong's drivel, his ears suddenly perked up when he heard a loud voice outside. Tian Zhongqing pays respects to the great king. An opportunity to finally interrupt Tian Rong had presented itself. Shamali straightened up immediately. Overjoyed, he unceremoniously cut off Tian Rong. "Please come in." Tian Zhongqing, though not as outstanding as the main family's cultivators, was considered a fairly talented individual among the external cultivators in the Li family. Whoosh! The thick curtain was lifted, revealing the bright sunlight outside. Tian Zhongqing, with his upright features and composed demeanor, did not think highly of this barbarian but still gave him due respect, politely greeting him. "Great king." With a quick glance, he noticed the sneaky-looking Tian Rong in the corner. Tian Zhongqing was taken aback at the sight of him, and a wave of burning anger surged in his heart as he exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Tian Rong quickly shrank back, remaining silent. Shamali's expression quickly turned awkward, and since he despised Tian Rong deeply, he did not bother to create an excuse for him. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Tian Zhongqing immediately understood the situation, thinking angrily to himself, "I told him not to get too close to Shamali. He has completely ignored my words." Tian Zhongqing's heart pounded in fury, wishing he could slap Tian Rong to death right then and there. However, Tian Rong was Tian Yaodou's only son, and Tian Yaodou had not only been a great benefactor to Tian Zhongqing, but was also the pillar of the Tian family. Tian Zhongqing had no choice but to suppress his anger. He cupped his fist to Shamali and said, "The family head summons you. Please come to Mount Lijing for an audience." Shamali was immediately alarmed, trembling as he asked, "May I ask, what is this about?" Tian Zhongqing shook his head and replied, "Just an audience." With that, he cupped his fist again, waved his sleeve, and jumped out of the carriage, walking away. The more Tian Zhongqing thought about it, the angrier he became, but his anger soon turned to fear as he thought, "My mistake led to our clan being sent west, but it might not be a bad thing. However, this Tian Rong is going to get us into trouble sooner or later." Tian Zhongqing waited for a moment, but Tian Rong did not come out. Listening closely, he could still hear Tian Rong's complaints and Shamali's impatient responses inside the carriage. Tian Zhongqing's anger flared up again, and he muttered harshly, "This brat will surely bring about nothing but disaster in the future." Chapter 277, An Audience. Tian Zhongqing had left with a wave of his sleeve, but Shamali's heart was clouded with dark thoughts and wild speculations. Meanwhile, Tian Rong, oblivious to the situation, continued his incessant chatter, which only served to make Shamali even more anxious. He emptied his mind and pondered, "What does Li Xuanxun mean by this? I have been minding my own business in Mount Yue year after year, not touching the Li family's spirit fields or items. Surely they don't have a problem with me. Could this be a form of intimidation?" While Shamali was still lost in his own thoughts, the carriage came to a sudden stop. Tian Rong, startled, thought Tian Zhongqing had returned and quickly fell silent. However, he then heard the raspy voice of an elderly man shouting, "The main family's orders have arrived. Great King, how much longer will you wait? Do not miss the appointed time." "Hi Shaman, please come in," Shamali responded quickly. An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles entered. Despite his aged appearance, his eyes remained sharp and focused. This was the old Mount Yue shaman Ahuasai, who had surrendered to the Li family years ago. Now at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, he was too old to make any further breakthroughs. Shamali glanced at Tian Rong. Ahuasai, with a raised eyebrow, understood immediately. He unceremoniously grabbed Tian Rong like a chicken and threw him out of the carriage, ignoring Tian Rong's incredulous protests. Tian Rong fell to the ground with a loud thud and continued to curse obscenely. Ahuasai frowned deeply, leaned out and scolded, "Even your father has to address me politely. What the hell are you shouting about? How did Tian Yaodao even create such a useless son? He should have pulled it out of his wife and shot you on the ground back then to spare us all this trouble." These words not only left Tian Rong trembling with anger, but also made Shamali's eyes widen in surprise. However, he pretended not to have heard his last comment. Ahuasai ended his insult by spitting on the ground before turning back, saying, "Great King." Ahuasai was an old retainer of the Li family. He had accompanied Li Xiangping in the westward invasion, and Tian Yaodao had only been a lowly soldier at the time, saved by Ahuasai on several occasions. Tian Yaodao had always referred to him as Big Brother, hence Ahuasai spared no mercy in berating and reprimanding Tian Rong. Shamali hurriedly responded, "Yes, High Shaman, get ready and go." Ahuasai's demanding words made Shamali curse silently in his heart, but he could only nod in agreement. When he stepped out of the carriage, he saw that all the tributes and ceremonial items had already been prepared. Even without his command, the national treasury had been emptied. He nodded awkwardly before joining the procession, muttering grumpily under his breath, "Damn it, Njayan is quite perceptive," a young man said. The black-clad youth sat cross-legged as he listened to the words of the person below him, nodding and smiling as he said. He quietly settled the remaining members of the family in Lijiang Town, spreading the old vow of offering 2 mountains far and wide. Over the years, he has made some progress and has learned a lot. Now that Li Xuanxun was managing the family, Li Yunjiao had been sent to oversee the clan affairs courtyard. His fierce temperament made him well-suited for the job. Indeed, he has made significant progress. The youth below nodded in agreement. His demeanor strongly resembled Li Xuanling, exuding a sense of steadiness. This was his son, Li Yunian, who was a few years younger than Li Yunjiao. Li Yunian lacked a spiritual orifice and had always stayed on the mountain. Now that Li Yunian had married a woman with a spiritual orifice, he could no longer remain on the mountain. He had moved down, established his own residence, and spent his days reading, investigating past matters, and occasionally visiting Li Yunjiao's residence. Perhaps due to his lack of spiritual orifice and not cultivating, Li Yunian did not possess a sharp presence. Instead, he had a gentle and peaceful aura. After a pause, he continued, "Shamali's eldest son has begun his cultivation. He was born to a woman from our branch family and has been learning the Eastern customs since childhood. He begged the family for the Li surname and is now called Li Jimin. He appears quite loyal." Li Yunjiao smiled and nodded. This news was indeed pleasing. He paused and then said softly, "I received an internal report that the cave dwelling with Spirit Spring on Mount Huaqian is rich in spiritual qi. I'll be going there to cultivate in seclusion soon. We don't have many opportunities to talk as brothers, so I want to have a chat with you before I leave." "That's good news," Li Yunian responded warmly and smiled as he continued. "Too bad sister King Hung went to Mount Huzhong a few days ago. Now that you are leaving too, it'll be just me idling around in Lijiang Town." Li Yunjiao shook his head and reminded, "Hey, King Xiao and Yuanping are only 4 or 5 years old. There are only a few of us in the generation of Yuan and Qing. Since King Hung will also be cultivating in seclusion soon, you'll have to keep an eye on those kids when you can." Li Yunian nodded and said, "I'll be going to Mount Yue in a few days to investigate some matters. I can bring a few toys for the 2 kids." Li Yunjiao was about to ask him more questions when someone hurriedly approached, interrupting their conversation. "Report, Shamali is here to see you, my lord." "Shamali, it seems he has come to pay his respects and sound me out." "Let him in then," Li Yunjiao instructed. Li Yunian, understanding the situation, tactfully prepared to leave, but Li Yunjiao frowned and stopped him. "You can stay and listen. We are family, there's nothing you can't hear. Just record what Shamali says truthfully without any reservations," he said. "It is widely rumored that you're Shamali's main supporter, so I do need to listen carefully," Li Yunian teased playfully before sitting down again. A tall Mount Yue man walked up from below. His attire was proper, resembling the Easterners. With a wide smile on his face, he called out, "Brother Jiao, it has been so long. I have missed you greatly, brother." Li Yunjiao replied with a smile. Noticing Shamali's gaze lingering on Li Yunyan, he explained, "This is Brother Yunyan, one of our own. He will be heading to your territory in a few days, so please take good care of him." "Why yes, of course." Shamali responded cautiously, his mind completely preoccupied as he had come straight to see Li Yunjiao and was not expecting to meet anyone else. He said carefully, "Why have the family head summon me in such a hurry? I feel very anxious and uneasy." "Oh," Li Yunjia waved his hand and replied, "You have done well over these years. My elders want to see you, and perhaps even the ancestor will meet you personally. It's nothing serious, so relax." Hearing this, Shamali breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to say more but noticed that Li Yunjia seemed rather distracted. Realizing his sudden visit might have interrupted a conversation, he smiled and said, "With your reassurance, I am relieved. The family head's summons is important and should not be delayed. I will go up the mountain first and come back to see you when I have time." He then left hurriedly. Li Yunyan watched Shamali depart and after a moment of thought said, "Since we have his son Li Jimin, Shamali has pretty much served his purpose. Besides, Li Jimin might even be more loyal than he is. However, Qi cultivators have a lifespan of 200 years. I wonder how the clan plans to deal with him." Li Yunjiao set his cup down and replied, "No rush. Shamali's cultivation technique is excellent and his strength is decent. When Li Jimin reaches the Qi cultivation realm, we can still use Shamali as a guest elder." Li Yunyan nodded slightly but noticed a peculiar look on Li Yunjiao's face. He continued, "The Purple Thunder secret origin technique is truly extraordinary. It was once a grade 4 technique. Despite absorbing unrefined Qi, Shamali has reached the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm in just 4 years. That's fascinating indeed." While the two were chatting in the courtyard, Shamali hurried up the mountain, not daring to fly directly. He walked along the stone path for a while before the small courtyard came into view. 2 clan guards stood silently in front of the courtyard. Shamali, towering in stature, bowed his head as he entered and saw a middle-aged man dressed in gray standing at the top. The middle-aged man had broad shoulders and was carefully wiping a sword with a rag. The sword had intricate scale-like patterns, reflecting a cold light. Shamali stared at it in a daze for a moment before kneeling with a thud and bowing deeply. Shamali greets the ancestor. Shamali finally understood why serpent dragons had flown in the sky that night and why the Li family had made such a commotion. With his forehead pressed firmly on the ground, he did not dare move, thinking in shock. Foundation Establishment realm. He has achieved the Foundation Establishment. Li Tangya responded with a soft hum before glancing at him, slowly sheathing his sword. He began gently, "Shamali, it has been a while. It seems you have been behaving in Mount Yue and you've made significant progress in your cultivation as well." Chapter 278, Reunion with an Old Friend. The turmoil caused by the Li family had settled after half a month. Autumn took its hold on the lake, rendering the waters dark and mysterious. The banks were covered in red and yellow leaves, and a creeping coldness gradually set in. The Fei family, having gained benefits, kept quiet on the northern shore. Jiang Heqian, fearing ambush and revenge from Yu Xiaogui and Yu Yufeng, refrained from appearing on the eastern shore. The Yu family silently licked their wounds, and for a while there was an unexpected calm. Apart from the ruins of the Yu family's market, which had fallen silent, the scene was peaceful. How are things progressing? Yu Mugao sat at the head of the hall, his face weary and gloomy, but his tone held a subtle note of relief. He rested one hand on his forehead, while the other tapped a brush on the table lightly. A recently opened letter lay on the desk as he addressed the person below him. "Elder Xiao is indeed dead. We have confiscated the properties of those accused of colluding with the enemy without much opposition." A faint trace of grief crossed Yu Mugao's face. Yu Xiao had watched him grow up. Yu Mugao had hoped that more of those useless members would die at Mount Lijiang. However, he had not expected the Fei family to break through the Jade Court guarding formation, leading to the loss of Yu Xiao. The Yu family has lost many direct descendants and cultivators in the market, causing significant turmoil both locally and within the clan. Taking advantage of Yu Xiao's death, who had been a leader of the old family, Yu Mugao took decisive action against his uncles and brothers, cleaning up the clan. With these parasites gone, the Yu family exhibited unprecedented vitality. In a way, it is better. At least I don't need to persuade father to give up the market anymore. Losing the market left Yu Mugao feeling unexpectedly relieved. The words that read Azure Pond on the letter were extremely eye-catching, and he thought, the old ancestor probably won't return, and father has gone into seclusion again. The family is finally in my hands, and without those fools around, it's so much better. Previously, the family's resources had flowed into the hands of his uncles and brothers, and most of it was used for tributes and to support Yu Yufeng. Now, with these demands reduced, Yu Mugao found himself managing things with much ease. He doubted Yu Yufeng would survive, but felt no significant sorrow in his heart. If we had rid ourselves of these people 40 years earlier, and if father and the ancestor had listened to me instead of wasting time with blood sacrifices and the lake meetings, we wouldn't have suffered such losses. Looking at the young cultivators he had promoted, Yu Mugao felt a surge of confidence. The Yu family, which was previously powerful, had been divided, with resources drained by Yu Yufeng. Yu Mugao had no choice but to bow to authority then. Now, though weakened, the Yu family belonged solely to him. After 2 years of consolidation, as long as Muxian remains on Yunwu Peak, I can toy with Li Xuanxuan and Fei Yis. Yu Mugao slowly set down the letter, his eyes still fixated on the words in it that had been written with a brush dipped in red ink. The autumn sunlight bathed the paper in a warm light, seeming to cause the red words to gleam like blood. The contents of the letter read, "Decades have passed without returning, nor have I sent any letters. Master once said that the demon king of the southern border feasts on moonlight. He is likely not at ease. Senior brother is coming to the lake and I will enter seclusion. Foundation establishment realm is within reach. Brother Xuanfeng, I heard that a senior member of your esteemed family has recently reached Foundation establishment realm. Congratulations." Liu Changdi soared leisurely through the air, his eyes fixed on the golden glow of the longbow on Li Xuanfeng's back. While offering his congratulations, his eyes lit up as he thought to himself, that bow must be the golden age. In my previous life, I only saw its golden aura during a demonic attack while reinforcing the Azure Pond Sex formation. Now I can finally see it up close. Li Xuanfeng laughed heartily and replied, "Brother Changdi, you are always well informed. Thank you." Liu Changdi observed Li Xuanfeng's aura, noticing that he had reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Envy filled his heart as he congratulated Li Xuanfeng, saying, "Brother Xuanfeng, you are not even 35, yet you've already reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. You might be able to attempt the Foundation establishment realm breakthrough by the time you are 40 or 50. Li Xuanfeng smiled wordlessly as he raised an eyebrow and responded, "Brother Changdi, you are also progressing well, already at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. The Foundation establishment realm is within reach for you too." The two exchanged compliments as Mount Huaqian came into view below. Li Xuanfeng led Liu Changdi into the courtyard, where they were greeted by a nimble-footed youth in black robes who cupped his fist respectfully. "Greetings, senior." The youth's sharp features and slightly narrow eyes exuded an air of fierceness. It was Li Yunjiao. Liu Changdi immediately recognized him and swallowed back the brother Jiao that almost slipped past his lips, finding the situation rather awkward. Li Xuanfeng quickly introduced them. "This is Li Yunjiao, the son of my eldest brother Li Xuanxuan. He is currently cultivating on Mount Huaqian." Seeing the young man before him, Liu Changdi felt strange. Nevertheless, he was delighted to see an old friend. He smiled hastily and said, "Please don't call me a senior. I admire Yunjiao's outstanding demeanor and wish to consider us equals." Li Xuanfeng gave him a strange look. While he considered Liu Changdi a peer, Liu Changdi wanted to treat Li Yunjiao as an equal, which would naturally disrupt the generational hierarchy. Li Yunjiao, having just arrived at Mount Huaqian, was equally puzzled and insisted he was not worthy of such a status repeatedly. Unable to refuse, Liu Changdi finally said, "It's fine when Brother Xuanfeng is present. Privately, Yunjiao and I can address each other as equals." Li Xuanfeng nodded, transmitting a message to Li Yunjiao using his mana. Liu Changdi is a good-natured person and an expert in formations. Though he can be eccentric, he is harmless. Just let him be. They all took their seats as servants served tea. Li Xuanfeng didn't waste any time and asked directly, "Taoist Changdi, if we want to set up a formation on Mount Huaqian, what kind of power can we expect given the local spirit veins and spiritual qi? Also, how many spirit stones would it require?" Liu Changdi nodded and replied, "Years ago, when I set up the Sun-Right Profound Light Formation on Mount Lijing, I also observed Mount Huaqian's spirit veins. The mountain lacks several key points and is relatively low and narrow. Even the legendary Wan Huaqian could only set up a formation to withstand a peak qi cultivator here." He smiled wryly and continued, "I once believed I could match Wan Huaqian's prowess, but standing before Mount Huaqian, I see now that his skills in formation far exceed my own. My best effort might withstand the strength of a late-stage qi cultivator. However, if faced with an attack from a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, the formation would likely falter in less time than it takes for a stick of incense to burn." Li Xuanfeng calculated the distance from Mount Lijing to Mount Huaqian and concluded that a stick of incense's time was more than sufficient. "That's long enough, but how many spirit stones would it require?" he asked. Liu Changdi saw Li Xuanfeng's approval and nodded. "If your esteemed family lacks spare formation flags, we will need to use a formation plate. With Wan Huaqian's legacy as a reference, I can set up the formation for about 50 to 60 spirit stones." Li Xuanfeng, no longer the inexperienced youth he once was, knew that this price was remarkably low. He frowned slightly and asked, "At 50 to 60 spirit stones, would there still be any profit for you, Brother Changdi?" Chapter 279, Guest Elder. Liu Changdi simply waved his hand and laughed. "To be frank with you, those 50 to 60 spirit stones would be just the cost. I am not after the spirit stones, but I do have a request." Li Xuanfeng quickly realized what Liu Changdi meant and nodded as he replied, "Brother Changdi, feel free to speak. If it is within our family's capability, we will certainly not refuse." Liu Changdi paused to organize his thoughts before speaking softly. "I have devoted many years to the study of formations. The deeper I delve into the principles and patterns, the more difficult they become. Acquiring a perception technique would double my effectiveness and allow for further progress. Unfortunately, despite years of searching in this region, the immortal cultivators guard their techniques closely. I have been unable to obtain one. If your esteemed family possesses such a technique and could lend it to me, I don't mind setting up another formation for you after completing this earth-locking Huaqian formation." Liu Changdi knew the Li family possessed a perception technique called Spirit Eye Perception. He had long coveted it in his previous life, but had never managed to obtain it. Since he had a good relationship with the Li family now, he thought it was the right time to request it. Li Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow, causing Liu Changdi to feel a bit uneasy. Li Xuanfeng put down his tea bowl and thought silently, could this be a coincidence? Liu Changdi is strange but has shown kindness toward our family. Not knowing his background, we did not dare invite him to join our family as a guest elder when we only had a few Qi cultivators. I even recently discussed this with Brother Xuan. Maybe we should take this opportunity. Li Xuanfeng purposely feigned hesitation, furrowing his brow. "I see. It so happens that our family does have a perception technique, but we have never taught it to outsiders," he responded slowly. "It was presumptuous of me." Liu Changdi immediately exclaimed, lowering his head in disappointment as he apologized. Li Xuanfeng couldn't hold back his laughter and chuckled as he continued, "If Brother Changdi is willing to become our family's guest elder, we can lend it to you without breaking the family's rules." "Are you serious?" Liu Changdi asked eagerly, clearly overjoyed. He had consistently demonstrated goodwill toward the Li family, yet had refrained from requesting to become a guest cultivator, fearing that his excessive enthusiasm might be misinterpreted as having ulterior motives. Seeing Li Xuanfeng nod, he grinned and clapped his hands in delight. "That's wonderful, wonderful indeed." Elated by the good news, Liu Changdi felt revitalized. In his previous life, he had never been a significant figure and spent most of his life humbly trying to make breakthroughs, often being scolded and ordered around. Now that he was about to become a guest elder for the Li family, his voice took on a more eager tone as he asked, "I heard that the main family had moved the formation plate from Mount Yuting to Mount Huizhong. How well is it working?" "Ah, I was going to ask you about that," Li Xuanfeng said as he shook his head and continued. "The grand formation on Mount Yuting was operating at mid to late stage Qi cultivation realm, but on Mount Huizhong, its power has been reduced to early stage Qi cultivation realm. Do you know why? The formation plate is not effective just anywhere. If I am not mistaken, the formation plate on Mount Yuting was specifically arranged to match the spirit veins there. Therefore, simply moving it to Mount Huizhong would naturally reduce its power." Liu Changdi replied matter-of-factly. He waved his hand and confidently said, "I'll go to Mount Huizhong in a few days and adjust the formation plate. You can count on me." Li Xuanfeng thanked him profusely. After some more conversation and laughter, Li Xuanfeng said, "I'll report this to the ancestor. As for the matter of Mount Huaqian, you can discuss it with my nephew Yunjiao, who is usually there." Liu Changdi and Li Yunjiao both acknowledged their tasks. After Li Xuanfeng left, Li Yunjiao turned to Liu Changdi and asked, "Senior, what kind of spirit materials and how much labor will you need? I will start preparing right away." Liu Changdi's mouth twitched with embarrassment as he awkwardly said, "Please don't call me that. I'll write down the requirements later so you make the necessary preparations, Brother Yunjiao. I dare not be careless." Shamali broke out in a cold sweat, lowering his head and staring intently at the ground. His mind was in a jumble, and he was mumbling a few vague responses. Li Tangya, who was sitting at the head, glanced at him and commanded, "Come forward." Shamali quickly got up and took 2 steps forward. Li Tangya glanced at him twice over and frowned slightly, thinking to himself, although the Purple Thunder secret origin technique is indeed powerful, it also causes infertility. Shamali indulges in wine and often engages in nightly revelries in his quest for offspring. It seems he also enjoys consuming various spirit materials in Mount Yue. His vitality is waning. If he continues like this, he won't last another 100 years. Seeing Shamali's timid appearance, Li Tangya thought of how diligent he had been over the years and advised, "You need to nourish and conserve your vitality. Do not overexert yourself." Shamali nodded repeatedly, though Li Tangya was unsure if the man fully understood his words. Having said all he could, Li Tangya's thought drifted back to the juniors in the family and mused, "Now that I see what's happening to Shamali, I should start finding some spirit herbs and elixirs to strengthen King Hong's vitality." Li Tangya was always considerate of his juniors, often prioritizing his own children after his brother's offspring. He made a mental note of this and said, "Your eldest son has begun cultivating." He ascended the mountain and begged Shuangxuan to grant him the Li surname. He shows great potential. When he reaches the Qi cultivation realm, you should abdicate and focus on your cultivation in the mountains." Li Tongya's words left no room for negotiation, yet Shamali felt neither resentment nor displeasure. Instead, he was slightly moved and grateful. The gap between the foundation establishment realm and the Qi cultivation realm was immense, and Li Tongya's politeness was already a sign of great generosity. In the past, the high shamans on Mount Wu viewed Qi cultivators merely as sources of nourishment. The people of Mount Yue had long learned the necessity of submission, and Shamali was no exception. Thank you, ancestor," he exclaimed repeatedly. Li Tongya smiled upon seeing his obedience and submissiveness, saying, "I'm sorry that, as the ruler of Mount Yue, you will have to sit in a small chamber to cultivate when that time comes." "I harbor no such thoughts," exclaimed Shamali, who had governed Mount Yue for 4 or 5 years. Knowing this was the moment to demonstrate his loyalty, he kneeled down with a resounding thud. In a trembling voice he declared, "If not for the main family, I would have perished in some forgotten corner of Mount Yue long ago. Now I have reached the Qi cultivation realm and rule Mount Yue. What more could I possibly desire? I have no issue with my son inheriting the throne. That'll allow me to dedicate myself to my cultivation and revel in the spiritual Qi of the immortal mountains. For this, I am eternally grateful." Upon hearing this, Li Tongya nodded in satisfaction, though his gaze remained on the sword in his hands. "Good, you have grown. Stay on the mountain for a few months. In a few months, the family will need to catch a few demons. You will come along and contribute," Li Tongya said simply. "I understand," Shamali answered readily. "You may leave," Li Tongya said as he dismissed Shamali. Only then did Shamali slowly leave the courtyard, feeling his back drenched in sweat. He descended the mountain in a daze, his mind still fixated on the gleaming sword. It took him a long time to regain his composure. He muttered to himself, "The Li family now has a foundation establishment realm cultivator. That is excellent news. I can feel at ease, and the main family will not fear my rebellion. I no longer have to worry about being discarded after use." As Shamali walked along the stone path, the faces of the Li family members flashed through his mind, from Li Xiangping and Li Tongya to Li Xuanfeng and Li Xuanling, then from Li Xuanxuan and Li Yuanxiu to Li Yuanjiao and Li Qinghang. He felt both fortunate and contemplative. Years ago, joining the main family was a spur-of-the-moment decision, yet it put me on this great ship. That single choice could have turned me into another's slave, left me as a corpse in the forest, or elevated me to the ruler of a state, soaring through the skies as a Qi cultivator. Endless hardships and countless strategies pale in comparison to that one pivotal moment. The rise and fall of fate in this world are utterly absurd. At just over 40 years old, Shamali had experienced more ups and downs than most people could in 10 lifetimes. As he walked along the mountain path, his steps became lighter and lighter, feeling an immense weight taken off his shoulders. Chapter 280, Changes in the North. Li Tongya watched as Shamali retreated respectfully. After reading the jade slip for a while, he heard footsteps approaching as Li Xuanxuan hurried into the courtyard. "Second uncle, you called for me." "Yes," Li Tongya responded, putting down the jade slip before continuing. "I asked you to gather information about the nearby foundation establishment realm demonic cultivators. How is it going?" Having dealt with the family, Li Tongya now intended to find a few talisman qi for the generation of Yuan and Qing. Once these matters were settled, he planned to cultivate in seclusion. He had asked the fox in the mountains about the matter a few days ago, but Mount Dali was demon territory. Even the early foundation establishment realm demons were well known in the demon den, backed by late or peak foundation establishment realm demons. It would be a different matter entirely if one of them was killed by a disciple from the 3 sects and 7 gates. However, the Li family was simply a clan. Killing a demon could bring trouble to their doorstep overnight, especially if the demon were the descendant of a purple mansion realm, creature being that even ordinary disciples from the immortal sects must treat with respect. Li Tongya had thus asked Li Xuanxuan to send people out to investigate, and it had been some time now, so he called him in for a follow-up inquiry. The southern Mount Dali and the eastern Lixia prefecture seemed hopeless, so he hoped there might be opportunities in the territories of the Golden Tang Gate to the north or the Golden Feather sect to the west. Li Xuanxuan cupped his fist and replied, "I have some findings. To the west of Moongaze Lake is the Golden Feather sect's territory, separated by a small wilderness and several minor families. No demons have been reported there. Going further west would be too far and inconvenient." As for the Golden Tang Gate's territory in the north, Li Xuanxuan paused, lowering his voice as he continued, "It's currently in chaos. Demons run rampant while the prestigious clans are trying to annex each other. I believe there are foundation establishment realm demons to be captured there. I have already dispatched additional people to investigate further." "Oh," Li Tongya, intrigued by the situation at Golden Tang Gate, asked, "Have you found out the cause of it?" Li Xuanxuan nodded and replied, "Over 10 years ago, the Purple Mansion realm ancestor of the Golden Tang Gate passed away. greatly weakening their strength. They had to rely on Azure Pond Sect for support. After a few years of stability, the last Purple Mansion Realm cultivator vanished, and many Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators within the sect also disappeared mysteriously. They could not even suppress the families and demons under their control, and this became particularly severe after Kai Wei's death. There are even rumors of devil cultivators appearing. Li Tongya remained silent, pondering for a moment before asking, "How have the other sects responded?" Li Xuanxuan shook his head and answered, "Our information is limited. We only know that Azure Pond Sect has turned a blind eye to the situation, not sending a single person over. As for the other sects, we do not have much information." Li Tongya sipped his tea and said softly, "Judging by Golden Tangate's state, the other sects likely have not taken any significant action as well. The Purple Mansion Realm cultivator at Golden Tangate probably is not dead. At Senior Zio shooting ceremony, I heard that Great Sioux State, where the Golden Tangate is located, is now teeming with Buddhists, and many great powers are in conflict. Golden Tangate may have been caught up in this turmoil." Li Xuanxuan acknowledged this with a nod and sighed. "With no one in the sect, information is scarce. We, the older generation, still have to rely on the generations of Zai and Yue to try their luck." Li Xuanxuan didn't have any strong objections to sending the younger generation to Azure Pond Sect, but Li Tongya felt uneasy. However, since having their disciples join Azure Pond was highly beneficial for the family, he had no choice but to accept it. To change the subject, he glanced at Li Xuanxuan and instructed, "Keep investigating, and if necessary, write a letter to the Fei family. Fei Wangbai is on the northern shore, close to the Golden Tang Gate, and his family used to be associated with it. He might have information." "Understood," Li Xuanxuan acknowledged. There were 2 knocks at the door, and Li Xuanfeng entered quickly with a golden bow strapped onto his back. He cupped his fist and said, "Second uncle, Liu Chandi has arrived at Mount Huaqian to set up the formation. It will cost 58 spirit stones." Seeing the confusion on Li Tongya's face, Li Xuanfeng continued, "I have also discussed this with Brother Xuan earlier. Liu Chandi is highly skilled in formation techniques, and it would be best if we could have him join the family. I previously tested the waters, and Liu Chandi wishes to become our family's guest elder in exchange for a perception technique as payment for setting up the formation." Li Tongya pressed his hand against the table, contemplating for a moment. He was slightly hesitant, but he could not blame the younger generation for making their own decisions. He gave them an out, saying, "Liu Chandi has many secrets. It is hard to tell if that is good or bad. However, his skill in formations is indeed impressive. We still need him to set up the grand formation." Li Xuanfeng paused slightly and replied slowly, "It is just a nominal position. It should be harmless." Li Tongya, being cautious by nature, was reluctant to take such a risk. He hesitated and then revealed some confidential information, shaking his head. "It is fine. As long as he takes the profound scenery spiritual oath not to disclose it, we can lend him our perception technique. As for making him a guest elder, I have discussed this man with Zio Yongling. According to him, Liu Chandi seems to have divination abilities, often predicting opportunities and gaining advantages. He seems to know a lot about various fortunes, which makes him quite unusual. This man is so mysterious that even Ancestor Shooting keeps an eye on him. Although Liu Chandi believes his actions are discreet, he was quite conspicuous even when he was just a minor embryonic breathing realm cultivator. His exceptional talent in formations and his frequent travels made him stand out. There's no way he can escape the eyes of someone as astute as Zio Shooting. On top of that, Liu Chandi is also involved in many strange occurrences and might bring trouble. It is not the right time to bring him into the family." Hearing that Liu Chandi was so dangerous and had even caught the attention of the Zio family's Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, the 2 younger men felt a pang of regret. Li Xuanxuan was taken aback while Li Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow. In the end, Li Xuanxuan sighed deeply and said, "Thank you for the advice, second uncle. I have almost caused trouble with my presumptuous decision." "That's an exaggeration." Li Tongya waved his hand dismissively. An awkward expression crossed Li Xuanfeng's as he remarked, "But I have already agreed to his request and do not know how to refuse him now." Li Xuanfeng, not as experienced in managing family affairs as Li Xuanxuan, had forged a friendship with Liu Chandi and felt awkward about directly refusing him. Li Tongya, smiling, shook his head and replied reassuringly, "Give the perception technique to him, be generous and courteous, and tell him he can practice it. As for the matter of becoming a guest elder, just say that I am in seclusion and cannot give a reply at this moment, but you have decided to let him practice the technique first. He will be grateful and have no complaints." Li Xuanfeng nodded in understanding, and Li Xuanxuan, stroking his beard, also nodded with a smile. "Everyone says that second uncle is composed and reserved, but they often overlooked your astute mind, steady yet decisive, truly a talent beyond the ordinary," he praised. Li Tongya clicked his tongue and waved his hand, chuckling. "Stop flattering me, it makes me uncomfortable. Go and get the job done." he scolded teasingly. The two brothers laughed heartily and took their leaves respectfully. The last formation point. Thanks to the traces of the former earth-locked Huaqian formation, the grand formation on Mount Huaqian was rapidly set up. If it weren't for the death of Wan Tianchu, the last orphan of the Wan family in Lixia Prefecture, the formation could have been completed even faster. Liu Changdi, directing a group of embryonic breathing realm cultivators to carve the formation diagram, appeared quite pleased with himself. He was thrilled by the prospect of soon acquiring the spirit eye perception, a skill that could significantly elevate his formation abilities. He sighed inwardly with glee, thinking, this is the life. In my previous life, I was constantly hiding and wandering, gaining good embryonic breathing realm cultivation techniques too late because I was already cultivating with various unrefined qi. I remember how lost and dissatisfied I was in that life. I was barely living. Now, relying on the cultivation methods and experiences from his previous life, he had significantly enhanced his qualifications. Although he could not gain any major opportunities, he managed to secure a wealth of cultivation resources by assisting others with formation diagrams. Naturally, his progress was rapid, and he was rather satisfied with his current state. Chapter 281, Gilwen I. Liu Changdi was feeling quite pleased with himself as the grand formation was nearly complete. He could already sense the subtle connections of spiritual energy forming within the formation and thought to himself, this formation is almost ready. With the help of the Li family, once I master the spirit eye perception, I can head north. The Su state is in chaos right now, and going there might provide me with some opportunities. As he was contemplating, he saw someone land nearby with a golden bow on their back and a jade slip in his hand. The man said with a smile, "Brother Changdi, I have brought you the spirit eye perception." Liu Changdi was overjoyed and expressed his thanks repeatedly. He stepped forward but noticed that Li Xuanfeng looked somewhat regretful as he continued explaining. Unfortunately, the ancestor is in seclusion and I could not find him. We have never had a guest elder in the family before, so I cannot make that decision without consulting him first. I see. Liu Changdi understood that Foundation Establishment realm cultivators often secluded themselves for years, but he could not understand why Li Xuanfeng still brought the spirit eye perception to him. Feeling both disappointed and puzzled, he looked at the jade slip and asked, "And this is?" Oh, Li Xuanfeng seemed to realize something and raised his head, saying, "No one knows when the ancestor will emerge from his seclusion. I can't keep you waiting until then, so I brought you the spirit eye perception jade slip to practice for now. How could I possibly accept this?" Liu Changdi exclaimed, feeling both touched and uneasy. However, before he could refuse, Li Xuanfeng grabbed his hand and placed the jade slip in it forcefully. "Brother Changdi, you have worked tirelessly on our formation. How could I possibly delay giving this to you? This matter is settled. Go ahead and practice," he said with a hearty laugh. Li Xuanfeng's words were firm, and he had, after all, handed over the jade slip forcefully. Liu Changdi, naturally cautious, instinctively wanted to withdraw but found that Li Xuanfeng's grip was like an iron vice. He could not pull away until Li Xuanfeng finally released his hand. Liu Changdi was greatly shocked by his strength, thinking to himself, "I used my mana unconsciously, yet I couldn't break free. It is no wonder that in my previous life, everyone in the city feared Li Xuanfeng. His strength is truly terrifying. In my previous life, Li Yunjie once said, Li Xuanfeng likes to kill demons with arrows. One demon general thought he couldn't fight in close combat and switched to attack him at close range, but Li Xuanfeng had merely laughed and grabbed it with his bare hands, killing it with 2 strikes. I guess Li Yunjie wasn't exaggerating." Li Xuanfeng noticed Liu Changdi's fear and quickly apologized, though there was a grin on his face. "I have had great strength since childhood, and it seems I have startled you. My apologies." Li Xuanfeng's extraordinary strength was due to talisman qi, but of course he was not going to say that to Liu Changdi. Seeing Liu Changdi repeatedly say "it is fine," Li Xuanfeng added, "Once you have taken the profound scenery spiritual oath, you can start practicing." "Of course, thank you," Liu Changdi said gratefully. After Liu Changdi had taken the profound scenery spiritual oath, Li Xuanfeng handed over the jade slip and continued, "This perception technique is difficult to master. No one in our family has succeeded in practicing it so far, so please do read the content carefully." Liu Changdi, full of joy, accepted the jade slip eagerly. No problem at all. Li Xuanfeng had also practiced this perception technique. Lacking a crucial heavenly material called pure essence spirit water made it exceedingly difficult to master. Seeing Liu Changdi's confident demeanor, his thoughts stirred, thinking to himself, "The ancestor said that this man is shrouded in mystery and harbors many secrets. Perhaps he also knows the source of the pure essence spirit water. I must remain vigilant." He cupped his fist and said, "Brother Changdi, if you discover any insights during your practice of this perception technique, please share them with my family. You will be generously rewarded." Of course. Liu Changdi agreed readily. Li Xunfeng wasn't sure if he had thoroughly examined the content but could only cup his fist in return and left on the wind. Within a month, the grand formation on Mount Huaqian was completed. Liu Changdi managed to restore 70% of the original power of the Earth-locked Huaqian formation set up by Wan Huaqian. It was more than enough to fend off late-stage Qi cultivators. It also drew power from the spirit spring within the Mount Huaqian cave dwelling, which circulated endlessly. This made it particularly effective against groups of low-level Qi cultivators and could even hold off a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator for the duration it took to burn a stick of incense. Li Xunfeng was very pleased with this. With this matter settled, Liu Changdi eagerly went to Mount Huzhong to modify the formation plate. Li Yunjiao saw off the formation master with mixed feelings of both amusement and relief. That man is overly enthusiastic, always dragging me into long conversations. Although he means well, it makes me very uneasy, Li Yunjiao complained. He was clad in black and was seated casually on the high seat, sipping spirit wine and exhaling warm air. Hearing this, Li Qingheng, who was smiling brightly, blinked playfully. Her voice, light and pleasant, teased, "I rarely visit Mount Huaqian, and Brother Jiao has me listen to complaints. Maybe this person isn't the one making you uneasy. Now that I think about it, your big day is drawing near. It's quite amusing to see you so restless." Li Yunjiao gave an embarrassed smile, realizing how easily Li Qingheng had seen through him. He stammered, "I wonder what kind of woman she is." Li Qingheng giggled, holding her wine cup to her red lips but not drinking. She mimicked a middle-aged man's voice, sounding gruff and hearty as she said, "In that case, we do have a direct concubine-born daughter named Xiao Giluan, who is excellent in character and appearance. She is surely a perfect match for Yunjiao." Li Yunjiao glared at her and, seeing her laughing to herself, said irritably, "You seem to enjoy this. Do you know how tormented I feel?" Li Qingheng's expression turned serious, but she was still smiling softly. "I heard that Xiao Giluan has already reached the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. She is definitely very talented. Since they say her character and appearance are exceptional, what is there to worry about? You can't possibly ask for more when your wife has already met all these 3 criteria." Li Yunjiao sighed deeply and replied, "No cultivator could possibly look bad. Besides, even the most beautiful face will wither after a century. To me, appearance is the least valuable attribute. It's hardly worth mentioning." Li Yunjiao drank some wine and began to speak his mind. He raised one finger and continued, "As for talent, being too exceptional or too lacking creates divisions among people. Being evenly matched is the best." Lowering his finger, Li Yunjiao's face showed a trace of concern as he said, "What worries me most is character. Senior Xiao Yuanci is an honest person, but when he says someone has excellent character, who knows what that truly means?" Li Qingheng nodded thoughtfully and asked carefully, "Are you worried that Xiao Giluan might be too kind, or perhaps too weak?" Li Yunjiao sneered and replied, "Whether kind or ruthless, if she cannot read people's expressions, understand situations, or tolerate human nature, possessing any one of these flaws could bring disaster." Chapter 282, Giluan II. Li Qingheng fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Brother, you have a point, but I still have one more question," she said solemnly. Seeing Li Yunjiao raise his eyebrows, Li Qingheng's expression turned sorrowful as she said softly, "But our eldest brother, he excelled in every way, yet he met such a tragic end." Li Yunjiao closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, answering, "Excelling in everything only means you have barely managed to get on the chessboard to become a pawn in this great contest, a plaything for the Purple Mansion realm cultivators." Li Qingheng was momentarily speechless. She harbored dreams of pursuing immortality and longevity, but despised the behavior of the Purple Mansion realm and Golden Core realm cultivators. She remained silent, watching Li Yunjiao drink his wine before he laughed and said, "Regardless, the future depends on us." Li Qingheng nodded and smiled. "All right, let me tell you, brother, I am about to condense the final chakra." Li Yunjiao froze, then slammed his cup down heavily and said angrily, "Damn it, why are you still drinking here? Go back to your cultivation." Li Qingheng laughed lightly before excusing herself and then left the court. As she walked a few steps in the clear breeze, seeing the bustling scene at the foot of the mountain, she gripped her spear tightly and thought, "Among all my siblings, I'm the most talented. In the future, I must be the shield for our family. I cannot afford to slack even one bit." The Xiao family was now a Purple Mansion immortal clan. The Azure Pawn sect had gifted them nearly half of Lixia Prefecture, and the northern Golden Tang Gate had ceded 6 towns to them. Although the territory was not small, the population had significantly decreased due to the Azure Pawn sect's past practices of overexploitation. However, it was still sufficient to support the mundane members of the Xiao family. The terrain of Mount Xianyu was gentle and its spiritual energy was abundant. Since Xiao Shooting's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm, the highest peak, Xianyu Peak, had been designated for his exclusive use. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators had moved to other peaks, yet the spiritual energy of Mount Xianyu remained ample, easily sustaining the cultivators of this region. Amidst the undulating mountains, a low peak was illuminated by the moonlight, casting a bright glow over the courtyard. The surroundings were intricately decorated with glimmering lights, giving an air of opulence. In the main courtyard sat a young woman in green. She was without makeup, her brows like willow leaves and her phoenix eyes sparkling with life. Her slender white hand held an ink brush, gently sketching on the cloth in front of her. In a soft voice she asked, "All the gifts for my husband's family are prepared. Is there any portion left from the family's allocation?" A servant nearby bowed and replied, "Aside from the 9 chests of dowry, there are just over 10 spirit stones left, my lady. I am not sure if that will be enough." The young woman in green, Xiao Giluan, brushed her hair back and counted. The Li family heavily utilizes external clans. Tian, Liu, Ren, Su, Chen, and even Madame Du. These minor clans all need to be properly attended to. Just over 10 spirit stones are indeed insufficient. The dowry provided by the Xiao family was actually quite generous, but after all the necessary preparations for the wedding, there wasn't much remaining. Xiao Gilan furrowed her delicate eyebrows as she asked gently, "Have you asked my father about this? Is he really unwilling to provide more?" The servant hesitated before nodding, then shook her head with a hint of frustration. She lowered her voice as she answered, "No, my lady. There have been several occasions now where the people sent to the foot of the mountain could not even get past the front gate. I guess I can't blame him." Xiao Giluan mumbled softly. After all, she was about to be married to the West. She simply shook her head quietly and said, "A married daughter is like spilled water. He is naturally displeased. But the Li family is after all a prestigious clan. It is not a poor match at all. The old master's action is rather harsh," the servant said, visibly upset. Xiao Giluan smiled gently, explaining, "If I followed his wishes obediently and brought in a cultivator as a live-in son-in-law, it would add significant support to him. Now that I am marrying into another family, I might be flourishing, but considering how he has no affection for me, he would only feel that he is losing out greatly and is naturally unhappy." The servant quickly fell silent, not daring to speak further. Xiao Giluan placed her brush down and removed a jade bracelet from her wrist that glimmered with mana light. She instructed, "This jade bracelet, which I have used since condensing my profound scenery chakra, helps to calm the mind and absorb spiritual energy. It is a fine treasure. Take it down the mountain, find someone trustworthy to pawn it, and we can make up for the shortfall in spirit stones." The servant was visibly uneasy and responded, "My lady, is this really necessary? It is just a few minor clans. They should be the ones flattering you instead of the other way round." Placing the jade bracelet into the servant's hand, Xiao Giluan explained, "The Li family has 4 branches, but there is only one family head. This requires long-term planning. You need not doubt my decision." She paused for a moment after speaking and glanced at the cloth on the table, then added, "Make sure not to let anyone in the family know about this. The dowry that the family provides should indeed include a portion from father, hence this shortfall. If he is unwilling to contribute, then so be it. But if the family finds out, he will be blamed and it will stir up unnecessary trouble." She squeezed the servant's hand and whispered, "The opportunity to marry into a prestigious clan is rare. We are at a critical juncture now, so let us avoid any incidents that could embarrass me." Although Xiao Giluan was of legitimate descent, she was born of a concubine. If she were to marry an external cultivator chosen by the family, the best she could hope for would be a chi cultivator, who would most likely be over 50 years old. At only 17 or 18, Xiao Giluan found that prospect unbearable. She had seen the portrait of Li Yunjiao. He was quite handsome, young, and at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, with the potential to reach the Foundation establishment. Moreover, marrying into the Li family as a daughter of the Xiao family meant that she would be treated with utmost respect. The differences were stark, and Xiao Giluan cherished this opportunity. "Yes," the servant responded softly. Xiao Giluan nodded, picking up the brush to record this amount of spirit stones as her father's contribution. Just then there was a light knock on the door of the courtyard. Xiao Giluan frowned and called out, "Who is it?" "A servant of Master Xiao Jiuking, delivering gifts from Mount Yu," came the answer from beyond the door. "Xiao Jiuking." Xiao Giluan signaled to the servant, who quickly went to open the door. A young servant kneeled outside the courtyard, not daring to enter, holding up a small embroidered pouch. A gift for the young lady. The servant took it and handed it over to Xiao Giluan. She weighed the small pouch and estimated it to contain about 5 or 6 spirit stones to her delight. She responded, "Tell your master that I appreciate the generous gift. His contribution is very much appreciated." The young servant repeatedly acknowledged her, not daring to look up at Xiao Giluan, and then retreated. The servant girl closed the door and asked curiously, "My lady, we have never had any dealings with Xiao Jiuking from Mount Yu. Why is he being so kind?" Xiao Giluan covered her mouth with a smile and drew a circle on the cloth, answering, "He is trying to curry favor. He sees potential in the Li family, or specifically in Li Yunjiao. Despite her intelligence and wit, Xiao Gilwen was ultimately just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Seeing her future husband being so highly regarded brought her a bit of joy. She picked up the brush again and wrote the letter Jiao on the cloth, murmuring, "Whether he is gentle or fierce, let us hope he is not a fool." Chapter 283, The Wolf Demon. A newly ascended Foundation establishment realm wolf demon at Mount Bianyan on the border of Su State. Li Xuanxuan muttered as he read the small note in his hand, feeling somewhat uneasy. He did not know the strength of this wolf demon, and if it had any backing. The 5 sects of Su State were constantly at war with each other, compounded by rampant devil cultivators and roaming monks, creating utter chaos. These sects could only protect a few towns under their respective mountain gates, while demons ran amok elsewhere. This wolf demon occupied the remote Mount Bianyan in Su State, proclaiming itself the Bianyan Demon General and living quite happily. After all, being a Foundation establishment realm demon and cultivating alone in the mountains, no one bothered it most of the time. Only occasionally did it come out to cause some trouble and devour a few cultivators, which then made its existence known. Li Xuanling pondered for a moment and clicked his tongue. He hesitated, saying, "We need to ask that fox about the affairs among these demons. Let us first send this up for second uncle to see." One of the subordinates stepped forward and took the note before heading up the mountain. Li Xuanxuan then bowed his head and began drawing talismans. The Yu family was currently in chaos, and the Li family had just annexed 2 mountains, which required him to oversee the allocation of manpower and distribution of spirit fields. Li Xuanxuan himself was not of exceptional talent, so he often stayed at the foot of the mountain drawing talismans and managing affairs. The wedding of Jiao is also within these months. Doing it well is no easy task. People from the Xiao family had already come several times, led by Xiao Jiuqing. He was a very articulate man, handling many matters thoroughly and efficiently, saving Li Xuanxuan quite a bit of effort. Looking at the congratulatory message handed over to him, Li Xuanxuan couldn't help but praise, "This man is eloquent and capable. If our family had someone like him, it would save us a lot of trouble." As soon as he said this, Li Xuanxuan couldn't help but think of Li Yuanxiu, feeling a pang of sorrow as he thought to himself, "We should have arranged a marriage for that boy earlier." Family head. Just as Li Xuanxuan was lost in his thoughts, Li Zuan hurried up to him, interrupting his mind. "Master Liu Changdi has already repaired the formation. He bade farewell to the second master and has left northward on the wind," he reported respectfully. "Oh, I see. How is the selection of the Jade Court guards?" Li Xuanxuan responded. 3 are of the Li family, 1 is of Chen and 1 is of Su. All are close and trusted," Li Zuan answered readily. Li Xuanxuan nodded and replied, "Make sure to select carefully. The ancestor will meet them personally in a few days." Watching Li Zuan nod and leave, Li Xuanxuan put down his brush and suddenly thought of Li Xuanfeng, feeling quite troubled. Cultivators who advanced in their cultivation too quickly often resulted in fewer descendants. Li Xuanfeng had no children and now shunned women. This was concerning to Li Xuanxuan. "Although Dong was married into our family, Jingshan only bore 1 daughter. King Xiao might marry into the Xiao family in the future. Given Xuanfeng's current state, does that mean he will be left without descendants?" Li Xuanxuan wondered out loud as he sighed softly. Though he was the eldest among their generation, he was not dominant and knew he could not persuade Li Xuanfeng. He could only think of finding a day to discuss with Li Tongya about this matter. The brush in his hand lightly moved across the paper, and the talisman under the tip of the brush shone brightly before finally converging into a brilliant light, flowing onto the smooth talisman paper. Li Xuanxuan chuckled softly. Done. This Qi cultivation realm talisman was a shield essence talisman. The Li family possessed 2 talisman manuals, Spiritual Talisman Method and Autumn Talisman Notes. The former, brought back by Li Qijing, included 3 Qi cultivation realm talisman techniques, one of which Li Xuanxuan had just drawn. The latter also primarily involved Qi cultivation realm talismans, but were more difficult, and Li Xuanxuan had yet to master them. Drawing 1 or 2 out of 10 talismans successfully is not bad at all, Li Xuanxuan said as he put away the talisman. Though his talent in the art of talisman was the highest in the Li family, it was not particularly outstanding. Being able to draw Qi cultivation realm talismans relied solely on his hard work. Feeling satisfied, he smiled and said, "With these talismans, the younger generation in the family will have better protection." Li Tongya was the only remaining cultivator on Mount Lijiang now. Li Yuanjiao and Li Xuanfeng had been sent to Mount Huaqian, while Li Qinghang and her father, Li Xuanling, had gone to Mount Huizhang. Several external Qi cultivators were busy below, slaying demons and overseeing spirit fields so that the main family members had time to cultivate. The combined spiritual Qi of Mike Peak and Lijiang Peak finally allowed Li Tongya to freely cultivate. The spiritual energy of Mount Lijiang was not dense, and Li Tongya, having received the Deep Ocean Long Whale Talisman, needed to breathe and circulate qi like a whale. This made his cultivation more challenging than that of ordinary Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Li Tanya sat beside a bed, carefully reading a purple jade slip, while Liu Raoxuan, with her head full of white hair, slept soundly beside him. Li Tanya was now 63 years old, and Liu Raoxuan was only a few years younger than him. However, repeated failed breakthroughs had shortened her lifespan, leaving her vitality low. The Li family could not provide any life-extending spirit items and could only watch as she neared her death. Liu Raoxuan had little time left, and with her damaged essence, slept more often than she was awake. Thus, Li Tanya no longer secluded himself for cultivation and instead stayed by her bed reading, accompanying her in her final days. Ancestor. Li Xuan tiptoed to Li Tanya's side, offering a small note. Li Tanya took it and glanced at it, then nodded, putting it away. He covered the bed curtains before stepping out of the courtyard, saying in a low voice, "I understand." With that, he rode the wind and left the formation. The speed of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator was astounding. In just a moment, he had already crossed the dense forest below and landed under a massive white banyan tree. It was silent all around, with not even a fox's fur in sight. However, Li Tanya was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged under the tree, meditating. Soon, a fiery red figure flew hurriedly from the horizon and landed in front of Li Tanya. "You have finally come to find me." The fox looked dejected, letting out a disheartened cry. "You have caused quite a stir on the lake. We all know about it. 2 more feeding grounds are gone, making the demons of the northern foothills quite unhappy." The fox grumbled. "What do you mean by that?" Li Tanya asked, puzzled. The fox explained, "Those demons eat people. As long as they change form and enter the city quietly, cast a few spells, eat a few people, and leave immediately, no cultivators ever interfere. As long as they do not provoke the prominent families, eating a few commoners is easy." The fox sat on the ground, spreading its paws expressively, and continued, "Since your Li family rose to prominence, things have changed. Even going to a feeding ground to eat a few commoners is met with relentless pursuit. All sorts of tracking and illusion-breaking spells are used, and any careless demon staying in the city for a few days gets caught and killed. The more cautious ones eat and run, but even minor demons in the embryonic breathing realm are pursued into the mountains by qi cultivators. It is utterly unreasonable." Li Tanya was left speechless. The fox continued its ramble, saying, "With your Li family's rise, human flesh and blood have become increasingly precious in the northern foothills. Many demons are unwilling to take risks and have turned to eating other demons instead. With dogs biting dogs and wolves biting wolves, life has been chaotic. In the past 6 months, as your Li family expanded again, these demons have lost 2 more feeding grounds, naturally causing dissatisfaction." Li Tanya could only shake his head. The fox added, "I heard this from a pig demon in the demon den that it wanted to teach your family a lesson. I tried to dissuade it, but that stupid pig demon threw me out of the den." "I'm sorry to hear that, my friend," Li Tanya said, but he could not help but laugh. Nevertheless, the mention of the pig demon puzzled him. He asked, "The demon den and the Azure Pond sect are from different factions. What can that pig demon possibly do? Lead demon soldiers to attack us or use some cunning scheme to harm my family?" Chapter 284, News from Sioux State. The fox burst out laughing, clutching its belly and rolling on the ground as it answered, "He is just a pig-brained fool." What kind of scheme could he come up with? He feasted with a bunch of demons for 3 days, cursing loudly, then got drunk and passed out. When he woke up, he continued cursing, and after they had eaten everything in the den, they all went back to their own lairs. Li Tanya was momentarily stunned, unsure of whether to laugh. He chuckled a couple of times, then saw the fox straighten up and say earnestly, "Your family is too righteous and too close to the common people. It always confuses me. They are just commoners. What harm is there if these demons eat a few of them? The common people are raised to be used, aren't they? If you do not use them, they will keep multiplying, eventually running out of land and livelihood, and then they will curse and hate you. I have lived by the shore for hundreds of years and have seen many things. Newly risen families treat the commoners well when they are weak. But once they reach the qi cultivation or Foundation Establishment realm, they no longer care about the lives of these people. Your family, however, has never changed. You of all people should understand this isn't how it should be." The fox rambled on, only to look up and see Li Tanya's face darken with a hint of anger. The fox fell silent, somewhat fearful, and shook its head hesitantly. It wanted to apologize, yet felt it shouldn't, so it merely watched him in silence. Li Tanya sighed, suppressing his discomfort, and said wearily, "You speak too much, my friend. My youngest brother was made into someone else's food, and I come from a farming background, so I cannot listen to this. Our family raises commoners for our own purposes. You do not need to worry about it." The white banyan fox, being a demon, valued Li Tanya as a close friend, but ultimately cared only for him. Seeing Li Tanya unmoved by its advice, the fox flicked its tail and said, "That stupid pig will probably come looking for you to ask about this matter. Deal with it yourself." Li Tanya nodded and thanked the fox. Allowing the demons to prey on the townspeople was out of the question, and Li Tanya already despised the actions of the Purple Mansion realm and Golden Core realm cultivators above him. If he let the townsfolk be devoured, how would he be any different from those cultivators? Moreover, the formation of Talisman Chi required the support of incense and offerings. The greater the number of people under his rule, the better. According to the standards of the sacrificial ritual method, Li Tanya already felt that the talisman pills condensed from the incense provided by his people were too little, so he could not afford to lose them. Seeing Li Tanya's firm stance, the fox could only nod. Li Tanya then asked, "Do you know about the situation of the demons in Sioux State?" Sioux State, a flash of fear crossed the fox's eyes, and it said in a low voice, "How could I not know? The expansion of Buddhism to the south terrifies us demons more than you cultivators." Li Tanya raised an eyebrow, and the fox, flicking its tail, continued, "Buddhism has these spells and techniques they call destinies or something. At first sight, they'll want to capture you. Once captured, they'll force you to become a vegetarian, and if that isn't enough, they make you their lackey, calling you a spirit beast. Who wouldn't be terrified?" The fox shook its head and stood up, saying, "Do not be fooled. Just because we demons in Jiangnan seem to be doing well, we gain spiritual wisdom and refine our bones, and we can call the immortal cultivators our brothers and friends, establishing the 16 demon dens to stand alongside the 3 sects and 7 gates. Purple Mansion realm demon cultivators can roam the world and make friends everywhere." The fox paused and continued, "But in the north there's no place for demons. As demons, we either die or become slaves to humans. There is no third path. We are all subjected to spells, made into spirit beasts, and spend our lives being trampled underfoot. If a demon dares to fly, regardless of its intentions, they will pull it down to indoctrinate it." Li Tanya was greatly enlightened by these words, and coming to a sudden realization, responded, "If that is the case, it means the demons in Sioux State currently have no backing or protection. My family wants to capture a demon from Sioux State, and we feared the risk of offending someone." The fox laughed heartily, waving its paws repeatedly. "Nowadays, any demon with some background or knowledge has fled Sioux State. Only the ignorant and naive ones remain in that place. Buddhism has already swallowed most of Sioux State. Who would want to stay there?" The fox sneered. "I see." Li Tanya now had a plan in mind, and felt relieved that the matter of the sacrificial demon had been sorted. His mood improved considerably, and he could not help but ask another question. Why have no powerful forces stepped forward to stop Buddhism's southward advance? It is a scramble between different teachings, after all. The fox shook its head and answered, "How would I know about you humans? Probably because you lost." Li Tanya fell silent. His family had not even ventured beyond Moongaze Lake and had no right to think about such grand matters. He took out some spirit patties as a token of gratitude. The fox, delighted, accepted the large bag and sat down to eat right away. Li Tanya then took his leave and rode the wind back north. The fox, sitting there for a while, eventually hummed and climbed up. It dug out 2 spirit ores from a tree hole, moistened them with saliva, and mixed them with the spirit patties to eat. Li Tanya landed hastily on Mount Lijing, his heart troubled, thinking to himself, this trip must remain unknown to the Yu family. Without a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator currently on guard, who knows what mischief Yu Mugao might cause? A quick trip with a swift return would minimize such danger. That Foundation Establishment realm wolf demon was able to conquer a mountain, so its strength must be considerable. I am confident I can kill this demon, but capturing it alive by myself, I'm not sure if that's possible. Li Tanya pondered for a while. The idea of capturing a demon alive was indeed strange, and he could not ask for the help of another Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. After some thought, he decided, perhaps I should ask for the help of the mirror to suppress the. He then stepped through the central courtyard into the backyard. A white protective barrier appeared. Li Tanya performed a hand seal, and a small passageway, just enough for one person, opened up in the barrier. This internal formation was linked to the Sun-Right Profound Light Formation on Mount Lijing, and could only be unlocked with a secret method known to only a few within the Li family. Li Tanya stepped into the backyard where the stone slabs were covered in moss, and the autumn wind had scattered fallen leaves all over the ground. With a sweep of his sleeve, the leaves were piled up neatly. Li Tanya took a few steps forward and entered the ancestral hall. After offering more incense, he then entered the secret chamber. There, on a stone platform glowing with mana light, lay a small, palm-sized bluish-gray mirror that was floating quietly. Soft white moonlight streamed down, filling the stone chamber with cloud-like mist, making it look like a celestial realm. Li Tanya waved his hand gently, lighting up several mana-powered candles in the chamber. He kneeled and bowed deeply, then stood up. After organizing his thoughts, he respectfully addressed the mirror with a slightly complex expression. Li Tanya, the descendant of the Li family, humbly requests the mirror to exterminate demons and eliminate evil, in return for a blood offering. Chapter 285, Requesting Protection. In the world within the mirror, gray and white mist floated between heaven and earth. Below, the moon-white buildings were mostly repaired, with pavilions, bridges, high platforms, and palaces stretching endlessly. The rising moonlight from them created a rather ethereal scenery. Lu Jiangxian leaned on a stone table, dozing off against its white jade-like edge. The jade pot in his hand shook slightly as a steady voice reached his ear. Li Tongya, the descendant of the Li family, humbly requests the mirror to exterminate demons and eliminate evil in return for a blood offering. Lu Jiangxian was startled awake. He stretched his body before straightening himself up. His divine sense emerged from the mirror's surface. Before him stood a man in gray, standing respectfully. Li Tongya, having lingered in the Li residence for so many years, Lu Jiangxian had watched on as the four brothers dwindled to just this one. Even though he had reached the Foundation establishment realm, Li Tongya still respectfully recited the prayer while bowing below the platform, causing Lu Jiangxian to fall silent. Of the four Li brothers, Li Tongya is the most cautious and suspicious. I have been with the Li family for decades. There's no way he never harbored any suspicions. Lu Jiangxian thought quietly to himself. Lu Jiangxian knew that the help he had provided during the Li family's rise was full of loopholes. Initially, none of the family members were familiar with the path of immortal cultivation. Even if they had their suspicions, they kept their doubts to themselves. Now, after half a century of mingling in the cultivation world, Li Tongya had seen plenty. Even Li Muxian, a mortal man, had suspicions about the mirror in his final years. Lu Jiangxian simply could not believe that a man like Li Tongya would have no doubts at all. He's already a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, yet he treats the mirror like a deity rather than a Dharma artifact. The implications are obvious. Even those actions that seemed too deliberate back then have been beautified when Li Tongya recounted them to the younger generations. It's as if he's deliberately preserving the current relationship between the mirror and the family. He's truly a farsighted one. Although Lu Jiangxian was not particularly a deep thinker, his mental age over 30 years of waking and sleeping made him realize he could not outwit these cultivators. He thought to himself, I have a long lifespan. As long as I stay hidden in this mirror, I fear no disasters. I only wish to plant and harvest talisman seeds, helping out as much as I can. If things go well, that's great. If not, so be it. Li Tongya waited below quietly for a quarter of an hour before carefully stepping forward to take the mirror. Lu Jiangxian thought, going to Su State should be fine. When Zhai Wei and other Purple Mansion realm cultivators had passed by back then, they did not even discover my presence. There shouldn't be any issues. He then withdrew his light, leaving the object in Li Tongya's hand appearing as nothing more than an ordinary, worn bronze mirror. Li Tongya studied it for a moment, detecting no traces of spiritual energy or light. With a sigh, he tucked the mirror into his robe and drifted out of the courtyard. As Lu Jiangxian reflected atop the stone platform earlier, Li Tongya was similarly lost in thought. Ever since Xianping had found the mirror in the riverbed, the Li family had risen steadily to prominence. Recalling the lines from the reception method, when the time comes, I will remain true to my oath. With this talisman burned, I express my gratitude to Supreme Yin. Li Tongya felt uneasy. The Li family had benefited so much from the mirror that it made him anxious. He thought to himself, I don't mind nurturing the mirror after my death, but what must I accomplish to stay true to my oath? As he pondered, he had reached the foot of the mountain and saw Li Xuanxuan drawing talismans in the courtyard silently. He stepped into the courtyard and called out warmly, Xuaner. Li Xuanxuan raised his eyebrows and looked up, replying quickly, Second uncle, did you find out something from the fox demon? Yes, Li Tongya nodded and replied, I have a direction already, but we need to send someone to the Zhao family. The Zhao family, Li Xuanxuan echoed. Li Tongya continued, I am going out to capture the demons, but I cannot leave you all unprotected. Go and ask Senior Zhao Yuanci to come over if he has time. Li Tongya's journey to Mount Baiyan was not far, but it would still take him several days. Although the Yu family was likely tending to their wounds and unaware of Li Tongya's location, hence eliminating immediate concern, Li Tongya remained vigilant. After some deliberation, he decided to involve Zhao Yuanci. He instructed, use Yuanjiao's wedding as a pretext to invite him here. Li Tongya paused and explained, Yuanjiao is adopted by Qijing, making him your fourth uncle's nominal grandson. As long as you explain this to Zhao Yuanci, he will naturally agree to come. This is also an opportunity to ask Zhao Yuanci about the current great turmoil in Su State. Li Xuanxuan nodded repeatedly, always trusting his second uncle unconditionally. He agreed readily before Li Tongya rode the wind into the sky, then instructed a servant nearby, get Dong to come here. Chen Dong was at Mount Huaqian at the time, but he promptly accepted the order and headed east. Li Tongya and Li Xuanxuan chatted in the courtyard for a while before they heard a light laugh. Zhao Yuanci stepped in, smiling at the two as he said, Congratulations, your esteemed family has claimed 2 more mountains. Greetings, Senior. Li Tongya and Li Xuanxuan responded in unison. Zhao Yuanci waved his hand, indicating for them to sit, and began, Fortunately, I was not away or in seclusion. Otherwise, you would not have found me so quickly. What is it? Do you need pills refined, or do you need some help with other matters? Li Tangya returned the greeting and explained, Senior, the wedding date is approaching, and I am concerned there might be trouble. I should stay to guard the family, but I have urgent business in Sioux State. That's why I have invited you here to oversee things, and also I would like to inquire about the situation in Sioux State. Zhao Yuanci waved his hand generously and replied, Sure, it's no big deal for me. It's just a few days of cultivating in a different place. As for Sioux State, Zhao Yuanci paused. Noticing that Li Tangya did not mention the reason for his trip, he did not pry further and continued, I have also consulted the ancestor about Sioux State. If you are going there to gain some benefit or for an opportunity, you should make haste and keep your visit brief. In about 6 months, an immortal will intervene to rectify the situation in Sioux State. After that, anyone visiting will be under close scrutiny. It will not only be restrictive, but could also easily lead to trouble. Li Tangya nodded gratefully. Li Xuanxun could not help but ask, is this immortal intervening out of goodwill and because he is unable to bear the chaos? There is no goodwill involved. Zhao Yuanci shook his head and continued, they are not stepping in because of the chaos and the people's suffering. It is because Buddhism is growing steadily. If they lose Sioux State today, they will lose Wu State tomorrow. They fear their Dao lineage will be suppressed. Li Tangya nodded silently and asked in a low voice, is it a Golden Core Realm cultivator taking action? I do not know, but the situation has not deteriorated to that extent. There should not be a need for a Golden Core Realm cultivator, Zhao Yuanci replied as he shook his head and took a sip of his tea. The ancestor was secretive about it and did not go into detail. Most likely they will send late-stage or peak Purple Mansion Realm cultivators, with Golden Core Realm cultivators overseeing the matter. If Golden Core Realm cultivators were to fight, the entire Sioux State and even Wu and Yue states would be affected. Sioux State might lose its spiritual energy for 600 or 700 years with the earth veins destroyed. Even if they win, what use is it? They would be left with devastated, unusable land. Nowadays, it's rare for Golden Core Realm cultivators to intervene directly, he explained. Li Tangya, thinking that the difference between Purple Mansion Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm was already significant, did not realize that Golden Core Realm cultivators were in fact this powerful. Curious for more information, he continued, if the Golden Core Realm cultivators are so formidable, can they not fight in the sky to avoid damaging the earth veins and disrupting the spiritual energies? Chapter 286, Mount Bianyan. Zhao Yuanci laughed heartily, shaking his head repeatedly as he heard this. Everyone says that the spiritual energy which connects the heavens and the earth exists in the sky as various spiritual qi, and in the earth as the earth veins and fiery abysses. How could fighting in the sky solve this problem? The spiritual energy is intertwined with the earth veins, and any disturbance would undoubtedly affect the whole system. If you studied the path of formations, you would know that it is not that simple. Zhao Yuanci paused briefly before continuing. Years ago, when the 3 sects and 7 gates besieged Li Jianquan, they fought for 3 days and nights. Li Jianquan was merely a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator who wielded a sword with unparalleled skill. Despite facing numerous foes, he managed to sever the earth veins and spiritual energy of the northern shores of Moongaze Lake. It took nearly 100 years for the area to recover. This shows the formidable power of Li Jianquan. Imagine, then, the impact if the Golden Core Realm cultivators were to get involved. Would it not shake the heavens and the earth? Li Tangya nodded in realization and could not help but sigh. Golden Core Realm. Who knows how many people, how many corpses, and how many years it takes to achieve it? Zhao Yuanci laughed sarcastically, seeming to want to say something, but he swallowed his words and merely replied, Golden Core Realm is beyond our reach. As for the Dao Embryo Realm above it, it exists only in imagination. Dao Embryo. Li Tangya was slightly puzzled. His cultivation method, the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, mentioned only 6 realms: embryonic breathing, Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, Purple Mansion, Golden Core, and nascent soul. There was no mention of the Dao Embryo realm, so he was naturally confused. Zhao Yuanci nodded and explained, it is the realm above the Golden Core. It has been so long since anyone has been able to reach it that the current cultivation world rarely mentions it. Not only in Jiangnan, but also in Mobai, Lingbei, and Zhejiang, there has been no talk of the Dao Embryo realm at all. According to the ancestor, no cultivators has been seen attaining this realm in this world for 500 years. Hearing this, Li Tangya thought to himself, perhaps the nascent soul realm is the ancient term for Dao Embryo realm. The Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra must be very old, so the discrepancies in names are understandable. Thank you, Senior. That's very enlightening. Li Tangya responded respectfully. Zhao Yuanci waved his hand with a smile, declining Li Tangya's gratitude. You're exaggerating, it's just some trivial news. He then stood up and said, if you're going to Sioux State, you should leave soon. No need to stay and entertain me. I will just stay on this mountain and read alchemy books. time always flies when one is immersed in those profound mysteries. Li Tanya thanked Zhao Yuanxi again and took his leave, riding the wind. Li Xuanfeng was already waiting in the air with his golden bow, accompanied by Li Xuanling. Several external cultivators, such as Shamali and Zhayan, were present as well. Li Tanya glanced at them and gave them a single command: "Follow me north." Everyone quickly responded and ascended to ride the wind northward. After a moment of thought, Li Tanya said, "I wonder how many subordinates the demon general at Mount Banyan has. You all should find a mountain to lay low on first. I'll scout ahead to see how many Qi Cultivation Realm demons are with him. It would be best if we could capture them all in one fell swoop." Everyone agreed and rode the wind through the mountains for a day. They crossed dark green lakes and dense forests, passing beyond Yue State's borders and entering Sioux State. The scenery immediately changed, with scattered white bones littering the ground. The roads were overgrown with wild grass, and there were no signs of human inhabitation. Occasionally, a flash of mana light would appear briefly, only to quickly retreat and make a wide detour upon spotting the group. The members of the Li family wanted to find someone to inquire about the situation, but found no opportunity to do so, so they continued their flight. There were many signs of past battles on the ground, with swirling mana light, chilling auras, or multicolored lights across the landscape. Occasionally, they saw the remnants of white bones and flesh alongside starved wolves and tigers, which was eye-opening to them. The Li family did not want trouble, so they avoided places with strange phenomena. Mount Banyan was not far off, and soon the terrain rose, and the mountain came into view. Li Tanya observed carefully along the way, finally finding a small formation in the mountains. He stopped in front of it and said softly, "I am passing by and have some questions. I kindly ask for this formation to be opened." The formation was merely of the embryonic breathing realm. When Li Tanya unleashed his aura, the person inside was immediately scared out of their wits. The formation melted away like ice and snow instantly, revealing a grand shrine with a lacquered gold plaque inscribed with the word Zhenhui Temple. An old man with a head full of white hair emerged hastily, followed by a large group of young boys and girls. The old man quickly kneeled down, saying respectfully, "A humble cultivator from the mountains greets the exalted immortal." Li Tanya noticed the young boys and girls all bore marks of ritualistic refinement on them and were kneeling silently like mute statues. He snorted coldly and remarked sternly, "You seem to be enjoying a good life. What sort of demonic arts have you been practicing?" The old man shook his head bitterly, pressing his forehead on the ground repeatedly, and replied, "You have misunderstood me, exalted immortal. These children are prepared for the great king of Mount Banyan. If I do not do this, he will consume even more people. It is merely a measure to balance the harm, to appease the beast's appetite." Li Tanya raised an eyebrow and replied, "It seems I have indeed misunderstood you. What divine abilities does this king possess, and what kind of demon soldiers does he command? Do you know?" The old man lifted his head abruptly, a look of realization on his face. He then stared intently at the group, saying repeatedly, thank you for believing me. That demon has 3 Qi Cultivation Realm subordinates, all at the 3rd or 4th heavenly layer. The stronger ones were either killed by passing cultivators or captured and turned into spirit beasts. These 3 have just recently grown. The demon itself, at the Foundation Establishment Realm, rarely shows itself, hiding within a natural illusionary formation in the mountains. It sends its subordinates to gather food and has long been a source of trouble. Yet, no one has dealt with it. "I see you do not need to worry about this anymore," Li Tanya replied expressionlessly, waving his hand. The group immediately rode the wind away, leaving the old man staring blankly at the children, unsure of what to do next. A young cultivator approached joyfully and asked, "Old master, does that mean we can release them now?" The old man shook his head and said, "We still need to prepare for this year's offering. If those people cannot defeat the demon and the wolf demon eats them all, we will suffer without tribute to offer. Besides, these children have already been prepared and are crippled." The old man picked up one of the vacant-eyed children from the ground, his expression indifferent as he said matter-of-factly, "If the wolf demon dies, we'll enjoy this batch of offerings ourselves so we won't waste them." "Understood." The young cultivator replied nonchalantly as if it was the most normal thing and turned to leave. Mount Banyan was grand and imposing, surrounded by peaks that formed a large formation. It was shrouded in a thick and dense mist that could affect even spiritual senses. The lush greenery below seemed eerie and ominous. Holding the mirror, Li Tanya could naturally see through the illusions. As soon as he closed his eyes, he sensed the wolf demon's lair, filled with chilling qi and scattered bones. He instructed the qi cultivators to hide and proceeded deeper into the mountain alone. As Li Tanya slowly departed, Li Xuanling exchanged a look with the group and, having thought of an excuse, instructed, "Everyone, observe the battle. If it is evenly matched, do not hold back. It would be ideal if we could capture a few Qi Cultivation Realm demons alive. We have connections in Mount Dali to sell these monsters to a demon den and make a hefty profit, which we will share with you." Hearing this, everyone immediately nodded in agreement. Chen Dong, being steady by nature, remained calm but shammily greedy by nature and coming from the poor regions of Mount Yue nodded eagerly, his thoughts already wandering into the mountain mist. Chapter 287, Slaying Demons and Receiving Talismans, I. Li Tongya landed in the mountains as low wolf howls echoed through the forest. Clouds and mist shrouded everything in complete darkness. Sweeping his spiritual sense across the cave entrance, he felt a strong wave of demonic and bloody qi. Resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, he advanced, quickly conjuring a flame with his left hand and flicking it into the cave. The flame rose in the thick demonic qi for 2 breaths before flickering out. Li Tongya gazed at the giant creature in the cave expressionlessly, gripping his sword silently. "Why must you press me so hard, fellow Taoist?" A raspy voice echoed in Li Tongya's ears. The demon had long sensed Li Tongya's approach but had relied on the large formation to remain hidden in the cave without making a sound. The dense fog of Mount Banyan obscured everything, creating a desolate and uninhabited atmosphere that rendered spiritual senses ineffective. Assuming that a proud Foundation establishment realm cultivator would dislike the trouble of a tedious search, the demon retreated to its cave, waiting for Li Tongya to leave the area. To the demon's surprise, Li Tongya decided to descend into this area instead. Aware only that Li Tongya possessed some powerful Dharma treasure, the demon dared not confront him directly. The demon's voice turned harsh as it snarled, "I am a general under a demon king named Sanjun. I advise you to retreat quickly to avoid angering the demon king." A demon king? If you had that kind of backing, you would not have dared to stay in Sioux State. Li Tongya countered, having gained this information from his secret meeting with the Banyan Fox. The demon hesitated, realizing Li Tongya was not one to fall for bluffs. "You're a cultivator of the Purple Mansion and Golden Core Dao, not a demon-taming master. Besides, we demons often have dealings with cultivators." "Why must you corner me so?" it asked. Seeing Li Tongya unmoved, the demon's voice grew shrill as it pleaded tearfully, "I do not prey on cultivators or cause trouble. I live a solitary life on Mount Banyan and only consume a few mortals when hunger compels me. It's the natural order of things. Why must you persecute me so, exalted immortal? Both your cultivation along with my demon power and intelligence have been hard-earned. Why must we fight to the death?" The wolf demon had cultivated in Mount Banyan for many years where the practices from the north and south of Sioux State intersected, hence it had learned much from both sides. "I fled from the north and was fortunate enough to encounter a Maha or Dharma master. He predicted my destiny, saying that if I cultivated in Mount Banyan for 100 years, a man would come to save me, bringing me great opportunities. Now the time is near. Please spare my life, exalted immortal." It continued pleading. Li Tongya ignored its pleas, silently accumulating sword qi. The wolf demon, realizing its pleas were futile, finally gave up hope and shot out of the cave like the wind. A huge gray wolf, the size of a small house, appeared before Li Tongya, radiating intense demonic qi. Its ferocious green eyes burned brightly, and its thick, fluffy fur bristled. The demon spun around a few times frantically, trying to escape. Li Tongya had anticipated this, drawing his sword instantly to unleash a brilliant sword aura that locked onto the wolf demon and descended forcefully. The wolf demon had no choice but to turn and face him directly. Its expression was one of both shock and anger as it howled angrily, "Immortal, you are destroying my Dao. Not just your Dao." Deep blue-colored serpent dragons appeared behind Li Tongya, which was different from the dark green water of Moongaze Lake. The waters of Mount Banyan were colder, lending the serpent dragons their vivid deep blue hue. The 2 serpent dragons snarled, moving menacingly as Li Tongya bellowed fiercely, "I want your life too." The wolf demon glared at Li Tongya, gritting its teeth as it remarked, "The Jing Dragon King, huh?" It then spat a beam of green light which split into 9 streams, shattering and dissipating Li Tongya's sword qi. The wolf demon's Dao foundation was the earth shaman's blessing, and it was powerful as it knew many secret techniques and nurtured a beam of green light in its chest. When Li Tongya's sword qi was instantly dissipated, he was forced to summon 2 serpent dragons for aid. Despite the setback, his sword continued striking the wolf demon relentlessly. Although the wolf demon was stronger, it had no intention of fighting Li Tongya as it thought to itself, "This person doesn't seem to be a powerful sword immortal. He's just an ordinary cultivator, and these cultivators always group together. Killing one brings more trouble. I must find a chance to escape. I am just a small forest demon and cannot afford to provoke these immortal sect disciples." With a long howl, 4 black shadows appeared from the forest below like a gust of wind. These were the Qi cultivation realm subordinates of the demon, who rushed up the mountain in response to the demon's call. Unexpectedly, several beams of mana light surrounded them almost immediately, revealing the members of the Li family who now have them surrounded. "I knew it. You've come prepared." The demon grew more frightened with its focus still solely on escaping. However, it was prevented from doing so due to Li Tongya's continuous sword qi. It realized that while this cultivator was not an overwhelming threat, He was tenacious and difficult to deal with, clearly not someone who could be defeated quickly. Please, exalted immortal, spare my life. The massive demon continued fighting Li Tongya with its green light, but was anxious and kept begging for mercy. It kept a wary eye on Li Tongya, afraid he might pull out some talisman or treasure to finish it off in one blow. Li Tongya remained expressionless, his sword chi flowing continuously. He thought to himself, this demon is not easy to deal with. I could use the Kinch sword or the mirror, but the mirror's power is too great. If it turns the wolf demon into minced meat in one blow, this trip would be in vain. Li Tongya's spiritual sense touched the mirror, faintly feeling the power of the supreme yin profound light within it. He knew that if he were hit directly by one of the mirror's beams, he would not survive. Although the wolf demon was stronger, it might not be able to withstand its might either. The wolf demon made a decisive move, realizing that its situation was unfavorable. It was not sure if there were any other Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators among the beams of mana light below. With a long howl, it fired out another 2 brilliant beams of green light from its throat, but this time they were mixed with blood, which made them stronger than the one before. The 2 serpent dragons summoned by Li Tongya were dispersed, and 2 beams of green light flew toward Li Tongya. Good, Li Tongya praised, drifting back as he sheathed his sword. With his left hand, he gripped a tightly wrapped long sword behind him, unsheathing a cun of the green and white blade. Buzz. The swords in the hands of Li Xuanling and the others below vibrated uncontrollably, and the rusted sword fragments among the corpses in the mountains shook. The wolf demon, terrified, gathered its demonic power and quickly erected a shield as it shrank back in silence. This cultivator indeed has some treasure. It muttered softly and fearfully. With the mere draw of the Kinch sword, Li Tongya had managed to halt the 2 beams of green light. The sword arc from the celestial moon slash shone brightly, clashing with a loud clang, knocking the beams askew and back to the ground where they dissipated into green sparks. Ow! The wolf demon's green light, a power it nurtured daily, was far superior to the 2 serpent dragons Li Tongya summoned with his boundless ocean. The broken spell caused the demon to spit out blood, staining the ground a bright crimson. Its demonic chi fluctuated wildly, clearly indicating severe. Li Tongya twirled his sword, not giving the wolf demon a chance to catch its breath. The sword's glow split into 3 beams of white light this time. Threefold moonlight. Chapter 288, Slaying Demons and Receiving Talismans II. The Kinch sword still contained a sword intent that had been nurtured by Li Qijing. Li Tongya didn't need to use a cow cleaver to kill a chicken. He only needed to use the sword to execute his sword technique. The celestial moon sword intent was fleeting but grand, making the demon feel like it was indeed facing a formidable foe. The 3 beams of moonlight circled the wolf demon, which were followed by Li Tongya's sword chi, forcing the demon to retreat step by step. The sword chi made its first stand on end, and amidst the relentless assault, the demon repeatedly begged for mercy. In a duel, the role of a Foundation Establishment Realm artifact was significant, especially an immortal sword that seemed to have gained sentience. The wolf demon unleashed several spells, trying to ride the wind with its demonic chi, but the Kinch sword struck it down each time, gradually leading it to complete despair. Li Tongya, with his abundant mana, used the Kinch sword to disperse the wolf demon's spells and suppress it. The demon, now exhausted and out of power, growled dangerously, "Why do you insist on destroying my Dao and taking my life today, fellow Taoist? I just cannot understand why I must suffer such a deadly fate." Its voice was no longer pleading, but instead was now dripping with hatred. Li Tongya merely waved his hand in response. The Kinch sword suppressed the exhausted wolf demon, who could no longer resist. The sharp blade hovered over its brow. Li Tongya smiled and said, "You want to eat humans, so I will eat you. It is as simple as that." With that, he struck the wolf demon with his palm, sealing its Dao foundation, then proceeding to seal its Qihai Acupoint and Shenyang Mansion as well. Just to be safe, he took out a few talismans and slapped them on the demon before dragging its massive body down the mountain. Once out of the misty mountain, radiant sunlight flooded the surroundings, casting the scenery in a bright and cheerful light. Li Tongya landed at the foot of the mountain, where several small demons were tightly bound. A pair of early Qi Cultivation Realm wolf demons, an old mid-stage Qi Cultivation Realm wolf, and a peak Qi Cultivation Realm bear demon. The members of the Li family were in good condition. Li Xuanfang engaged the bear demon in combat while the others handled the 3 smaller demons, eventually subduing the bear together. All of them were seasoned in demon extermination, except for Shamali, who, in his eagerness, sustained a heavy blow that left him somewhat dispirited. Fortunately, the rest of the group seemed unscathed. Seeing Li Tongya descend with the wolf demon in tow, everyone instantly felt relieved. Li Xuanling said, "Brother Feng was about to go up the mountain to find you, but we stopped him." Li Tongya nodded. With the presence of the external cultivators, he did not say much and only gave a simple instruction to the group: "Let us return home." Back at home, Li Xuanxuan had already made the necessary arrangements for the sacrificial ritual, The external cultivators were given spirit stones and dismissed. Shamali returned to eastern Mount Yue. Since Li Feriwo was pregnant, and Zhayan had paused his cultivation to keep her accompanied at the foot of the mountain, the Li family had not held a sacrificial ceremony for several years, making this year's ceremony particularly grand. The altar was divided into two, one at the foot of the mountain, holding a Qi cultivation realm demon, and one on the mountain, where the wolf demon and other demons were placed. With so many eyes watching eagerly, the sacrificial ceremony could be understood as a local custom. Bringing a Qi cultivation realm demon to be killed could be seen as a way to intimidate and reassure the people. However, having the ancestor painstakingly capture a foundation establishment realm demon general to slaughter on the altar would certainly arouse suspicion. The atmosphere at the foot of the mountain was lively while the mountain top was much quieter, with only the direct members of the Li family present. The round altar was polished to a reflective shine and was engraved with intricate patterns. The wolf demon, with its 6 senses now sealed and cultivation suppressed, was immobile, kneeling like a puppet on the platform. Among their own, there was no need for any disguises. The altar displayed the gleaming bluish-gray mirror prominently, reflecting the moonlight and drawing attention. The Li family of Lijiang offers respect along with fine delicacies and wine with unwavering devotion year upon year. We exterminate demons to safeguard the fields, observe the 3 Yuan festivals and 6 regular festivals, and maintain reverence, ensuring to pay timely respects. Through the smoke of our offerings and the blood of our sacrifice, we call upon the gods, seeking their blessings. Despite its unwillingness, the wolf demon succumbed easily under the jade knife. The rising blood qi, mingling with the light-colored incense smoke, flowed onto the surface of the mirror. Lu Jiangxian gently swept his sleeve, condensing the incense and essence qi before him into colorful clusters of light. He picked one up and murmured, "This is the first time it has been so plentiful." Almost like harvesting cotton, he lifted a strand of the colorful light, bundled it up, and condensed it into a blank Foundation Establishment Realm talisman, Li Yuanjia or Li Qinghang. Foundation Establishment Realm demons were rare, and those that could be easily captured without any backing were even rarer. This blank talisman would determine the harvest for a long time to come. Li Yuanjia. Logically, he should be the future successor to Li Tongya's position, suppressing external families. His cultivation talent is quite excellent, only slightly inferior to Li Qinghang's. Li Qinghang has a strong desire for the Tao, is diligent in cultivation, and has the highest compatibility with talisman seeds since the founding of the Li family. It truly is a difficult choice. Lu Jiangxian mumbled as he pinched another wisp from the cloud, extracting a gray talisman at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. Gathering the remaining cloud, Lu Jiangxian thought to himself, "Let's use the power of deduction to decide." Lu Jiangxian, now far more skilled, had mastered many techniques in shamanic spell and talisman arts. He had used most of the power of deduction taken from Liu Changdi, and now drew another strand, using the remaining cloud as a propellant. Closing his eyes, he deduced for a moment and received only one word before him. Jiao. Lu Jiangxian shrugged, flicked his finger, and the white talisman floated toward Li Yuanjiao's forehead. His vision darkened as he saw a jade-colored brushstroke sketch out the words flowing qi swallowing spirit. The bearer of this talisman could absorb qi swiftly, command clouds, disperse spirit mist, and ascend freely between heaven and earth. The thin writing in the second line exuded a chilling Orice Bones frosty flesh. This talisman qi could also enhance the efficiency of qi absorption, allowing one to command snow and ice, greatly benefiting the cultivation of frost-related techniques. The Li family does not have any frost techniques. Lu Jiangxian glanced at the options, then picked the flowing qi-swallowing spirit talisman before sending the gray talisman into Li Qinghang's Shenyang mansion. After a pause, a dark red seal script appeared before his eyes, looking extremely fierce and bearing the words, "Vast Sky Fierce Sparrow." The bearer of this talisman could move with exceptional agility, adept in both evasion and combat. Their bravery would be intensified at the sight of blood, enhancing their blood qi, making them formidable in battle and masters of wind manipulation. Not bad. Lu Jiangxian flicked his finger once more, embedding the talisman qi into Li Qinghang's Shenyang mansion. A sense of curiosity stirred in his heart as he mused. This talisman qi is indeed peculiar, varying so distinctly in each person. This vast sky fierce sparrow talisman seems similar to Li Tongya's deep ocean long whale talisman. When Li Xianping received his talisman, the offering was merely an early-stage qi cultivation realm demon, yet he acquired the evade death, prolong life divine ability. While the quality of the talisman qi is significant, it seems like its recipient matters too. Chapter 289, The Wedding. Lu Jiangxian had just imparted the 2 talisman qi, and the auras of Li Yuanjiao and Li Qinghang surged almost immediately. Both of them were delighted, quickly sitting cross-legged to stabilize their cultivation. The surrounding members of the Li family were overjoyed as Li Xuanxuan exclaimed in surprise, "Two talisman Qi. These young ones have really made us proud." Li Tongya nodded with a smile. The group completed the remaining rituals before descending the platform, waiting for the two juniors to fully absorb the talisman Qi. Soon, Li Qinghang was the first to open her eyes. Her lively gaze swept around her surroundings, and seeing that Li Yuanjie was still meditating beside her, she quietly stepped down from the platform. She cupped her fist to the elders and said with a smile, "Qinghang has received the vast sky-fierce sparrow talisman. Now my cultivation has reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, and I can begin to break through to the Qi cultivation realm." "Excellent," Li Xuanling responded with a smile, hugging his daughter tightly. Li Qinghang then explained the various effects of the vast sky-fierce sparrow talisman. After listening carefully, Li Tongya laughed heartily and said, "This talisman Qi is excellent for combat. Our Li family already has a formidable archer, and now with your spear, we need not fear any battle." Everyone laughed and praised her, and only then did Li Yunjie slowly open his eyes. He stepped down from the platform and announced joyfully, "I have received a white talisman called Flowing Qi Swallowing Spirit, a white Foundation Establishment Realm talisman." The group had sacrificed a Foundation Establishment Realm demon, so a white talisman should be granted. However, it was not uncommon for the mirror to consume the offering and grant a talisman pill instead of talisman Qi. Hearing this, they were overjoyed. Li Yuanjie continued, "My cultivation has reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, and I just need a specific spiritual Qi of heaven and earth to break through to the Qi cultivation realm. I believe that the talisman Qi still has some remaining power that will further enhance my cultivation once I become a Qi cultivator. This talisman Qi is excellent for enhancing cultivation, controlling clouds, summoning rain, and can ease the process of gathering Qi," Li Yuanjie said as he explained the benefits he had received from the talisman Qi. Li Tongya nodded and instructed, "Once Xiao Gilwen is married into our family and the wedding ceremony is completed, you should enter seclusion to break through." "Understood." Seeing Li Yuanjie agree so obediently, Li Tongya nodded and asked somewhat anxiously, "Have you decided which cultivation technique to pursue?" "I intend to cultivate the River One Qi technique," Li Yuanjie answered readily. Good, good. Hearing Li Yuanjie's answer, Li Tongya felt greatly relieved. He had feared that Li Yuanjie, like Li Qinghang, would pursue the powerful Purple Thunder secret origin technique, potentially risking their lineage. Seeing that Li Yuanjie had no such intention, Li Tongya was spared the need for further dissuasion and nodded repeatedly, beaming from ear to ear. "Excellent, excellent indeed." He praised once more, "Xiao family." The small peak was adorned in red, creating an exceptionally festive atmosphere. Figures constantly descended from it as the bustling crowd exchanged their congratulations. Xiao Gilwen's courtyard was lavishly decorated and was absolutely beautiful. From outside, someone called out, "Congratulations, the Li family is a sword immortal clan. Young lady is truly fortunate." A deep male voice answered, "Thank you, clan uncle." Xiao Gilwen immediately recognized it as her elder brother Xiao Gidu. She furrowed her brow slightly as she asked, "Is father really unwilling to come?" The attendants around her shivered in silence. Xiao Gilwen sighed softly, her exasperation clear on her face. "He's beyond redemption." She murmured in disappointment. Since childhood, Xiao Gilwen had already been sent to the mountain and received no care or concern from her father, who only wanted her to break through the Qi cultivation realm quickly and serve the family. Xiao Gilwen saw him only as a figurehead in the family. To her dismay, the man was heartless, leaving her to fend for herself. She gave up impressing him and instead demonstrated her intelligence and shrewdness before the elders in the main family. Fortune had finally smiled upon her, and after many years of no outside marriages from the Xiao family, Xiao Gilwen was finally chosen as a bride to be married off. Her father, in his foolish rage upon hearing the news, seemed ready to sever ties with his own daughter. However, Xiao Gilwen felt no anger, only deep sorrow in her heart. Without support from her natal family, her life in the Li family would be challenging. Composing herself, Xiao Gilwen quickly adjusted her red dress, its golden edges shimmering in the bright sunlight. She gazed into the bronze mirror, lightly pressing her red lips together and applying some rouge. Her already outstanding appearance became even more striking with this added touch. "My lady, there are only very few in the prefecture who can match your beauty," the servant beside her praised proudly. Xiao Gilwen simply shook her head gently and said softly, "Stop with the flattery. Sister." Xiao Gidu walked slowly into the courtyard. Although he was a legitimate son, he treated his younger siblings well and had come today to see Xiao Gilwen off. "Thank you, brother," Xiao Gilwen said as she expressed her gratitude earnestly. Xiao Gidu understood what she meant by this and shook his head, replying, "Do not worry about the family. The marriage has been personally arranged by a Taoist master, and so I will be here to support you." "A Taoist master arranged this," Xiao Gilwen repeated, taken aback and her heart filled with joy. Her mind raced and she felt reassured instantly, saying happily, "Thank you for telling me this, brother." As they talked, a boy of about 10 years old, dressed in red which was embroidered with gold thread, approached them while holding a white jade disc with a hole in the center. In a childish voice he said, "Madam, it is time to depart." The jade disc symbolized the joyous union, a tradition in the Lixia region. It required a boy from the bride's family to carry the jade disc and accompany the bridal sedan, personally handing it to the groom. In return, the groom would give gifts and money, or in the case of cultivators, spirit items and dharma artifacts. The boy, named Xiao Xian, was chosen by Xiao Giluan herself. He was the eldest son of Xiao Jiuqing, who had provided spirit stones for Xiao Giluan's dowry. Not wanting to be indebted to Xiao Jiuqing, Xiao Giluan picked Xiao Xian to ensure the gifts from the Li family would repay the favor. "All right," Xiao Giluan replied with a sweet smile. Knowing that a Taoist master had arranged the marriage gave her newfound confidence, and her expression brightened. Her phoenix eyes sparkled with hope as she took Xiao Xian's hand and left the courtyard, only to find someone standing in front of the bridal sedan. This person exuded a gentle aura, with a series of medicine pouches hanging from his waist as he held a scroll on alchemy in his hand. He glanced at Xiao Giluan's appearance and smiled, saying, "You look well dressed, time to get on the sedan. Greetings, clan uncle. Greetings, senior." Immediately, everyone around them kneeled, bowing deeply. Xiao Giluan's mind went blank for a moment, then filled with joy as she thought to herself, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator escorting the sedan. Such grand honor. Seeing everyone trembling around him, Xiao Yuanzi cocked an eyebrow and shook his head. Having learned from the Li family that Li Yuanjiao had been secretly adopted by his junior brother, he was even more interested in this marriage. Since he was already at the Li family's place, he had decided to come and escort her himself. Xiao Giluan nodded repeatedly, quickly lifting Xiao Xian and settling into the sedan, her heart filled with anticipation and anxiety. Chapter 290, Receiving the Bride I. Meanwhile on Mount Lijiang, the side courtyard was meticulously cleaned, and Li Jingshan set up a wooden frame to air out the wooden tablets under the clear weather. As she carefully arranged them, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a festive red dress with gold patterns, hurried into the inner courtyard. She held a brocade pouch in her hand and asked cheerfully, "Mother, when is Brother Jiao going to pick up the bride?" Li Jingshan lifted Li Qingxiao into her arms as she looked at the sky. "It's almost time. Get ready and we'll go down the mountain together," she replied with a gentle smile. Li Qingxiao was already 8 years old. Earlier in the year, it was discovered that she possessed a spiritual orifice, much to Li Jingshan's delight. They quickly had her begin cultivating, and many people had come to congratulate them. Even Chen Dong was quite pleased. The couple closed the courtyard and watched Li Qingxiao cultivate for a while, but quickly noticed that something was off. Given Chen Dong's talent, and the fact that the Li family descended from Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, Li Qingxiao's talent should be rather remarkable. However, after observing her for a while, they found her aptitude to be lacking. The profound scenery chakra required the condensation of 81 wisps of spiritual qi, but it took Li Qingxiao nearly half a month to condense just a wisp. At this rate, it would take Li Qingxiao over 3 years to even have a chance at forming the profound scenery chakra, similar to the descendants of external cultivators from the foot of the mountain. Moreover, Li Qingxiao was cultivating the supreme jade meridian nourishment technique that Li Tongya had brought back from Lingyanzi. It was specifically reserved for their own cultivators, who did not receive a talisman seed, which was better than what those external cultivators practiced. Otherwise, it would be even slower. The couple sat facing each other, pondering for a long time. Looking at the other members of the Yuan and Qing generation, Chen Dong began to feel guilty. He was convinced that his Chen family's inferior lineage had hindered Qingxiao's progress. Hearing Li Qingxiao's acknowledgement, Li Jingshan reminded her, "When the Xiao family's boy hands the jade ring to Brother Jiao, give him the brocade pouch and say something nice. It's just a custom, but remember what you need to do so you don't embarrass yourself." Li Qingxiao nodded obediently. Li Jingshan picked up a wooden box beside her and explained, "The journey will be long, so I prepared some pastries for you to eat in the carriage so you will not be hungry." Li Qingxiao took the wooden box in her hands and blinked her eyes innocently. "Mother, I heard that I will have to marry into the Xiao family like sister-in-law someday," she said suddenly. Li Jingshan paused, her expression complex and rather strained. She gave a vague and simple response to her daughter. "It's still too early to talk about this. There's still over 10 years until that happens, who can say for sure?" Li Qingxiao nodded with a smile. "If I have to be married into the Xiao family, you must choose someone who will treat me well, mother." Li Jingshan merely held her daughter's hand in response, her voice tinged with sadness. "Go on now. Don't keep your brother waiting." The foot of the Li family's mountain was bustling with activity. Lanterns and festive decorations were everywhere, creating a spectacle grander than the Lu family's wedding years ago. Red silk was hung all around, and the sound of Suona music echoed joyfully along the roads. The mountain and its base brimmed with a festive atmosphere of joyful celebration. After conquering Mount Huzhong and Mount Yuding for over half a year, the Li family's territory had nearly doubled. Li Xuanxun planned to establish 7 towns below Mount Huzhong and Mount Yuding, adding to the 4 towns under Lijiang and the 3 under Huaiqian, making a total of 14 towns. This expansion would bring about a surge of both land and labor, providing ample opportunities for the previously crowded townsfolk and rejuvenating the Li family. Similar to the golden era brought on by the conquest of Huaiqian, the Li family's lower-ranking members once again found opportunities to rise. The 7 towns were teeming with ambition and progress. As long as one was not a lazy idler, hard work would always yield land or a fortune. The people didn't ask for much, they simply longed for survival. Hence, these opportunities were great luxuries to them. The stagnation and deadlock caused by the increasing number of Li family descendants and prominent families had been thrown into oblivion. The wealth and military merits brought by external conquests allowed more talents and prominent families to emerge. The wind is rising, and changes are bound to come. 5 prominent clans have emerged from the 7 towns, and another 7 towns have sprung up in the north. Many are striving to make a name for themselves. Li Yunjiao, at the center of it all, adjusted the gold patterns on his red sleeves. As the head of the clan affairs courtyard, he was well aware of the Li family's movements. Adjusting his wedding robes, he smiled contentedly. Good times are ahead. Since Li Tongye had broken through to the foundation establishment realm, and the marriage alliance with the Xiao family was confirmed, defeating the family in the north had become inevitable. From the foundation establishment realm ancestor and qi cultivators to the prominent families and common folk, everyone eagerly anticipated this. With all levels of society benefiting, and the Xiao family personally marrying off their daughter, support and reverence for the Li family grew. Li Yunjiao noticed this and felt delighted. The clan uncles around him assumed he was happy about the wedding and offered their congratulations, while only his half-brothers exchanged silent smiles. As the time approached, Li Yunjiao and his group mounted their horses, following tradition to welcome the Xiao family. Fortunately, the Xiao and Li families were not too far apart, and the embryonic breathing realm cultivators had remarkable stamina. If the distance had been greater, they would have had to send someone to fly Xiao Gilwen over. The Gili Road had been renovated twice, with the Xiao family preparing relay stations and smooth roads along the way. Due to him being at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, Li Yunjiao did not need to rest, however. Many of the Li family men were ordinary mortals, so they had to take several days to reach Lixia Prefecture. Xiao Gilwen had descended the mountain and was waiting in the prefecture, sitting in her sedan until word came that the groom had arrived. The group arrived to receive Xiao Gilwen, waiting at the foot of the mountain. The Xiao family's procession finally appeared in the distance. Red flower petals were scattered everywhere. Li Yunjiao waited patiently, watching as the lavish bridal sedan approached. A boy of about 10, also dressed festively, jumped down holding a round jade disc as he announced, "The phoenix sings, thriving through 5 generations with radiant peach blossoms, a perfect union for 1,000 years. May your home be prosperous, your union harmonious." After the boy had finished speaking, Li Yunjiao thanked him before taking the jade disc. A little girl then emerged from the group behind him. It was Li Qingxiao. The child seemed a bit weary from the long carriage ride but remained well behaved, not crying or fussing at all. She smiled and handed a brocade pouch to Xiao Xian before leading him into the carriage, leaving Xiao Gilwen alone in the wedding sedan. Li Yunjiao dismounted, offering incense and wine, performing all the Xiao family's rituals meticulously for 2 hours. Finally, with a nod, he mounted his horse and rode beside the bridal sedan leisurely toward the Li family. Finally, having a moment to himself, Li Yunjiao glanced briefly at the sedan, refraining from using his spiritual sense. He carefully observed the graceful silhouette projected on the curtain and spoke in a soft voice. "Fortunate to meet you." The silhouette paused as the figure raised a round fan. A clear, bright voice came from behind the curtain, light and gentle. "I have been waiting." Chapter 291, Receiving the Bride, II. Li Qingxiao pulled Xiao Xian into the carriage and then finally let go of his hand. She slumped into the seat, her small face showing signs of discomfort as she muttered quietly to herself. Xiao Xian, his palms still sweaty from being held all the way to the carriage, asked awkwardly, "What else do I need to do?" "My mother said we just need to return on this carriage," Li Qingxiao replied with a frown. The bumpy ride had made her feel unwell, so she lay down and endured it silently with her lips pressed tightly together. Xiao Xian could only sit next to her quietly as well, leaning against the carriage wall. After having been up since early in the morning and kept busy for hours, he felt hungry. He reached for the pastries he had brought, but to his dismay, found that they had been crushed and scattered during the commotion. Sighing, the boy leaned back and closed his eyes, soon drifting asleep. When he awoke, it was dusk. Zhao Xian noticed that Li Qingxiao seemed much better now and was peering out the window. Seeing him awake, she nudged him and said in a childish voice, "My name is Li Qingxiao. I am Zhao Xian from Mount Yu," Zhao Xian replied. The girl nodded and lay back down as the boy's face twisted in discomfort from his hunger. "Lady, do you have anything to eat?" he asked shyly, a flush creeping up his neck. Li Qingxiao was momentarily stunned but then nodded. She retrieved a wooden box from under the carriage seat and handed it to Zhao Xian. He gratefully took it, unfastened the wooden latch, and opened the lid to find neatly arranged pastries. All of them bore small red flower marks on them, making them look extra appetizing. Zhao Xian, feeling famished, quickly ate 3 pieces, savoring their fragrant sweetness. Delicious. He mumbled in sheer delight. He continued to eat, but after 3 more pieces, the lid of the box snapped shut. Li Qingxiao's small, fair hand rested on the box, her brow furrowed. She said in a childish voice, "The road to Mount Lijing will get bumpier. If you eat too much now, you might throw up later. There are still several hours to go, so save some." Since it was someone else's food, Zhao Xian could only nod obediently. Li Qingxiao giggled and then asked in a low voice, "I heard that our families are related by marriage. Brother Xian, tell me, do you have any good brothers in the Zhao family? I would like to hear about them." Zhao Xian looked at her, feeling a strange stir in his heart. "Brother Gitu is the oldest in my generation. He is exceptional in everything, and condensed the profound scenery chakra at just 8 years old," he replied thoughtfully. Li Qingxiao's expression darkened slightly as she responded, "My cultivation is very slow. I have not even condensed the profound scenery chakra yet." Zhao Xian, whose talent was also not exceptional, felt a sense of camaraderie. He sighed as he said, "I am the same. All the elders focus on those born prodigies. Everyone wants to be a genius. They were just lucky. Life is really unfair. Doesn't help the fact that I'm dumb. Unlike my older brothers who can get things right on their first try, I need to hear the same instructions twice, sometimes even 3 times, only to barely understand them." After he finished, Li Qingxiao simply snorted and said, "We are born into prestigious clans with many people below us. How can we possibly complain about unfairness? Likewise, I was born to marry into your Zhao family. There's nothing I can do about it either." Zhao Xian was momentarily stunned before he laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. After this exchange, the two began chatting, discussing everything from Sword Immortals to the Purple Mansion realm, and from the Purple Mansion realm to Wu and Yue states. Zhao Xian grew more familiar with Li Qingxiao, calling her little sister at every turn, which made her laugh joyously. As the mountain road became increasingly bumpy, Li Qingxiao fell silent from discomfort, and Zhao Xian had nothing more to say. They both endured the ride quietly, both eventually falling into a deep sleep. Half asleep, Zhao Xian found himself holding Li Qingxiao, who was swaying back and forth with the carriage. He could not help but grumble, "Your Li family really doesn't know how to enjoy a good life. I don't expect having fabric cushion on this carriage to block the summer heat, but how is there not even a formation to absorb the shocks? We are supposed to be cultivators, yet we are being tossed around like mortals." Li Qingxiao cleared her throat and replied through gritted teeth, "Our family does not go for that sort of thing. Seeking comfort is considered a crime and will get you dragged to the clan affairs courtyard for a whipping." Zhao Xian was taken aback and simply responded, "Being born into your family is truly unfortunate. HMPH. Li Qingxiao snorted and they both fell silent. After about 2 hours, Zhao Xian, still drowsy, felt his palm grow warm. Li Qingxiao had laid her head on his hand. Before he could react, he felt a sudden wetness on his palms. She had vomited. On him, damn it. Zhao Xian swore groggily, opening his eyes to see Li Qingxiao's face heavily flushed as she tried to clean up hastily. He looked at her and teased, "How old are you to still be drinking milk?" "Shut up," Li Qingxiao grumbled, though her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The carriage moved leisurely along the path. Li Yunjiao, unaware of the discomfort Li Qingxiao and Zhao Xian were experiencing inside, rode his horse beside Zhao Giluan's bridal sedan. Glancing at the woman inside, he asked softly, "Are you familiar with the situation within my family?" "I know a bit about it," Zhao Giluan, conversing with her husband for the very first time, answered earnestly. She continued, "I have just one question for you, dear husband." Li Yunjiao, catching a glimpse of sharp, intelligent eyes, felt a slight stir in his heart as he replied, "What is it? Do you have any intentions of vying for the position of the family head?" Zhao Giluan asked. Li Yunjiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his left hand tugging at the reins in irritation as replied, "I have no such intentions." Zhao Giluan paused for a moment before simply saying, "I see." Li Yunjiao replayed the earlier rituals at the Zhao residence in his mind and caught on to many subtle details. He then asked gently, "Why wasn't your father present?" He was naturally asking why Zhao Giluan's father was not there to see her off. This caused her to pause again before she answered finally, "My father and I have no affection for each other. He resents that I did not marry locally and bring a son-in-law into the family, but instead sought connections through marriage in the West. In his fury, he refused to see me off. Li Yuanjie was secretly pleased by this news. Nodding, he smiled as he continued testing the waters, saying, "What a fool." Zhao Giluan chuckled softly and replied without hesitation, "He is indeed a fool." Then in a gentle tone she added, "Only my older brothers care for me. With this marriage I have severed ties with my family. If anything happens in the future, I fear I will not be able to seek their help." Li Yunjie understood her clearly. As long as Zhao Yuanxi was alive, with the connection through his fourth uncle, Li Qijing, there would be no need for Zhao Giluan to seek aid from her family. Her words indicated that she had no paternal backing, preventing interference from her maternal family. Mentioning her brothers was likely to make it clear to Li Yunjie that she was not without support and should not be mistreated after marriage. He smirked, thinking to himself, what a clever woman. He then reined in his horse and gently reassured her, "Don't worry. As long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you." Came the warm response from inside. The girl was in the carriage and the boy was on horseback. As night fell, illuminated by the gentle moonlight, Li Yunjie couldn't help but laugh quietly to himself. Chapter 292, Beacon Light. The carriage swayed along the road, finally arriving at Lijiang town. Zhao Xian was groggily awakened by the sound of Suona music. He took out the wooden box and saw that apart from the few pieces he had eaten earlier, the rest were still neatly arranged and untouched. Qingxiao, Qingxiao. Zhao Xian quickly woke the girl. Li Qingxiao, still groggy from her slumber, stumbled off the seat. Below, the joyful and piercing sound of the Suona could be heard before a large hand lifted the curtain, letting in the sunlight. "Xiao," the man called out as he lifted the curtain. "Father." Li Qingxiao cried out in joy. The man had a solemn demeanor. It was Chen Dong, who had been waiting patiently in the town, eager to see his daughter. He used his mana to ease Li Qingxiao's discomfort. Zhao Xian quickly greeted, "Zhao family of Lixia, Zhao Xian of Mount Ugreet Sr." Chen Dong responded politely in acknowledgement, his voice gentle as he added, "The guest courtyard is ahead. Someone will come to receive you. Please wait a moment." With that, he released the curtain and walked away with Li Qingxiao in his arms, leaving Zhao Xian alone in the carriage, feeling lonely and awkward as he did not know anyone. The curtain was suddenly pulled open again, and Li Qingxiao, bathed in golden sunlight, dashed back inside. She looked tired but was smiling as she said, "I will be on the mountain. Come find me when you are free." She did not forget to pick up the wooden box of pastries from the floor, stuffing 2 pieces into Zhao Xian's hands before hopping out of the carriage. Zhao Xian stood there while holding the 2 pastries, dazed for a dozen breaths. Then he carefully put the pastries into his sleeve, which had a pocket sewn into it, and sat in place obediently, waiting. Meanwhile, Chen Dong took Li Qingxiao up the mountain. She was exhausted, so he first took her to rest in the courtyard. While Li Jingshan was organizing wooden slips in the courtyard, Chen Dong stepped forward and embraced his wife. Upon seeing her dazed expression, he asked gently, "Why do you look so dejected today?" Li Jingshan paused, holding up a wooden slip from the table as she responded, "Decades of records are finally complete. Yunian has taken over the documentation, and I suddenly find myself with so much free time that I do not know what to do." Chen Dong remained silent. Li Jingshan put down what she was holding and said softly, "Time truly flies. Even Yuanjie is now married. Half of my life has passed, but I've been confined to this mountain. It's quite sad. Not being able to soar with the wind is one thing, but I have not even left Little Mount Lijiang more than a few times." She looked up. Time had been merciful enough to leave only faint marks on her face, which still retained the beauty of her youth. Li Jingshan, slightly anxious, said softly, "My responsibilities on the mountain are done. When Qingxiao gets married, I want to ask the elders for permission for us to go north and see different sights for the rest of our lives." Chen Dong, who loved his wife deeply, could not bear the eager look on her face. He nodded tenderly and said, "In a few more years, when Qingxiao is married and the clan has more qi cultivators, I will make the request." The couple exchanged a look before Li Jingshan nodded with a smile and leaned against Chen Dong's chest. "That should be the way. We have served the family for over 10 years. When the clan is stable and the borders are peaceful, we can think about ourselves," she murmured. She paused for a moment before continuing. "Qinghang and Yunjie both have their own ideas. The family is not as close-knit as it was when we were siblings growing up on the mountain, but the children are sensible and get along well. Qinghang wants to practice the Purple Thunder secret origin technique, and second uncle lets her. I wonder where will her enthusiasm lead her in the future. I have read many historical records. Every family is united when they rise, but they fall apart when they succeed. The road ahead might be rough." Li Jingshan has read many historical books and seen much, hence her worry. Chen Dong kissed her forehead and said, "Each generation has its own challenges. Only someone like Old Master Li is capable of planning for the next 5 generations. We do not need to worry about this. Let us see what Yunjie and Qinghang will do." An alliance with the Zhao family, with a Purple Mansion realm immortal clan personally marrying off their daughter. What is Zhao Shooting thinking? Yu Mugao stood on the wind in the sky, his face dreadfully grim. Behind him stood a group of people, all watching the procession below from behind the cover of clouds and mist. Yu Mugao had been watching for a long time, still finding it hard to believe. He said Li Qijing has been silent for decades, and the Xiao family still believes that the Li family will succeed. Everyone remained silent. Yu Mugao gritted his teeth, unable to tell how many Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were in the procession below. No matter how many schemes he had, he could only keep them to himself, staring blankly at the procession wordlessly. Xiao Shooting is a man of deep foresight. To marry off a daughter like this, Li Qijing must still be alive and on the verge of achieving the Purple Mansion realm. It seems like all the scheming by the lake pales in comparison to the influence of a single word from someone at the Purple Mansion realm. Yu Mugao had managed the Yu family for many years, contending with the restless Fei family and the rising Li family externally, while internally dealing with the elders and uncles of the clan. Every year, Yu Yufeng performed blood sacrifices, just when he was ready to make significant moves after experiencing so much and finally gaining control of the Yu family. The Li family allied with a Purple Mansion realm immortal clan, thus shattering his ambitions. Despair filled him as he sighed exasperatedly. What is the use of scheming and struggling? The Yu family's misfortune isn't something that human effort can remedy. Despite years of planning and exhausting both my heart and mind, what good has it done? Our luck has run out. Any further scheming is just prolonging the inevitable, wasting 30 years of careful calculations only to end up at a dead end. Those behind him were shocked into silence. Several stepped forward to comfort him, but Yu Mugao remained silent for a long time before saying, "What is the point of talking? It would be best for the whole family to move north, over the mountains and away to Su and Qi states, never to return. There is still a glimmer of hope there. As things stand now, we are just waiting to die. Mugao, we still hold the eastern shore and Muxian is in the sect. At worst, we can hang on for a few hundred years. The Li family's momentum will pass. There is no need to be so despondent," the clansman said, trying to persuade him otherwise. Yu Mugao only shook his head and sighed, saying, "You cannot see the situation clearly. Li Tongya is like a serpent dragon, slippery and cunning. Even when he was a Qi cultivator, we could not handle him. What can we still possibly do, now that he has reached the Foundation Establishment realm? Li Yuanjiao and Li Qingheng are exceptionally talented. They will likely reach the Qi cultivation realm in their 20s. Once they grow, how will we compete with the Li family?" Li Yuanxiu, with his deep thoughts and extraordinary demeanor, was a threat. If we had not killed him, would we be standing here? We would be in a dire situation, facing crises from all sides. Yu Mugao exclaimed wearily. Gazing into the distance, he continued, "I understand now. The current state of the Li family is the result of our relentless suppression. If Jianixi had moved north, Yu Maiyuan hesitated, or Li Qijing returned, the Li family would not be what it is today." The group's hearts filled with unease as they stood with Yu Mugao. After a while, another cultivator from the Yu family flew over, landing before Yu Mugao with joy on his face. "Family head, the immortal master is arriving. The beacon light on the Dawn Cloudliner has lit up. Within 3 days, the immortal master from the Azure Pond sect will be here." The members of the Yu family were instantly filled with joy, their faces lighting up as they rejoiced with one another. Yu Mugao's face also brightened considerably. He replied, "Finally, some good news. Let us see what the immortal master has to say. Muxian is confident, perhaps there is some news." Chapter 293, Zhangyan. Linghai Prefecture had originally been the domain of the Yu family. After the Azure Pond sect regained control of the area, the Yu family quickly changed their allegiance. With several of their ancestors serving in the Azure Pond sect, they managed to retain most of their territory and continued to dominate Linghai Prefecture. However, after the deaths of several ancestors, the Yu family's influence slowly waned year after year. Despite the emergence of a genius, Yu Yuxi, he quickly perished at the southern border, leading to the decline of the main branch of the Yu family. Several branches united with external families and established their own bases. Although the vast territory still nominally belonged to the Yu family, they were fragmented and operated independently. Fortunately, Linghai Prefecture was located in the southeast, surrounded by no external enemies, and the Azure Pond sect did not allow clans to span prefectures. Thus, the fragmented Yu family managed to maintain a status quo, preserving a rigid social structure that had lasted for nearly 2 centuries. The wide road was bustling with people. From time to time, small traders and vendors passed by on donkeys and horses. By the roadside, a raggedly dressed boy sat, his face pale and lips blood-red, his gaze lightly scanning the passers-by. Suddenly he spoke, "Master, what exactly are the cultivators of the Purple Mansion Golden Core Dao cultivating?" From among the passers-by emerged an old farmer who was sweating profusely. He sat down next to the boy, his stench overwhelming. With a mouth full of yellow teeth, he replied, "The Purple Mansion Golden Core Dao. The cultivation method involves consuming people, playing with spells, refining pills, gathering chi, and manipulating the lives of others. None of their cultivators are good people. The boy raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Does this path not cultivate the metallic essence? To seek longevity, one will naturally use all means possible." The old farmer spat and scoffed. The Maha and Dharma masters who cultivate destinies aren't any better. You will serve the Mahas for generations, year after year under their rule. Encountering a Maha or Dharma master brings about despair and injustice that is even worse than dealing with golden core Taoists. The old farmer ranted agitatedly, his spit flying everywhere. The boy covered his nose and protested, "Old man, maybe you should change your skin. This one is too stinky." The old farmer paused, as if realizing something. He looked around in confusion, slapped his thigh and cursed, "What the hell, how did I end up in this state? I am getting muddle-headed over the years." He jumped up and walked down the road, ignoring the boy who was traveling with him. Shortly after, a female farmer, relatively clean in appearance, came by, cursing with a smile, "Having practiced spells for over 10 years, and yet you still care about appearances." The boy curled his lip and remarked, "You sure have it easy. Avoiding the emissaries of death and wandering the world carefully." "Damn it," the female farmer cursed before she continued ranting, "I have given most of my metallic essence and fate to them. What I have left is neither enough to form a golden core nor to become a Maha. Instead, I am just barely surviving. What is so carefree about that? Luckily, the heavenly fate has changed. If there were still calamities now, I would not even be able to survive. To end up like this is truly laughable." The boy sneered indifferently as he replied, "You mentioned that Duanmu from Mount Yue was extraordinary and talented, but he still ended up being reduced to ashes without even a chance for reincarnation. At least you can try again. What's so laughable about that?" The female farmer laughed, showing her yellow teeth. With her hands on her hips, her strong arms revealed, she explained, "Duamu was violent and obsessed with reaching the Golden Core realm. He fully believed that he could reach the Golden Core realm just because of a promise from an immortal. It was no surprise he met his end. It wasn't that he couldn't endure humiliation, he simply refused to. Had it come to a fight, those two emissaries might not have been his match. Even as a monster after his death, he almost escaped them. Duanmu was indeed a formidable man in his time, far beyond my reach." The boy nodded thoughtfully, and the female farmer said seriously, "Yanner, let us not talk about this. You and I will join forces to give the Azure Pond sect a show of strength. You can avenge your mother's death, and I will seek a good Tao foundation. Once we finish these tasks, we'll hide away and cultivate." The young man nodded silently, then asked, "What kind of Tao foundation are you looking for?" The female farmer paused for a moment before speaking. "Forget about man on creek and boundless ocean. Zio Shooting wants to cultivate the sexagenary pit water thousand slow essence. If I were to find either of those, a sinister man like him will surely eat me when the time comes. The Purple Mansion Realm cultivators of Chengxiao Gate and Great Ziyuqi Temple also show potential for a breakthrough, so we definitely cannot pick either of those. As for Taoist Master Shangyuan, there are not many paths he can cultivate." After a moment of thought, she replied, "There are many thunder cultivators in this Yue state, but none have achieved the Purple Mansion Realm. That's a viable path. Go find me a Tao foundation like Winter Thunderclap or Spring Awakening." The young man nodded, tapped his foot on the ground, and rose lightly into the air. The female farmer on the ground hurriedly raised her wrinkled, calloused hands, pinched her fingers, and calculated, shouting loudly, 32 li to the north, there is a market town operated by the Azure Pond sect." The young man heard her words, and in the blink of an eye, reached the illusion formation in front of the market town. The grand formation of the Azure Pond sect's market town had already been shattered, revealing layers upon layers of buildings and densely packed spirit fields. Shouts and exclamations rose and fell in waves. Someone exclaimed, "Why did you deactivate the grand formation, Senior Brother Kai? What are you doing? Hurry up and reactivate it. Are you not afraid of being punished by the sect?" In the air stood a cultivator dressed in green robes, his face attractive but tarnished with a crazed expression. His robes were stained with blood as he cackled wildly with a bloodthirsty grin. He was clearly in a trance-like state. The cultivator flew forward to subdue Senior Brother Kai, but he drew his blade in a frenzy, slashing at the man. The man then hastily activated his Dharma artifact to block the oncoming attack. Clang! The artifact was repelled and sent flying out like a bird. Fresh, red blood splattered around violently. Both of them were usually evenly matched, but Senior Brother Kai was unnaturally strong today. He easily deflected the man's Dharma artifact and severed his arm with a single slash. The pain and shock were unbearable for the man, but to everyone's horror, his severed arm stretched out like a lump of mud, leaping and writhing like a frenzied mule, clawing at her own face. "What kind of spell is this?" Senior Brother Kai exclaimed in shock. "Senior Brother, let us help you." The remaining Azure Pond sect cultivators flew up to assist immediately, but they were too late. The man slapped hard by his own hand, spun like a top for about 4 or 5 revolutions before finally losing all signs of life. What? The rescuing cultivators were stunned into silence. The lifeless body of the man trembled momentarily in midair before his other hand reached up toward his neck. Without warning, he ripped out a bloody white spine, swinging it like a sword at the approaching cultivators. Realizing the impending danger, the cultivators quickly shot out over a dozen talismans, their faces pale with fear as they shouted, "Devil Cultivator! A Purple Mansion Realm Devil Cultivator!" Crack! Before he could finish, he was smacked hard on the head, spinning like a top before falling silent. His limbs were separated from his body, yanking out his heart, spleen, stomach, and lungs, which then moved independently, each seeking out other cultivators. Devil Cultivator. A devil cultivator! The entire market turned into a bloody massacre, with screams echoing everywhere. The young man stood quietly in the air, with flesh and blood swirling around him like obedient beasts, sticking close to his side. He smiled maniacally as he watched the fleeing cultivators and called out loudly to the distant figures, "Tell the Azure Pond sect that Jiang Yan has come to avenge the massacre of the prefecture." His voice echoed through the air icily, and the Azure Pond sect cultivators fled even faster. Jiang Yan savored the moment, while the head of a man with his hair now disheveled flew past him, spitting blood and laughing as it spoke. "The Azure Pond sect is so arrogant. This whole market does not even have a single Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Hurry and leave, the Yu family is already on their way." Chapter 294, Summons from the Upper Sect. The marriage arrangements of the Li family were sudden, but invitations were sent out to all the families with Qi cultivators and above on the lake. All the families, except the Yu family, attended. Even the Foundation Establishment Realm rogue cultivators on the western shore sent representatives to observe the ceremony. Fei Wangbai did not attend personally, but sent his grandson, Fei Tongyu, in his stead. Fei Tongyu, always the elegant gentleman of the Fei family, held a fan in his hand as he stood among the guests. His words were polite and courteous, but his demeanor showed little joy. He observed the various proceedings of the Li family, particularly at Li Yuanjiao, who was holding a cup at the head of the table, and felt a sense of unease stirring within him. Li Yuanjiao at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Such rapid progress. Although I have not seen Li Qinghong here with her talent, she must at least be at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. The rise of the Li family is too swift. This could spell trouble. Fei Tongyu set down his cup and glanced at a young man sitting quietly, drinking alone. Despite having no apparent cultivation, he was seated in a prominent position, indicating his importance within the family. Fei Tongyu inquired, "May I know how to address you, brother?" Li Yuanian, lost in thought, was startled by Fei Tongyu's voice. Although Fei Tongyu did not know him, Yuanian recognized him as the direct descendant of the Fei family. He replied politely, "You flatter me, but I am just a commoner. My name is Li Yuanian, a direct descendant of the Li family, but I do not deserve such respect from an immortal like you." After spending several years mingling among the common folk, Li Yuanian had long shed his youthful innocence and put on some weight. He had tried countless folk remedies and rituals to nurture a spiritual orifice, from praying to gods and Buddhas to distributing wealth and seeking the blessing of paper talismans, all of which had worn him down to a weary semblance of a middle-aged man. Fei Tongyu, upon seeing him, then asked, "May I inquire about your relationship with Lady Qinghong?" "Li Qinghong is my elder sister, born of the same mother," Li Yuanian answered. Fei Tongyu immediately perked up. Before he left, his younger brother Fei Tengxiao had begged him multiple times to bring along several letters for Li Qinghong. Seeing no sign of her at the banquet, Fei Tongyu quickly asked, "Is Lady Qinghong in seclusion on the mountain?" "Indeed," Li Yuanian nodded. Fei Tongyu hesitated for a moment before continuing, "My younger brother." Seeing Fei Tongyu's hesitant expression, Li Yuanian shook his head and interrupted, "My elder sister asked me to mention that her current cultivation method precludes descendants. That is all I can say on the matter." Fei Tongyu, not at all a fool, paused momentarily before calming down. He simply responded, "Thank you, Brother Yuanian." Fei Tongyu had some admiration for Li Qinghong, but his feelings were more about the alliance's benefits and appreciation for her talent and conduct. Being older than Fei Tengxiao, he was less driven by romantic ideals. Upon hearing that Li Qinghong could not bear children, he easily dismissed any thoughts of pursuing her. In those few moments, Fei Tongyu's mind raced through various considerations, now focusing on how to dissuade his stubborn younger brother, as he engaged in light conversation with Li Yuanian. "On my way here, I noticed the abundance of external cultivators in your family. I'm afraid even if the Fei and Yu families combined, we would not match your numbers," Fei Tongyu said, smiling as he glanced around. Li Yuanian only chuckled dryly, not giving a response. Given the scarcity of descendants in the main and side families, most of the vast spirit fields were inevitably tended by external cultivators. Seeing that Li Yuanian did not wish to elaborate on this topic, Fei Tongyu changed the subject, commenting on the well-behaved members of the Li family in their seats. Nevertheless, your family's strict discipline is well known. I have heard that the Li family's laws are strict, and with Ancestor Tangye in his prime, there is no fear of losing control, he praised. Li Yunian laughed heartily and joked, strict is an understatement. In our clan, the clan affairs courtyard is rumored to be like the underworld's palace of judgment. The clan rules are truly roasting the children over an open fire. Both men chuckled, exchanging a few bawdy jokes. Fei Tongyu, still preoccupied with thoughts of his younger brother, half-heartedly joined the conversation while his eyes roved over the banquet guests. After a few rounds of wine, Fei Tongyu made up his mind. He left the banquet, standing in the woods to get some fresh air. As the setting sun disappeared behind the mountains, Fei Tongyu took out the letters from his sleeve and conjured a bright red flame with a spell. With a bitter smile, he burned the letters that were meticulously written and rewritten by Fei Tingxiao countless times. Watching the letters turn to ash, he murmured, Xior, the celestial maiden has gone to the heavens. Forget your earthly feelings. Let go of your feelings. Let it go. Fei Tongyu resolved to tell his brother that the letters had been given to Li Qinghang, who had not responded. This way Fei Tingxiao would have to move on. As he watched the tender words burn to ash, he sighed. What a mess. Perhaps many men in the Fei family are womanizers and now we're suffering the karma. Having finished his task, Fei Tongyu sat on the steps, drinking silently. The faint red glow from the flames illuminated his face. He looked up, trying to identify the object in the sky before exclaiming in disbelief, how is this possible? In the sky, brilliant rays of light began to appear. They were colorful and radiant, shining vividly against the dusk as light waves rolled in from the southeast like ocean waves. At the forefront, a massive ship resembling a giant bird with phoenix-like wings glided gracefully yet swiftly. The banquet fell silent as everyone stared in awe at the sky. The magnificent aura of the ship left them speechless and dumbfounded. Shortly after, various exclamations could be heard from the crowds. The Dawn Cloudliner, people from the upper sect. What is going on? It is not even time to pay our tributes yet. It's the Dawn Cloudliner. Fei Tongyu's heart was filled with dread and anxiety, sensing impending doom. Among the three families by the lake, only his Fei family had no backing within the sect, so they could only bribe a few managers for information. The sudden arrival of the Dawn Cloudliner could only mean something significant was happening, either instigated by Li Qijing or Yu Muxian. If it was Yu Muxian, both the Fei and Li families would be in trouble. If it was the Li family, and they knew nothing about it, it could not be good news either. Fei Tongyu's face turned pale as he watched the Dawn Cloudliner fly past Mount Lijiang, heading toward Milan Prefecture. He felt slightly relieved and then rose into the air to find Li Xuanxuan. The Dawn Cloudliner. Yu Mugao mumbled as he stared, mesmerized by the descending lights. The ship slowly docked on the mountain peak, its intricate patterns glowing brightly. The oppressive aura of the formation eased as a young man descended from the ship. The young man, who was dressed in green, was handsome, but there was a perpetual frown on his face. From his hair to his boots, he was bathed in radiant light. The Yu family members kneeled down hurriedly, lowering themselves to the ground. The young man scanned them with disdain. Where is Yu Xiaogui? It is one thing for Yu Yufeng to be absent, but where is Yu Xiaogui? Yu Mugao quickly explained. Yu Mugao greets the envoy. My father is in seclusion and the ancestor has not yet returned. The young man scowled, looking down at the group with contempt. For Muxian's sake, I will not hold it against you. My name is Kai Jian, the head disciple of Yunwu Peak. Today, I am here to summon the families around Moongaze Lake to send people to Yi Mountain City. I hope the head of the Yu family can assist. Chapter 295 Consuming. I am willing to serve your highness unto death, Yu Mugao declared respectfully. Kai Jian waved dismissively and replied, there is no need for that, it is just a small matter. A few clans cannot stir up much trouble. If it were not for the sect master not wanting to move against these foundation establishment realm cultivators, I would not be here. We could order them and both Li Tangye and Fei Wangbai would obediently go to Yi Mountain City, but now we only need a few Qi cultivators. They would not dare refuse, would they? Yu Mugao's eyes flickered briefly. The Li family has a sword immortal within the sect. I am afraid that you may need to approach with caution, senior, he advised humbly. Kai Jian paused, letting out a strange laugh from his throat. As a direct descendant of the Kai family, he was well informed about the matters at the southern border. It was just that Kai Wei had not acted honorably, avoiding mentioning it altogether. Kai Jian sneered, sword immortal. The southern border is fraught with dangers, they may not even return. Such titles are useless here. Things will proceed as they must. Yu Mugao was a shrewd man. Hearing these words, he felt reassured. He immediately put on a sorrowful expression and lamented, My lord, you may not fear them, but the Li family relies on the sword immortal's reputation to act arrogantly around the lake, oppressing us. One of my blood relatives has been captured by the Li family, serving as a slave. We are terrified and dare not speak out. Kaijian glanced at Yu Mugo and sneered. My junior has already told me about this. There is no need to exaggerate. Your Yu family, after all, is a clan and should not be so easily oppressed by the Li family. Listen carefully. Kaijian paused and continued. Li Qijing will most likely not return. Muxian is renowned within the sect and has a solid background, even more than that, sword immortal. There is no need to be afraid. The rivalries between clans are not something the sect interferes with. Li Tongya only has some rapport with Yuan Tuan. Unless it is a matter of life and death for the entire family, Yuan Tuan will not intervene. Yu Mugo repeatedly nodded, his heart filled with joy. He lowered himself even further, almost groveling at this point. Kaijian glanced at him with a smile as he said, remember this well, regardless of the chaos you create on the lake. Kaijian bent down close to Yu Mugo's face and lightly patted his cheek with one hand while holding up 2 fingers with the other. There are 2 people who must not die. One is Li Tongya, whom you cannot kill anyway. The other, whom you may not know, is named Zhang Heqian. Yu Mugo immediately broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as if he wished he could bury his head in the ground. Kaijian laughed and straightened up, adding, if either of them dies, not even Muxian can save you. As for Fei Wangbai, his patterned brocade is useless. He is nothing but a corpse awaiting death. Yu Mugo's eyes widened, with bloodshot veins beginning to appear as he quivered and stammered his compliance, his sweat now pooling on the ground. Kaijian, with a cocky demeanor, kicked Yu Mugo's shoulder and laughed heartily. Several people flew down from the flying boat, all dressed in the gray robes of the Azure Pond sect's Yuanwu Peak. One of them, a man with a sneaky appearance, rushed eagerly to Kaijian's side and said respectfully, my lord, please give your orders. Kaijian simply snorted and stood with his hands behind his back. For the Fei family, that so-called young master will do. For the minor Qi cultivation realm families, take their strongest cultivators. As for the Li family, take Li Xuanfeng. He is of no use after the massacre at Lixia Prefecture. Yes, yes. The sneaky-looking cultivator responded as he nodded repeatedly. Kaijian glanced at the dazed Yu Mugo and smiled. Cultivate well. Your Yu family has the qualifications to dine at the table. As for the Li and Fei families, they are just dogs circling beneath it. If it were not for the ban on blood sacrifices at Moongaze Lake, they would have been eliminated long ago. Yu Mugo forced a smile, though his heart was gripped with fear. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Kaijian, seeing his pitiful state, grew even more excited as he added, as for your family's ancestor, Yu Yufeng. Yu Mugo had a premonition and quickly looked up. Kaijian laughed with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He has been dead for a long time. Yu Mugo was stunned and whispered, what, I do not understand. Which force's Purple Mansion realm cultivator took his life? I guess there's no harm in telling you. Kaijian chuckled. He took great pleasure in trampling on geniuses and strategists. Seeing Yu Mugo so subservient, he felt immense satisfaction and replied, Yu Mugo, Yu Yufeng was killed by our Azure Pond sect in collaboration with Zio Shooting. This was also agreed upon by your own younger brother. Meanwhile, on Zainu Peak in Lixia Prefecture, whoosh, an old man struggled to reel in a gleaming jade stone from the lake. With a strong flick of his jade fishing rod, he freed the stone from the clutches of the lake water and pulled it ashore. Zio Shooting squinted his eyes as he remarked, not bad. Shooting, the Dawn Cloudliner has headed to Moongaze Lake. Zio Chuchu, who was also sitting cross-legged nearby, muttered this quietly, casting a complex look toward Zio Shooting. Zio Shooting, however, remained indifferent. He examined the jade stone and asked, Zio Chuchu, do you resent me? Zio Chuchu's face, wrinkled with extreme age, twitched slightly as he replied, there is nothing to resent. It was a matter of necessity. When I left the family back then, I suppose you must have hated me even more. Zio Shooting chuckled softly, his expression nostalgic as he responded warmly, at first I did. But when the Azure Pond sect sent Yu Yuxi specifically to suppress Yu Yufeng, I suddenly realized that the decision you made back then may not have entirely been your own. Zio Shooting's white eyebrows and beard twitched as if reflected in rippling water. He spoke with a sense of loss in his voice. The shadows in the great void were too thick. Since then I have been both terrified and confused, questioning myself in countless painful nights. Zio Shooting, are you really you today, or are you merely a puppet of some Purple Mansion Golden Core Taoists or the Mahas and Dharma Masters? It might have been better not to know, to avoid this madness. Zio Shooting replied. However, his voice seemed to emerge from the void rather than his mouth. He spoke softly. Yu Yufeng did not believe in fate and resorted to blood sacrifices to heal his hands. He was indeed a genius, forcibly advancing a few more steps on his interrupted Tao, almost breaking through to the late-stage Foundation establishment realm after decades. Even so, he met his end. How could he have survived against 2 Purple Mansion realm cultivators who had Heavy Merc and Man on Creek aiding them? The Jade True Unified Void Essence is an untrainable state, incapable of forming an immortal foundation. From the moment he practiced the aged courtly path scripture, he was already a dead man. Zio Chuchu was not surprised. Having journeyed extensively, he knew just as much as Xiao Shooting. His deeply wrinkled face twisted into a cold smile as he responded, yes. Have you ever wondered why you, Xiao Shooting, cultivated Man on Creek, while I, Xiao Chuchu, cultivated Darkening Clouds? A remarkable coincidence, isn't it, for them to be perfectly complementary Dao partners? Xiao Shooting nodded and slowly stood up. A deadly aura emanated from him, causing snowflakes to rise and dance across Xianyu Peak. The sound of crashing sea waves rumbled overhead, with faint hisses of serpent dragons. Xiao Chuchu's body grew increasingly frail, shrinking into a skeletal figure. He let out a few raspy laughs, and wisps of smoke drifted from his body, tiny eyes, mouth, and ears. The old man murmured, Xiao Xianyu. It was Xiao Xianyu all along. He had calculated everything from the beginning. He cultivated Boundless Ocean, also known as Jing Dragon King. What a marvel. Standing amidst the swirling smoke in the sky, Xiao Shooting radiated a divine aura. His expression was sorrowful yet solemn, almost sacred. Brother, we have no path forward, no retreat. Dong, the bell on Xianyu Peak tolled ethereally like thunder echoing through the mountains. The inexplicable flying snowfall continued falling as though it was trying to cover up all impurities. The members of the Xiao family fell to their knees, looking up in bewilderment. It is the aura of the Foundation Establishment Realm. An ancestor has passed away. Chapter 296, Yuzha. The Dawn Cloudliner. Li Xuanxuan looked at the colorful glow in the sky, feeling uneasy. His second uncle, Li Tongya, had disappeared after the sacrificial ritual. Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators often meditated for years, so Li Xuanxuan could not find him immediately and could only wait. Fortunately, a figure dressed in gray soon appeared before him. Li Tongya descended with a frown. He had planned to enter seclusion, but his wife Liu Raoxuan's health was deteriorating, forcing him to postpone his plans. Hence, he happened to witness this scene. It seems they are summoning people to Yi Mountain City at the southern border, Li Tongya commented as he stood midair with his sword. He had heard some information at Xiao Shooting's ceremony and now deduced the purpose of the Dawn Cloudliner. After waiting in the air for a while, he saw someone approaching on a flying shuttle. The newcomer was dressed elegantly, but had a rat-like face and shifty eyes that made him look like he was up to no good. The man landed at the formation entrance and shouted, "Juniors from the Li family, I command you to open the formation right away." The crowd below was visibly enraged, but Li Tongya seemed thoughtful and calmly opened the formation, personally stepping forward to greet him. He said respectfully, "Li family of Lijing welcomes thee." Seeing a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator personally greeting him, the man held back his arrogance and begrudgingly replied, "At least you have some sense." He swaggered into the courtyard, glanced at the indignant members of the Li family, and impatiently waved his sleeve, scolding, "You lot, get out. How can juniors be allowed to listen to our conversation? You." Li Xuanxuan looked rather upset, but Li Xuanling gave the man a sidelong glance like a serpent before leading his brothers away. The man entered the courtyard with Li Tongya and cast a spell to seal their surroundings. He then straightened up, his demeanor changing abruptly, showing a hint of guilt as he bowed and said, "I am Deng Yuzhai. My earlier behavior was unavoidable. Please forgive me, senior." Li Tongya was taken aback by the sudden change but courteously replied, "Brother Deng, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. We did not take it to heart." Deng Yuzhai spoke quickly and urgently without giving Li Tongya a chance to respond. "I am a member of the Deng family, a subordinate family of the Azure Pond Peak. My elder brother Deng Qiaji and the Sword Immortal were close friends. They both perished at the southern border, devoured by a demon king." "Do you know this, senior?" "I do." Seeing Deng Yuzhai's anxiety, Li Tongya responded in a straightforward manner. Deng Yuzhai nodded and said solemnly, "I'm glad you do, senior. The sect disciple who came this time is Kai Jian from the Kai family. He is sinister and cruel. He already knows of the Sword Immortal's death. The Yu family has also heard the news. Please be prepared, senior." Without waiting for Li Tongya's reply, Deng Yuzhai continued quickly, "Although my family's ancestor has never met you, he has heard many stories about you and holds you in high regard. Our families share similar circumstances. If you are willing, we can support each other in the future." Li Tongya, resting his hand on his sword hilt, had an inscrutable expression. He asked softly, "I have a question for you. In the power struggles among the Purple Mansion Realm and Golden Core Realm cultivators in Jiangnan, what is the relationship between the Xiao family and Azure Pond sect? They have a common enemy. Xiao Shooting wants to cultivate the Sexagenary Pit Water Thousand Slow Essence," Deng Yuzhai said as he started his explanation. However, Li Tongya waved his hand to interrupt him. "I understand." Deng Yuzhai nodded and continued, "Our Deng family also has properties in Lixia Prefecture. If you have any further matters to discuss, feel free to send someone there. You are a prudent and steady person. I believe you understand the intricacies involved." He handed over a small letter. Li Tongya scanned it with his spiritual sense and saw that it contained records of several alleys in Lixia Prefecture. Seeing Li Tongya accept the letter, Deng Yuzhai exhaled deeply and said in a solemn voice, "There are people in the 4 prefectures spreading the word about your formidable Dao foundation and exceptional swordsmanship. It is likely done with intent. It is best for you to keep a low profile and not reveal your whereabouts." This news surprised Li Tongya, causing him to ponder deeply. He nodded slightly, and Deng Yuzhai continued, "This time, the summons to Yi Mountain City includes Li Xuanfeng. We have no choice but to take your clan members. I hope you understand." Li Tongya slowly closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Li Xuanfeng was the only son of Li Xiangping and had no heirs. If something happened to him in Yi Mountain City, it would mean the end of that line. He was naturally unwilling and asked with a frown, "Xuanfeng is my brother's orphan. I am willing to go in his place. Is that possible?" Deng Yuzhai waved his hand, clearly and firmly refusing. He said bitterly, "I am merely surviving by doing others' bidding. Kai Jian deeply envies the sword Immortal. I have to put on a pretense just to be here. Naturally, I'm powerless to make any decisions." Li Tongya could only cover his face and sigh, replying, "I understand." Deng Yuzhai did not linger and continued, "I must leave immediately with the person. If there is any offense, I ask for your forgiveness." With that, he flung open his sleeves and kicked open the door. He called out in the courtyard, "Where is Li Xuanfeng?" In the lower courtyard, a group of anxious people stood. Li Xuanling and Li Xuanxuan looked up at him with unreadable expressions. Li Xuanfeng, carrying his golden bow, stared directly at Deng Yuzhai and replied steadily, "Here." Deng Yuzhai sneered and said, "The Azure Pond sect commands you to go to Yi Mountain City at the southern border to resist the demons. You are to leave immediately without delay." Li Xuanfeng secured the golden bow on his back, and a smile formed on his scruffy chin as if he had heard something amusing. He laughed heartily and simply replied, "Very well." Deng Yuzhai just tugged at him, saying, "Follow me." Li Xuanfeng looked back at Li Tongya, who had walked out of the courtyard and bowed deeply. He then said to his brothers, Li Xuanxuan and Li Xuanling, "Please take care of the family affairs. No need to miss me." This man, who had lost his parents in childhood and his wife in his youth, only uttered these few words. His eyes sparkled as if the years since the massacre of Lixia Prefecture had been dull, and now, facing the imminent battle and slaughter, he seemed excited and eager. "Brother." Li Xuanling and Li Xuanxuan began as they were still processing the news. However, Li Xuanfeng had already ridden the wind and followed Deng Yuzhai northward. Li Xuanxuan finally came to his senses and called out hurriedly, "Second uncle." "This." Li Tongya waved his sleeve, his face showing a painful expression as he said softly, "Resume your cultivation." The few of them exchanged glances, then lowered their heads and dispersed. The wedding was already nearing its end, and with the disruption of the Dawn Cloudliner, no one was in the mood to stay any longer. Guests began bidding their farewells and left. After sending Li Yunjio and Zhao Giluan to their bridal chamber, Mount Lijing returned to its usual quiet state, with only the mess left from the celebration hinting at the recent festivities. It was not until the Dawn Cloudliner had flown past the horizon, and its splendid glow faded away that the entire Moongaze Lake fell back into darkness and silence. "Report to the envoy, everyone is here." Deng Yuzhai kneeled obsequiously before Kai Jian, while Yu Mugao looked dazed as if lost in a nightmare. Kai Jian's words still echoed in his mind. "Yu Mugao, Yu Yufeng was killed by our Azure Pond sect in collaboration with Zhao Shooting. This was also agreed upon by your own younger brother. Muxian personally agreed to it." Yu Mugao's expression was one of pure bewilderment. He had exchanged dozens of letters with Yu Muxian, yet his brother had never mentioned this. Was it to avoid alarming anyone, or because he did not trust Yu Mugao? Suddenly, Yu Mugao felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity toward his own brother in the sect. He mumbled something indistinctly, and Kai Jian, noticing his state, impatiently spat, "Stop practicing the aged courtly path scripture from now on." The group rode the wind back to the Dawn Cloudliner. The members of the Yu family all kneeled, loudly bidding farewell. The intricate patterns on the ship brightened as it extended its radiant wings, flying toward the southeast. Yu Mugao watched as the ship disappeared into the horizon. Only then did he slowly stand up, looking around at the silent crowd. He felt no shame for his earlier submissive behavior. After a moment of silence, he said, "Zhang Heqian, it turns out to be an old grudge. Call back all our people from the eastern shore." Chapter 297, 5 years. Li Xuanfeng was transferred to the southern border. Li Tongya's wife, Liu Raoxuan, only lasted a few months before she died on the mountain. Li Tongya stayed by her bedside the entire time. With tears in her eyes, Liu Raoxuan had managed to stammer out a final sentence before she passed away. "My dear, you still have over 200 years to live. I hope you will marry again after I am gone. Do not overly favor the Liu family, as too much kindness could lead to disaster." Li Tongya sat quietly by the bed, speaking gently, but Liu Raoxuan had already stopped breathing. Their son Li Xuanling wept bitterly at her side. Li Yuanyun, who was in eastern Mount Yue, and Li Qingheng, stationed at Mount Yuding, managed to rush back in time to shed silent tears at her bedside. Liu Raoxuan's face bore little resemblance to the one that had once asked Li Tongya, "Do you love me?" in the small courtyard. Her eyes were lifeless, her mouth stiff, and her face marked by deep wrinkles. Yet her withered hands clung to Li Tongya's, holding on tightly, even in death. The entire Li family of Lijiang mourned deeply, draping white cloth throughout their residence. Meanwhile, the Liu family was engulfed in terror. For decades, they had produced no notable talents. Their courtyard was dominated by playboys who only cared about the pleasures of life. The death of Liu Raoxuan sent the Liu family into a spiral of panic and fear, with members crying out, "Grandmother is gone," throughout their estate. When her last words were spread down the mountain, everyone became even more anxious, and resentful murmurs filled the air. Li Tongya buried Liu Raoxuan, looked at the gathered members of the Li family who had rushed back, and removed the dragon-coiling pillar sword, which was glowing with mana light, from his waist. He announced softly, "I will now go into seclusion for cultivation and may not come out for several years or even decades. This Dharma sword will only gather dust with me, so I will leave it with all of you." "Yuanjiao," he called out. Li Yuanjiao quickly raised his head and stepped forward, receiving the Dharma sword with both hands. Li Tongya then said softly, "Among all the disciples, you are the most talented swordsman. Take this with you and use it well." Li Yuanjiao was deeply moved, not expecting Li Tongya to give the sword to him instead of his own son, Li Xuanling. He wanted to decline, but Li Tongya waved his hand and pushed him back to his seat, continuing, "Now you are the eldest brother here. Take good care of your younger siblings and do not disappoint me." He then turned to Li Xuanxuan, paused thoughtfully, and handed him a storage pouch tied at his waist. "I have reviewed the tributes that prestigious clans are expected to pay. The amount far exceeds what the current Li family can afford. We need to pay the next 5 years' tribute by next year. Inside this pouch, you'll find Dharma artifacts and spirit items I've collected over the years. Take them to the market and sell them to cover this gap." Li Xuanxuan nodded obediently as Li Tongya continued, "This is not a sustainable solution. I've made some preliminary arrangements at the Cloud Crown Peak Market. There's a small shop there looking to form an alliance with our Li family. Go there immediately, finalize the arrangements, and forge a new path for our family to earn spirit stones. Take the talismans you've crafted over the years to sell. Since you are not inclined toward cultivation, you will stay there to draw talismans. Leave family matters to the younger generation." Li Xuanxuan had no objections and nodded in agreement. Li Tongya then instructed Li Xuanling, "Try your best to assist your brother as much as possible when you're not cultivating." Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Li Tongya straightened up and said gently, "Work hard in your cultivation and take good care of each other." "Yes," everyone responded in unison, and before the echoes faded, Li Tongya's figure had already disappeared. Li Xuanling wiped away his tears and exchanged a glance with Li Xuanxuan. Without further delay, they rode the wind toward Cloud Crown Peak together. The few members of the Yuan and Qing generation gathered together, encouraging each other before heading down the mountain. The lights on Mount Lijiang flickered. The brilliant dawn rose from the horizon, illuminating the Li family's territory. Smoke rose from the houses at the foot of the mountain, marking the arrival of a new day. Eastern Mount Yue was characterized by many mountains and few fields, making it unsuitable for sustaining a population. There were, however, numerous small hills and earth veins. Li Yuanjiao had been surveying the area for several months from west to east, probing each vein of spiritual energy. Finally, he found a suitable small mountain, Mount Wudu. Li Yuanjiao rose into the wind, lightly circling the location on the map in his hand. He estimated the distance, examined the veins and spiritual energy, nodded slowly, and descended to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain stood a woman of noble bearing, her phoenix eyes radiating brilliance. She wore a graceful dress and held a boy about 5 or 6 years old who looked smart and handsome. He was peering around curiously. As soon as Li Yuanjiao landed, the boy jumped and shouted, "Dad, this mountain looks like a..." This boy was Li Yuanjiao's son, named Li Zijai, now over 4 years old. He was well-behaved and adorable, greatly loved by Li Yuanjiao and his wife. "Ha ha ha ha." Li Yuanjiao laughed heartily. Beside him, Xiao Giluan gently asked, "How is it? The veins and spiritual energy are sufficient." "It is not inferior to Mount Lijiang, and it is one of the best in eastern Mount Yue," Li Yuanjiao replied, then continued. "According to the ancient texts, the spirit fields on Mount Wudu are fertile and intact. There is no better place within eastern Mount Yue. Then let us settle here." Xiao Giluan's eyebrows showed a trace of worry as she whispered, "The clan's tribute is too heavy. We have been running at a loss every year. We cannot afford to waste any more time." Li Yuanjiao fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The lake remained relatively peaceful during this time. The Yu family had relaxed their control and tribute demands on the Eastern Shore families, retreating into Milan Prefecture and becoming quiet. the Li family quietly digested the territories of Mount Huzhong and Mount Yuding, enjoying a period of calmness. During these 5 years, Li Qingheng and Li Yunjiao had both broken through to the qi cultivation realm. Most of the Yuan generation had children, and even Li Yunjiao's several half-brothers had children who were now 7 years old. Unfortunately, their talents were disappointing. Even those with spiritual orifices showed little promise, causing Li Yunjiao to shake his head in dismay. Li Xuanxuan had been stationed at the market for years now, rarely returning. Despite his reluctance, Li Yunjiao had to take over family affairs, temporarily acting as the head of the family. Zhao Giluan, holding Li Zijai, watched Li Yunjiao rise with the wind. They exchanged a glance, and Zhao Giluan said, "There is one thing I have to tell you, my dear. The people from Mount Yu told me that they needed to craft Dharma artifacts and should be able to use our ebony ore. If we can supply enough, we could get a premium rate of 10 to 20%. Li Yunjiao's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Good. If this works out, we can replenish our funds and reduce the need to draw from the family treasury. With the Yu family's decline on the lake, a tripartite balance of power had emerged. For the Li family, their greatest challenge had become the tribute payments to the Azure Pond sect. The tribute demanded of a clan was now more than 10 times what it had been during the qi cultivation realm period, far exceeding the Li family's current income. Unlike other Foundation establishment realm cultivators like Yu Yufeng, Li Tongye never demanded resources. Otherwise, Li Yunjiao would have had to sell off the entire Li family to support him in his cultivation. Despite this, Li Yunjiao was still constantly burdened with worries about the family's financial deficit. Hearing that Zhao Giluan had found a way to earn spirit stones, he could not help but praise her. Seeing Zhao Giluan smile silently, Li Yunjiao suddenly paused, a smile tugging at his lips as he said, "That Zhao Xian is from the Mount Yu branch of the Zhao family, isn't he?" Heh. Zhao Giluan, who had been managing the family with Li Yunjiao for 5 years, responded with a soft laugh, her phoenix eyes twinkling as she said gently, "That boy's intention is quite obvious. He runs to our Lijiang town every month just to find an excuse to see King Xiao. Now that the Mount Yu branch has sent him to handle this matter, he is overjoyed." Chapter 298, The Du Family I, Zhao Xian. Li Yunjiao stroked the dragon-coiling pillar sword at his waist, his brows furrowing. Unlike Li Tongye or Li Xuanxuan, who, despite their unassuming appearances, were deep thinkers, the narrow gap between his eyebrows lent him an untrustworthy appearance. Now with his brows furrowed, he looked even more like a serpent dragon. The Mount Yu branch of the Zhao family. King Xiao's marriage into their family is somewhat of a slight, but Zhao Jiuqing is quite adept and has a promising future. If Zhao Xian is sincere and my little sister is willing, he might be a good match. The Mount Yu branch is one of the most prominent branches in the Zhao family, Zhao Giluan remarked, holding onto Li Yunjiao's arm. Zhao Xian's talent is not great, but he has the potential to achieve the qi cultivation realm. King Xiao's talent is poor, but with the resources of the Mount Yu branch, Zhao Xian could help her reach the qi cultivation realm with unrefined qi, which is a good thing, she continued. As they chatted and laughed, Mount Lijiang appeared beneath them. The couple descended into the courtyard where the clan guards immediately approached, greeting them respectfully. "Family head, madam." Young Master Yuanping is already waiting in the house. Li Yunjiao nodded slightly and pushed the door open. Inside, a young boy dressed in white clothes was admiring the calligraphy and paintings on the wall, holding a fan. He appeared to be about 12 or 13 years old, with a slightly pale face that gave him a sickly look. Hearing the door open, he turned his head, his eyes lighting up as he smiled. "Brother, you are back." "Yes." Li Yuanping was born to Li Xuanxuan and his wife, Madame Du. He was the younger brother of Li Yungxiu from the same mother. Unfortunately, Li Yungxiu passed away when Madame Du was pregnant with Li Yuanping. This loss deeply affected Madame Du and had a profound impact on the unborn child, leaving Li Yuanping with a congenital deficiency. Fortunately, both his parents were cultivators, and Li Yuanping possessed a spiritual orifice. Although not very talented, he was considered average. After 5 years of cultivation, he has condensed the radiant lure chakra and reached the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Yunjiao responded and saw Li Yuanping smile as he said, "I heard that you broke through to the third heavenly layer of the qi cultivation realm. Congratulations." In truth, Li Yunjiao had not been burdened with many mundane affairs over the years. Most of the family's affairs, whether related to embryonic breathing realm cultivators or worldly matters, were handled by Zhao Giluan. She managed things efficiently, with fair rewards and punishments, earning the respect of the entire household. With Zhao Giluan's assistance, Li Yunjiao's cultivation progressed rapidly. He had received the flowing qi-swallowing spirit talisman, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Within 5 years, he has already reached the third heavenly layer of the qi cultivation realm, surpassing even his father, Li Xuanxuan. Li Yunjiao nodded lightly, took 2 steps to the main seat, and sat down. Looking at his still youthful half-brother, he asked gently, "How is it? Are you able to handle the clan affairs courtyard?" "It is going well," Li Yuanping replied as he nodded, smiling. "The Jade Court guards have already reached the 4th or 5th stages of the embryonic breathing realm. The 5 of them together can suppress any disturbances, though they usually only deal with petty thieves." Li Yuanjiao had no interest in managing affairs. Seeing Li Yuanping grow up day by day, he hurriedly handed over the clan affairs courtyard to him. Now seeing that he managed well, Li Yuanjiao nodded in satisfaction and said warmly, "Uphold the family laws strictly. Ensure there are no arrogant individuals among the family's disciples." As the two brothers were chatting, someone approached hurriedly from below. He bowed in the courtyard and reported respectfully, "Family head, there is a letter from Cloud Crown Peak. Present it." The person below, clad in armor with a square face and thick eyebrows, had an honest appearance. He quickly handed the letter over to the men. However, Li Yuanjiao took the envelope but did not open it. Instead, he stared at the armored man. The messenger from the hall had always been someone from the Liu family, whom Li Yuanjiao was accustomed to seeing. However, this person seemed unfamiliar. After a moment of scrutiny, he asked in confusion, "Are you from the Du family?" With a thud, the armored man kneeled in front of him instantly, slightly fearful as he replied, "Family head, my name is Du Yi. Madame Du is my paternal aunt. The regular messenger fell ill, so I took his place." "I see, you are someone from my mother's family." Since Madame Du was the wife of Li Xuangshuan and the mother of Li Yuanping, Li Yuanjiao should technically call her mother as well. Instead, Li Yuanjiao feigned sudden realization and smiled at Li Yuanping as he said, "I guess he can be considered your cousin." Li Yuanping, sitting nearby, merely nodded upon hearing this. He did not look at Du Yi but continued to pour himself tea. Li Yuanjiao understood the situation immediately. He waved his hand casually to dismiss him and said with indifference, "In that case, you may serve by Yuanping's side and find a position in the clan affairs courtyard." Du Yi nodded repeatedly and retreated slowly. Li Yuanping smiled wryly and said, "This is certainly not my mother's doing. It is probably the Du family's initiative." "I know," Li Yuanjiao nodded as he sighed. "As they say, when the wall is about to fall, everyone pushes. The Liu family is, after all, the family of the ancestor's wife, so we still need to keep a Liu family member. As long as news reaches us, the public will have some fear and will not go overboard with their actions." Li Yuanping nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Thank you for the guidance, brother." Li Yuanjiao laughed heartily. The brothers spoke candidly, and Li Yuanjiao's expression was slightly tinged with sadness as he said, "This advice actually came from our eldest brother. I never have any desire for power. Now that you have it in your hands, I believe you won't let it go to waste." Naturally, he was referring to Li Yuanxiu. Li Yuanping had heard many stories about this elder brother he had never met. He simply nodded, and Li Yuanjiao began to read the letter. After scanning it for a few moments, he smiled. "It is a letter from father." Li Yuanping looked up in confusion as Li Yuanjiao explained, "The devil plague is becoming more rampant. Not only Zhang Yan but dozens of others have joined the devil Dao, committing widespread slaughters. As a result, talismans and dharma artifacts are in high demand within and outside the sect. This has significantly increased our income this year. Father has suggested we send the family's cloud bamboo harvest to be made into talisman papers, which would greatly reduce the costs of crafting talismans." Li Yuanping, upon hearing the news, lowered his head and said, "The devil plague has been going on for more than 5 years, yet the Purple Mansion realm cultivators of the Azure Pond sect have never intervened. I wonder what Kaijian is thinking." Li Yuanjiao paused and set down his tea bowl before replying, "The devil plague is not simple. As for Zhang Yan, no one knows who he is or whose pawn he might be. You've studied the family history and should be aware of a Purple Mansion realm cultivator's power. If they are letting Zhang Yan run amok, it must be a deliberate act." Li Yuanping pondered silently to himself. After exchanging a few more words, he glanced at the time and, not wanting to disturb Li Yuanjiao further, took his leave. Once Li Yuanping had left, a dignified woman in a luxurious flowing dress walked out from the back of the hall. She greeted him with a slight bow, her brow furrowed slightly, and said in a serious tone, "My dear, the decline of the Liu family has been alarmingly rapid. In just 5 short years, they have gone from a prestigious family to one with members scattered everywhere. There must be something unusual going on." "That's true. How could that Liu family member fall ill at this time? They've tried every trick to push someone in front of me, just to test how much affection we still have for the Liu family." Li Yuanjiao carefully stored the letter under a pile of scrolls and continued listing out everything. The Tian family was sent to the Mount Yue region. The remaining Ren, Chen, Su, and Du families must have been plotting to push the Liu family out of prominence for years. The Liu family descendants were still indulging themselves. Once the news spread from the mountain, the other families began to act. The Liu family never had many capable members. They only managed to last 5 years due to the caution of the other prominent families. Xiao Gilwen nodded, smiling. times have changed. Many things that belong to the Liu family should now bear the Du name. I have met Mother several times. She is tough and has a temper. Li Yunjiao laughed heartily, catching the underlying meaning in Xiao Giluan's words, and responded gently, I have known Mother for many years. To her, the entire Du family holds less value than Yu Emping's little finger. The Du family is merely the next Liu family. There's nothing to worry about. He paused and continued, Yu Emping's temperament mirrors that of Madame Du. He is not one to be easily deceived. In a couple of years, we'll hand over the family affairs to him. Then you and I can retire to Mount Wudu to cultivate and live as an immortal couple. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Xiao Giluan nodded slightly. However, she was from the Xiao family, a centuries-old prestigious clan rife with fierce internal power struggles, unlike the newly established and harmonious Li family. She had seen too many instances of kin turning against each other. Holding no power made her uneasy, not for herself, but for fear that their son, Li Zijai, might suffer the consequences. This intelligent woman had also figured out her husband's temperament well and refrained from immediately disagreeing with him. Instead, she nodded with a smile, gazing at the flickering candle flame as she pondered how she could secure more support for Li Zijai. Chapter 299, The Du Family II. Li Yuemping left the courtyard, snapped his fan shut with a swish, and walked on with a displeased expression. Du followed closely behind, feeling as though he had caused trouble and dared not speak. Li Yuemping suddenly stopped. Caught off guard, Du nearly stumbled into him. Young master, he called out hurriedly. Shut up. Li Yuemping hissed, using his fan to steady the man, frowning slightly. He then said softly, which idiot from the Du family took it upon themselves to replace that Liu family member? You nearly made me lose face in front of my elder brother. If Mother finds out, she will surely have you all punished. Du knew he would have to stay by Li Yuemping's side from now on, but could not bear to blame his father, so he merely stammered in response, why yes. Yes. Li Yuemping waved his hand gently and turned his head as he walked, saying, you do not need to tell me. I know it was probably old Master Du. When people get old and gain power, they start scheming more. Du quickly followed, replying respectfully, this was also for your benefit, young master. The clan affairs courtyard has always been the stepping stone to becoming the family head. Young Master Yunjiao has often expressed his desire to relinquish his authority. Now that you are in charge of the clan affairs courtyard, it's only a matter of time before you ascend to the family head. Father simply wanted to place more people to help you. Heh, Li Yuemping chuckled, amused. You speak with such certainty. Your father isn't trying to help me, he's trying to sabotage me. If he truly wanted to help, he would patiently wait 3 years. There's no need for him to meddle now. He frowned and looked at the Giltridden Dui before saying, your father is merely using this as an excuse to expand his influence. Why does he need to do so under the guise of helping me? Your family is my maternal family. When I assume leadership, you will naturally have your place. There's no need for all this. Don't assume I am young and easily deceived. Du quickly broke out into a cold sweat. Li Yuemping, waving his fan, continued calmly, let us set that aside. I do not care who sent you. Since my elder brother has assigned you to me, you will work for me from now on. Forget about your Du family. Du was stunned. What Li Yuemping said was completely different from what his father had instructed. Old Master Du had always told him, young Master Yuemping and Madame Du are the pillars of our Du family. Rely on them to secure more power for our family. In the future, our Du family will rise to prominence. Hearing Li Yuemping's tone now, it was clear that neither he nor Madame Du regarded the Du family as supporters. Instead, they were guarded against them, fearing that the Du family might drag them down. Du felt a pang of bitterness and said mournfully, young master, the Du family is entirely at your command and only listens to you. Back then, the Tian and Liu families rose with the tide. Distant relatives are also your arms. Why push them away? Unexpectedly, Li Yuemping stopped and looked back at him with interest sparkling in his eyes as he smiled and said, cousin, my surname is Li. I am a legitimate son of the main family. With that, he turned and walked away. Du, startled, dared not speak further and just followed him closely. The two walked through the mountains for a while and entered a brightly lit large courtyard. Li Yuemping waited at the courtyard entrance for a moment until a female servant hurried out carrying a basin of water. He asked gently, has Mother gone to sleep? Madam has washed her feet and is waiting for you in her room. The female servant answered hastily. Du immediately understood that this was Madame Du's courtyard. Remembering his father's foolish actions and his aunt's tough nature, his legs trembled and he lamented silently. My foolish father has caused trouble, yet I have to pay for it. What a plight. Li Yuemping paid no heed to him and led him into the courtyard. They were greeted by a scene of layers upon layers of pale yellow drapery, with flickering lights and a faint scent of incense wafting through the air. Two female servants stood obediently by the bed. Li Yuemping kneeled respectfully and greeted softly, I've arrived, Mother. Congratulations on your breakthrough. The Qi cultivation realm is certainly within your reach. Madame Du, sitting upright at the head, was dressed in luxurious clothing, her appearance youthful. Her aura had reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, and she was now just a step away from the qi cultivation realm, making her one of the most formidable among the external cultivators. Over the years, Madame Du had skillfully managed to keep Li Shuangxuan's numerous wives and concubines in check, while also elevating her own family's status in agriculture. Simultaneously, she continued to advance her own cultivation. No need for formalities, Ping. Though Madame Du was known for her stern demeanor, she was unreservedly affectionate toward her child. She immediately invited him to sit. Li Yuanping nodded and recounted the evening's events, including the details of Li Shuangxuan's letter. Madame Du listened intently, and by the end, Du felt his scalp tingle. He glanced up timidly, only to meet a pair of eyes that were as cold and piercing as starlight. "Come here." Madame Du's voice was gentle. Du quickly stood before his aunt. A delicate hand with long nails stained with balsam flowers emerged from behind the drapery. Du stared blankly at the hand, and with a light flick, Madame Du beckoned him closer. Slap. Du received a solid slap across his face, leaving half of it bright red. He dared not show any anger, only bowing repeatedly and pleading, "Mercy, auntie, mercy." Madame Du's words drifted gently to his ears. "Go back and deliver this slap to your father. Tell him this." She parted her red lips and slowly uttered the words, "Try something funny again and his life will be as good as gone." Meanwhile on Mount Yuding, Li Qinghang exhaled deeply, her breath visible as a stream of white in the air. The long spear resting on her knees shimmered with mana light. Opening her eyes, which had been nurtured by mana, they sparkled brightly in the dark chamber. Second heavenly layer of the qi cultivation realm. She mumbled softly. For the past 5 years, Li Qinghang had mostly stayed on the mountain to cultivate. She had broken through to the qi cultivation realm in the first 3 years, and then reached the second heavenly layer in the subsequent 2. Now in her early 20s, her cultivation speed was notably swift compared to the usual 3 to 5 years typically needed for each heavenly layer. Only Li Yunjiao had progressed slightly faster than her, aided by the flowing qi-swallowing spirit talisman. Rising with her spear, a faint purple hue coursed through her eyes, enhancing her already captivating appearance. As a former Grade 4 Thunder technique, the Purple Thunder Secret Origin technique made Li Qinghang's aura exceptionally strong, far surpassing the usual qi cultivation realm of the second heavenly layer. Clan Sister. A man stood cautiously outside the stone chamber. He was one of Li Shuangxuan's concubine-born sons, lacking a spiritual orifice. Among Li Shuangxuan's numerous offspring, he had little presence and had been sent to manage a town on Mount Yuding. Li Qinghang's red lips parted slightly, commanding curtly, "Speak." The man respectfully replied, "Recently, men have been disappearing. For 3 months, clan cultivators have investigated but found nothing. 3 days ago, 9 families perished suddenly. We've reported to the main family and were granted permission to seek your aid, Clan Sister." Li Qinghang nodded slightly and asked in confusion, "What about uncle?" The man understood she was referring to Chen Dong and answered hurriedly, "He has gone to the market with Elder N to send the furs and spirit items. The family head is searching for mountains within the Mount Yue region. We are unsure if he has returned, so." "All right." Li Qinghang nodded before taking him up with her in the wind and began asking for more details about the situation. For the first time in his life, the man experienced the thrill of riding the wind. Looking down at the small town and the passing clouds and birds, a sense of envy overwhelmed him. He eagerly answered Li Qinghang's questions, pointing out directions while feeling a rush of exhilaration. Following his directions, Li Qinghang descended to find several empty houses with traces of blood left on the ground. With a swift glance, her Dharma eyes detected many peculiarities beneath her feet. She set down her clan brother, then with a graceful movement, sketched several runes in the air before casting a talisman. Chapter 300, Immortals and Devil's Eye. The talisman floated gently in the air, emitting a pale white light that illuminated the surroundings. Bloodstains and severed limbs appeared before them, glowing faintly in the darkness. Li Qinghang glanced around her, a flash of anger in her eyes. The man beside her bowed his head respectfully and reported, 27 families, 110 people, not a single survivor. Li Qinghang narrowed her eyes as she pressed her spear to the ground and then cast a spell to investigate, murmuring, "No demonic qi. It was not the work of a demon. It must have been a bloodthirsty cultivator." Swoosh. As Li Qinghang was still carefully observing the scene before her, a black dart suddenly shot toward her, imbued with mana light and tied with a dark thread. It traveled in her direction quickly before disappearing into the darkness. Li Qinghang had been on guard. She flicked her black hair, and with a thrust of her spear, a purple light exploded. The black dart was struck and fell to the ground crookedly. Li Qinghang called out loudly, "Who dares to seek blood in the Li family's territory? You're quite bold to be lurking here, fellow Taoist." A black mist surged from the darkness, revealing a withered old man with an unpleasant expression, dragging the black thread on the ground with a clinking sound. The old man glanced at Li Qinghang, frowned, and said, Why make a big deal out of this, young lady? I have not harmed any of your clan. I am merely passing through your immortal clan's territory, resting here and feeding on some two-legged sheep. You are being overly aggressive. Shouldn't a prestigious clan be more generous? Li Qinghong scrutinized him, her eyes brightening. The purple hue in her eyes grew more intense with more ferocity. Hearing the old man refer to immortal clan's territory and two-legged sheep, which were terms used only in the northern Zhao and Yan states, she realized he was from the north and exclaimed joyfully, "So you are from Jiangbei. Judging by your appearance, you must be a devil cultivator. Let us have a duel and broaden our horizons." Without waiting for the old man's reaction, she had already swung her spear at him. The old man had no choice but to roll up his sleeves, puffing out a cloud of black smoke. Within the smoke, men and women of all ages that were shabbily dressed appeared out of thin air, all with expressions of joy. Li Qinghong was unfazed. As her spear struck its target, thunder erupted. Thunder was inherently effective against evil, and it quickly dispersed the smoke. The men and women within screamed in agony. The old man, now terrified, cursed loudly, "Damn it, you are a thunder cultivator." This was Li Qinghong's first time fighting a non-purple mansion golden core Dao cultivator. She remained cautious, avoiding close combat. Her spear gathered thunder, which she then hurled at the old man. He took 2 hits before he could no longer contain his rage and cursed, "How dare a mere chi cultivator bully me?" With that, his robes exploded, revealing a thin and decayed body. He let out a loud roar, and from his abdomen emerged a mass of flesh which quickly transformed into a giant, bald green head with 2 bloodshot red eyes the size of heads, staring straight ahead. The eyes were dreadfully bloodshot and teary, and his sharp, white teeth gleamed brilliantly. So this is a devil cultivator, truly a monstrous sight to behold. Li Qinghong thrust her spear once more, with thunder rippling out like water. The monstrous creature spat out a bloody mist, nullifying her attack, and cursed, "Damn it, watch your mouth. I cultivate the path of benevolent devil, which is more humane than your purple mansion golden core Dao." At this moment, the aura around the monstrous creature had risen to the 6th or 7th heavenly layer of the chi cultivation realm. Although he was cursing harshly, he showed no real intent to fight. He was, after all, a devil cultivator who had attained the status of a master monk, equivalent to the foundation establishment realm in the purple mansion golden core Dao. He had been consuming humans along the way without any issues until today. He simply could not restrain his gluttony and had eaten a bit too much. Now, he regretted it. Most prestigious clans would not trouble him unnecessarily, considering the reputation of both sides. However, if he encountered a clan who brought the matter to light, he would be at a disadvantage. Hence, he could not afford to injure Li Qinghong. "I have heard the Li family is a sword immortal family. Since this girl is proficient in thunder techniques, her background must be extraordinary." The devil cultivator found himself in a difficult position, unable to retaliate against Li Qinghong's relentless thunder attacks or escape without compromising his dignity as a master monk. His only choice was to endure, hoping that an elder from the Li family would arrive soon to defuse the situation. Li Qinghong, after 2 strikes, realized that this old man was definitely stronger than her, likely at the 6th or 7th heavenly layer of chi cultivation realm. Despite his strength, he seemed reluctant to fight, leading to a stalemate. She took out a jade pendant and silently crushed it, thinking, "I haven't even used my talisman chi. If this old devil decides to kill, I should be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive." Lightning crackled at the foot of Mount Yuding. Despite the devil cultivator's superior strength, he struggled against Li Qinghong's forceful and aggressive thunder attacks. His cultivation appeared to be waning, driving him into a state of panic. He shouted, "Stop, young lady. Your technique is damaging my cultivation. If this continues, I will be forced to retaliate seriously." Li Qinghong paused slightly, noticing 2 beams of mana light approaching from both sides. One person arrived with a sword, looking anxious and fierce, while the other, appearing in his 40s or 50s, looked solemn and stern, shouting, "Who dares to cause trouble in the Li family's territory?" It was Li Yuanjiao and Tian Yaodao. Tian Yaodao had also successfully broken through to the chi cultivation realm, becoming the 3rd external chi cultivator of the Li family. He cultivated a grade 2 technique provided to external families and had broken through using the minor pure spiritual chi. The 2 landed beside Li Qinghong, with Li Yuanjiao remaining vigilant, thinking to himself, "This person arrived at a convenient time, just as Zhayan and Uncle Dong were away. Only a few of us are left at home. We might not be able to handle him without alarming the ancestor." The devil cultivator, seeing more people arriving, quickly undid his bloody devilish form and returned to his human appearance. With a hint of bitterness, he introduced himself. "I am Murongzia. I came to the south for a journey, passing through the immortal clan's territories. Indeed, I consumed some 2-legged sheep. If I have caused offense, I seek your forgiveness. They were merely mortals, not worth making enemies over." Li Yuanjiao frowned upon hearing this. Li Qinghong whispered, 27 families, 110 people. Murongzia was stunned. Though old, he understood from Li Qinghang's words that these people did not resent him for taking without asking, but genuinely despised him for eating humans. He immediately cupped his fist and responded sincerely, "You have lived in Jiangnan for a long time and may not be familiar with our devil sect's teachings. The immortal sects often said that we devil cultivators are inherently evil and revel in eating humans, but this is a big misunderstanding." Li Yuanjiao and the others found his words rather amusing and exchanged quick glances with each other. They watched Murongzia continue earnestly. "Even those facing death are allowed their last words. Please hear me out and do not condemn all devil cultivators." Li Yuanjiao, seeing more and more townspeople gathering with uneasy looks on their faces, frowned and said, "This is not the place to talk. Please come with us to the mountain." "Fine," Murongzia agreed surprisingly without fear, nodding. Li Yuanjiao gestured politely, and the group headed up the mountain together despite the tension earlier. Li Qinghang sneered and transmitted her voice. "Eating humans is eating humans. Can he really talk his way out of this?" Li Yuanjiao silently shook his head and replied through mana voice transmission, "The mountain has a grand formation and the ancestors' suppression. Once he enters the formation, we can handle him as we please."